Unified, our kindergarten programs are designed to ensure that your child is known, valued, cared for, and challenged. Kindergarten is so much more than just the ABCs. It is where creativity is encouraged and bright minds blossom in a fun and safe environment. In Peoria Unified, we strive to make this an easy adjustment for parents to ensure your child is well prepared for the best possible educational experience. If you have an incoming kindergartner who will turn 5 by September 1st, 2024, visit peoriaunified.org/kindergarten for more information about how to reserve your child's seat in our kindergarten program. Enroll today.
Are you looking for a fulfilling career? Peoria Unified School District has openings at all levels. With outstanding benefits and professional growth opportunities, there's something to help you feel fulfilled and appreciated each and every day. Join the community where experienced educators have their expertise valued, where new teachers are supported from day one, and where those who are passionate about education reach their full potential. Welcome to Peoria Unified School District, where every day is an opportunity to make a difference. Visit us online. Are you looking for a fulfilling career? Peoria Unified School District has openings at all levels. With outstanding benefits and professional growth opportunities, there's something to help you feel fulfilled and appreciated each and every day. Join the community where experienced educators have their expertise valued, where new teachers are supported from day one, and where those who are passionate about education reach their full potential. Welcome to Peoria Unified School District, where every day is an opportunity to make a difference. Visit us online. Are you looking for a fulfilling career? Peoria Unified School District has openings at all levels. With outstanding benefits and professional growth opportunities, there's something to help you feel fulfilled and appreciated each and every day. Join the community where experienced educators have their expertise valued, where new teachers are supported from day one, and where those who are passionate about education reach their full potential. Welcome to Peoria Unified School District, where every day is an opportunity to make a difference. Visit us online. Are you looking for a fulfilling career? Peoria Unified School District has openings at all levels. With outstanding benefits and professional growth opportunities, there's something to help you feel fulfilled and appreciated each and every day. Join the community where experienced educators have their expertise valued, where new teachers are supported from day one, and where those who are passionate about education reach their full potential. Welcome to Peoria Unified School District, where every day is an opportunity to make a difference. Visit us online.
Good morning. I'm excited to call this meeting to order. We're going to call the meeting to order at 9:07 a.m. Welcome everyone to this meeting. I know this is going to be very long. This is going to be a marathon day, and I'm sorry that we continue to do this, but we have not a minute to waste with all the work that we have to do. But I just wanted to thank the members of Cabinet and the governance team. Thank you for carving out this massive chunk of time, and these presentations are very comprehensive, so thank you for being on board with doing a marathon day. We really, really appreciate it. We're going to begin with our moment of silence and Pledge of Allegiance, and that is going to be led by Mrs. Bowles.
President Profit, if I may ask that we keep the teacher that we lost in our district from the elementary school in our prayers. And
absolutely. And will you remind me, because we have another remembrance, but I want to make sure we cover that tonight at the board meeting
yes.
as well. So
yep,
let's make sure we include those tonight. Thank you. Thank you. We are going to move to item 3.1, and we're going to be moving pretty abruptly today. We're going to be as swift as possible. Everyone's presentations are very dialed in. If any board member, cabinet member needs to take a break, please just let us know. We have a few built in, but we might need more. So just let us know if you need to take a break. And we're going to turn the time over to Dr. Summers.
Thank you, President Proudfit and governing board members. Welcome, Happy New Year, as well as Cabinet and our guests. And I know, as I'm echoing those sentiments from President Proudfit, we're excited about the work that we have ahead of us. We know that there's a lot for us to learn and do together. And we intentionally, and I know I've probably spent, I don't know, the total number of hours that we've had some one-on-one conversations leading up to this date, but I really value and appreciate all of the interaction that I've had, getting to know our brand new board members as well as continuing with those that have been here and really framing the work of the governance team. But I am going to start with a brief story. So if you all can at least reflect a little bit on however you spent time during the holiday break, it's always great to take a little bit of reprieve and rest and relax and enjoy family. And when I say enjoy family, I will just tell you that while our time was amazing, anytime we come together, there's always those moments where there's sometimes inevitably a little bit of conflict, right? And so this particular day, we were figuring out, we have a tradition of going to a movie on Christmas Day. And with that, we were trying to figure out which movie are we going to go see. And being that I have 3 daughters, it is always interesting to hear what their perspectives are. And then, of course, I have an amazing wife, and she has her perspective. And then, of course, I try not to keep my perspective too much at the forefront. But nonetheless, we were toggling between Lion King 2. We had Wicked. There's Gladiator 2. And there's A Complete Unknown, the story about Bob Dylan. And so we're sitting here and we're just grappling and, of course, going back and forth. And, you know, that opens the door for a little bit of jabbing and, you know, who wants what and so on and so forth. And you may want to know exactly where we landed. But what I'm going to tell you was it wasn't necessarily just the fact that we landed on a movie that one person did get, quote unquote, their way. It was really recognizing the value of how do we come together? How do we work as a team, even through those differences of thought and differences of perspective? And I know that may not be the most transformational story, but hopefully you can take a moment and reflect, where are those times when we're working either as a family or as a team, and we may not see things the same way, right? We may be looking at it from different perspectives, and we may have our own ideals, and that is totally okay, right? But what's also important in that space, and why I'm sharing this story, hopefully you can see the connection, is we are all here for a shared purpose, right? And that purpose is the 35,000 students that we have in our 42 schools. That is the staff that take care of them, as well as all of our partnerships and amazing work that goes into engaging and working with our families. and doing this on behalf of our whole community. And so as we think about those foundations for governance and what that shared purpose is, we've intentionally structured a few activities today that really set the table for how do we engage in this work together. And I'm using that terminology, governance team, very intentionally, because yes, it is on behalf of our 5 governing board members and the partnership with your sole employee as a superintendent. And so we're going to dive into a few more of those activities that's framing the work that's going to set the stage for how do we move forward in alignment and shared focus. But it's really on behalf of not just the 6 people that are composing that team, it's in service to our students and to our community. And in the way that we frame that work, it's really important that we are clear and deliberate about what roles and responsibilities that we have. So that's going to be a big chunk of time that we're, actually I should say, we're going to try to do this in as focused and as assertive of a time so that we are making the most of what we have. But the analogy that I've used in a recent conversation is rather than just jump right into the 10-foot section of the pool, because we do have, as you know, later items that are going to deep dive facilities utilization, student achievement, budget development and considerations, and we really want to get into and grapple with that work. But it's important, I think, for us to set that table, particularly with a new governance team, to say how do we engage with each other so that we can be very clear about that shared focus, as well as be honoring of the individual perspectives and the different priorities that we all have, right? So with that, I'm going to prompt you all with an activity that's going to be referred to as vision and purpose alignment. So you have a note card in front of you, and I believe I've shared this reflective question with you already, or first 2 reflective questions with you. As we think, again, about effective governance, beginning with clarity of that purpose, let's take a moment to reflect on the why behind our work individually. So your personal motivations and your priorities are what help shape that shared vision. So on the first side of that note card, what I'd like you to do is just jot down what inspired you to serve as a governing board member. Why are you invested in serving in that capacity? And as you wrap that thought up, I invite you then to flip the card to the other side, and I'm going to ask you to jot down your top 3 priorities for the district, and just a brief mention of why these are most important to you. And I'm going to give you a couple more minutes so that you can complete those thoughts. And then that's going to lead into our first roundtable for the day. So I'm going to invite you to actually share those reflections. And we're actually going to capture those live as you share those out. So I'm going to invite Nicole to go up to the flip chart in just a moment. So take, like I say, a couple more minutes just to round those thoughts out. And if you need an extra minute or 2, I'll check in with you on that time frame. Yes, ma'am. That's okay. That's okay. Happy to restate your top 3 priorities for the district and why these are important to you. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Kevin, do you mind helping Mrs. Bowles log in to Wi-Fi? Thank you. How we doing? All right. So I'm going to invite Mr. Toby, since he's one of our newest members of the class, to share out your why first, and then the top 3 priorities, sir, and we're going to capture those as you share those out.
Okay, good morning. So as far as my why, I don't know how you want to memorialize that on the flipboard, but I would say that I had, at the very early onset, an instinctual desire to protect and to teach. And I think that that is what drives me in this role. I tell my kids often, I have 2 main jobs as a dad, and that's to protect you and to teach you. And I think that that's a very simplistic way to put it, but I think it drives down the point of our roles as dads and as parents. And so I'd say that's my why, is not only do I want to protect and to help teach my kids in this district, but also to use my training, my background, my experience, and leveraging that for all the students in the district.
Just keep it on one right now. Thank you for that. And just want to make sure we're given
Desire to teach and
protect. Okay. And if you don't mind, then carrying that into your top 3 priorities, sir.
So top 3 priorities, number 1, not just safe schools, but being the leader and the example of school safety. I don't know how you want to put that, but that's my number 1 goal, is to have safe schools and be the leader in safety.
So being a leader in ensuring safe schools.
Yes. Yeah.
That's number 1. Number 2, sir.
Number 2, not just academic excellence, because that can mean a lot of things, but also being the pinnacle of academic excellence, both through traditional book academics, but also our career technical education, and really just life skills. I mean, there's so much of life that gets learned by our students on campuses, you know, relationships and, you know, financial decisions that they make. And so like really the pinnacle of academic excellence in all those areas.
So let me just paraphrase and make sure that helps guide Nicole. Being a pinnacle in, or model for what academic excellence is for each of our students, as well as ensuring their preparation for life skills.
That's accurate. Yeah.
Academic excellence and preparation for life. Last one, sir.
That was 3. Oh,
Oh.
sorry.
If you want us to separate,
I can count, I
Yeah,
promise.
that's
No,
okay, that's okay. I heard that as number 2, but if you want to extend academic excellence to, did you want to separate that out into?
I was a Deer Valley kid, I'm sorry. No, so, anyway. I love Deer Valley High School. Anyway, balanced budgets is my last one.
Balanced budgets, we'll just keep it at those 2 words. And do you want to just add a quick comment as to the why of?
So I would say, actually, I would say thoughtful balanced budgets, because we want to make sure that we're asking the questions, are our bottom lines meeting the goals and objectives that we're setting? And so thoughtful balanced budgets.
Just add thoughtful in front of balanced budgets, please. And I'm going to use this bigger whiteboard as a collection of these responses, so that way we give Nicole plenty of room to operate. All right, let's take that one off, ma'am. And then you get them, I'll just grab it from you. Thank you, ma'am. Mrs. Rooks, next up to bat, ma'am.
So I was going to kind of quote a statement that I made last year at a board meeting. And it was, I've been pretty clear that I am all in for the parents and their children in the PUSD district. I've built relationships with teachers, staff, the community, and they had elected me and entrusted me with these concerns. My focus for PUSD is on the students' education, advocating for their safety, communicating with our parents, and being a voice for the community. I think what started it all for me was, as a mom, standing up for my son and having the courage to stand up for him, even in adversity. And once I took that on, of standing up for him and being a voice for him 4 years ago, that helped me to stand up for other children and for other parents who just wanted to have that voice and have that courage. And so that's where it all started for me. So I don't know.
Can I take a stab at paraphrasing?
Sure.
Just in an effort to,
Yes.
and by the way, we've got this recorded, so it's great because we can always go back and
Watch
capture
it,
word
yep.
for word. I'm hearing parent advocate,
Yes,
ensuring parent voice,
yes,
standing up for students and for all children.
yeah. And obviously being a voice for the community because they elected me to this position.
Okay, so parent advocate, parent voice, standing up for all children. And being a community advocate. Advocate on behalf of the whole community.
Yeah.
So I think parent advocate, then if what I'm hearing from you, it starts from that center point of that parent identity and it extends to the entire community.
Yes.
Okay. So I want to be, so that's really the why, the initial statement. And then the
Yeah.
top 3 priorities.
Okay.
If you could go there next, please.
So I know you asked for the top 3 priorities for the district, but I'm very direct and honest. So I don't see it as priorities for the district. I see it as priorities for the parents, the students, the staff, and the community. And so, because that's ultimately who I am serving up here. And so that's the priorities that I see. More of just the constriction of the district. I see it as a collective of all of them.
Can I just add one thought to that?
Yeah.
What I'm hearing you say is, it's not on behalf of the district, it's on behalf of who the district serves.
Yes.
So it's making sure that those priorities are front and center, top of
Yeah.
mind in everything that the district does.
Yes.
Is that
Yep.
fair to?
Yeah.
Okay. So
But I'll go ahead into the first one.
Go for it.
Academic support for our students. That is, I've seen that as a big struggle for the past couple years. And if they don't have that foundation early on for that academic support, they're going to struggle through the rest of their educational future. And that's what we're ultimately here for.
Would it be okay for me to use the word all students when you say academic support for
Yes.
all students?
Yes, yeah.
Thank you. Number 2.
For me, teacher compensation. The compression issue And I think that for me, it needs to be reevaluated at looking at our base salary and not just fluffing, adding on with all these little extras. We need to go down to the foundation of the base salary for these teachers and starting from there.
Are you okay if we just put an exclamation point behind teacher compensation?
Yes,
And maybe even a few others?
yes. Obviously,
that.
you'll be able to go back and watch it. so-
Love it.
Yeah. The last one is, I think it's just an overall of things that I have learned and witnessed over the last 4 years in that change needs to happen. I've had a lot of conversations, like I said, with staff, with the community, with parents. And I think the biggest thing for me to see is that there is this mindset of being stuck in, we always have to do it this way, and that we can't think outside the box. We can't try a different way. And I think that that mindset is what really brought us to where we are now. And I think that we need to focus on trying to create some change and thinking outside the box. So I would say change needs to happen overall.
I'd like to capture it, if it's okay, as change in mindset, thinking outside the box.
Yep,
You good with that?
that's good.
Got it, Nicole? Okay, just want to make sure I give you an extra second there.
Right, Dr. Hernandez?
We appreciate those affirmations. I will say that for Nicole's benefit right now. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Mrs. Proudfit.
I'm so wordy. I'm trying really hard to not be.
I'm here to help.
Thank you for that.
Sure.
Actually, a lot of mine very similarly align with what Ms. Isrick said. So what brought me to this position was first and foremost my experience in the district with my own child. Having 4 kids, I have had vastly different experiences. And as a mom, I will firmly and forever and always believe that the most important work I'll ever do will be with my own children inside my own home. And so I was so involved in their education leading up to the time when I got involved in the board. And having a student that needed some advocacy and needed to be removed from the public schools kind of spurred that into motion of, hey, we can do better, we can do more. And I was at a time in my motherhood where my family could absorb that. They were okay with that. And so that was what brought me forward. I will say the catalyst for it was, as a mom, being very involved with a lot of the schools in the district. I think there's a general feeling of parents and community want to be more involved and want more positive ways to plug into the district. And I know that that really plays into my professional skill set. And so I thought I could bring that forward to help the community to unite over a productive and shared purpose towards both investing in and engaging with the schools. I told you, I'm wordy.
I'm going to do my best to, parent advocacy, increasing involvement or purposeful involvement, and then leveraging your skill set in service to the bigger
The
community.
greater whole, yeah.
Involvement. And leveraging a skill set to serve the community. Good?
Perfect.
Top 3.
Okay, I have a title for my top
Perfect.
3.
We're going to use
There
the
is
title.
a phrase that you used at the opening of schools this year that has been just rolling around in my head the entire, I have it written in my notes section, but you were speaking to rapid dynamic student achievement. And so my 3 are really what that means to me and how I believe at the current place we're at, how that will be best achieved.
Rapid and dynamic student achievement. Is it okay for me to use that
Absolutely.
as the starting point?
It's
Okay.
your quote, so I mean, you can do whatever you want with it. So number 1, which I am very passionate about this, is facility reallocation and innovation. That is something we need to tackle in my mind immediately because it plays to so many different things, the safety of our students, teacher shortage. There's 1,000 things that it plays into in what we can offer our students.
Can I pause you real quick? Facility utilization and innovation?
Innovation, yes.
facility utilization and
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Go for it.
And you probably have heard me say these all a million times. The second is teacher retention and compensation, and the focus on that being exactly what Mrs. Ricks talked about, looking at base salaries, and then also looking at the addition of a teacher prep academy, as some of our similar districts has. Just being willing to innovate in that area to bring more teachers to the district, and also to utilize what we already have in our long-term sub and short-term sub pool.
So, no, it's okay, because I think you used that as a heading.
I cheated because I
So
made one a title.
put an underline there. Because I'm gonna keep
Yeah,
that as your in-between
but that's what it all
in the
ties
why.
to, yeah.
But teacher retention and compensation, but I want to make sure I don't lose sight of the innovative practices
Exactly.
to promote.
And that can be monetary and
Just put
non-monetary
innovative practices,
compensations
right,
as well.
like as a dash right under teacher retention and compensation. Innovative practice. Third.
I wrote 4, because I don't follow the rules, so I'll make my last statement, but there was another one. Innovate what it means to have the Peoria way. We live in a state that is a choice in education state, and the face of education in America is changing. The face of education in Arizona has been changing, and I think that instead of, there's really nothing we can look to say, well, how did they do that, or how does this best work? And while we do that, I think we need to be willing and able to pull the trigger on, this is the education system we're dealing with, this is the budgeting we're dealing with, and this is how we're going to innovate a new way to bring these dynamic results for our students.
Innovate the Peoria way. Exclamation point? Okay. Mrs. Airy really appreciates the Peoria Unified, not just the Peoria statement. Mrs. Bolts.
Do emojis, Nicole? Thank you for that. I would have forgot that. I have worked with children and young adults my entire life. I'm not going to age myself, but my entire life, even as a kid. And that's my niche. I enjoy teaching. I enjoy teaching, even with hands-on teaching. And so what inspired me to run for school board is just a decline in, I don't know, just our communities, and maybe it's because we're real busy, I don't know, but just taking the time to teach the next generation. And I want to leave the future, even for those not yet born, better than I had. And I'll just end with this and then go into my 3. I happened to watch, I always forget the name of it, the Bonhoeffer movie. And they somewhat coincide if you haven't watched the movie yet. But I also watched the documentary of Bruce Jenner. And both men fought in different arenas, even fighting against their own people. Bruce Jenner was told by quadriplegics, you don't accept who you are. He said, well, why would I do that? I'm going to make it better for everyone ahead of me. Both died different ways, but both passed away 1 week before he was freed, and that was Bonhoeffer. He was actually executed. And Bruce Jenner got an infection, and I think it was a couple years later, a man walked because of all of the just diligence that he put himself through, and money and other things. But I want to leave even things that I might not see. Well, maybe we'll see. I believe we will, but better than what I came in with. That would be my reason.
Here's my best way to paraphrase.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure we're capturing it as comprehensively as possible. So I heard the starting point is really a passion for teaching and learning and student achievement, really, but passion for students and the art of teaching, if you will. So just that, we want to capture that passion, because that you have that both in your background and experience as well as what's at your core. And leaving a legacy is leaving a legacy of improvement and bettering a system in service to the students that
Yes,
are.
and I would add to that, because it's not about me, a quote that I have actually on my email, and I had to bring it up because I couldn't remember exactly what
Sure.
it said. that there's no limit to what a man can do and where he can go if he doesn't mind who gets the credit. So it's not about me. That was Ronald Reagan. I will say who that was.
Sure.
But it's not about me. It's really just making it better than what I came in with. Teaching my own children.
I'd like to capture that.
Okay.
Just a line underneath that of, it's not about me, it's about.
A generation.
Nice. All right. 3 priorities.
Wait till she's done.
We'll catch her up.
Okay. Number 1 is academic excellence. Excellence is a unique word, and you'll probably hear it many times because I do use it a lot. And the reason I personally do is because for many, many years I would strive for perfection, and I drove everyone around me crazy, including myself. Not perfection. We're not talking perfection. Excellence, better again than I did yesterday. Because just as good is different in the eye of the beholder, good to me is different than good to you. Excellence can mean the same. So excellence, sorry, I'm talking. Excellence in leading with academic excellence and better than we were yesterday. We're comparing scores to scores that are not great. And I think we all know that, but as long as we're going forward, that's really the main thing. And in line with the academic excellence, number 1 being reading. Reading, we know, I mean, it's not rocket science. We know that if we are 40% level in reading, we are creating poverty. We are creating, unfortunately, even prisons. I won't say what state is doing that. But just we're not setting our kids up for success, but reading being number 1 in the academic excellence
Reading
focus.
achievement number 1. I want to capture that precisely because I think you're saying that is the foundation by
Yes,
which we
of
achieve.
everything, yes.
Thank you.
And my second one would be safety. Again, keeping the next generation safe. And I say generation not because I'm talking about children either. That could be safety for abusive, a mom that needs a shelter. That could be a lot of things. But in this arena, obviously, schools, keeping them safe. That can also be in the eye of the beholder. I think if a child feels safe, they're going to learn. Meaning we don't have to put up more, security gates and guard. I mean, maybe we do, but sometimes making our schools prisons is not necessarily safety.
Could I say that in a way, just so we're capturing that thought, because I think it's a very important distinction, student perception of feeling safe in their schools.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure we capture it.
And if, we know if we feel safe, we're going to be creative and, anyway. Then the third one would be, again, leading with excellence, and that being excellence. I don't want to say this negative. Let me rephrase that. We all want to be proud of whatever we do. I am not naive to think that I'm going to change an entire district. I am very good at networking. I actually found that out later years, but no more than my pastor is going to get me into heaven. District. So getting the community involved, but leading with excellence. If we're proud of our product, people will want to be part of that. If we're passionate about what we do, people will want to be proud of that. That's why I recruited Jeff's ex-wife to Canvas, and it was fun. We had an amazing time campaigning. It's not something that I fake. I'm not a salesperson, but there's a saying that says if you light yourself on fire, people will come watch you burn. Now, of course, that doesn't mean really light yourself on fire. If you're compassionate about something, people want to know what you're involved in. I want the teachers, the students, the staff, the district, the administration, the board to be excited about what we're doing. The only way we're going to do that is we don't feel like we're chugging along and that we actually are making progress. So I hope to capture some of that progress with numbers and not just, flowery words and fidelity that I'm not sure if anybody can define. But anyway, so that's it. That's leading with excellence.
So I do want to make sure I capture that specific phrase, leading with excellence. But I think what I also heard is that pride in who we are and what we do, and that pride in and of itself, that energy creating a contagion.
Right. And teachers want to teach. I mean, come on, that's what, if they have that, I've been on campuses, when there was, that we knew we were losing our jobs years ago, and the campus climate, and I know I'm preaching to the choir, but the campus climate means everything to the student, to the teacher, to the administration. It's, healthy, well-balanced, that excitement of I want to go to work today because I enjoy my job. Yeah.
Did that capture it?
Yes, leading with excellence is what I would add to that.
Just add it one more line at the bottom, so I think it just kind of underscores
Yeah,
everything
just
you
the
just
first
said.
one was more geared toward academics.
You guys are doing a great job of keeping within the bounds and stretching them just a little bit, which is part of the innovation muscles, right? And by the way, I'm not trying to keep you in a box by any means. In fact, thinking outside the box.
Women just use more words than men, so we need you to.
Oh, I don't know. That might be a competition that Mrs. Airy does not want me to engage in right at the moment. Sorry, Danielle, I'll keep picking on you. All right, last but not least, Mrs. Ewing.
Well, first of all, your mic. Oh, right. So first of all, I just want to say thank you to all of you for stepping up, and it's a lot of time out of our schedules and away from our families and so forth for leaning into making this district the best that it can possibly be. So I just want to extend that out there, and I love hearing everyone's ideas and plans, but I feel like I have you beat on the wordiness, because look at all this that I wrote, and then we got in, and I had to fit all of this on one little card.
There was an intention behind the size of that card, man.
This is a challenge.
So when I say one sentence, it doesn't mean like the run-on.
No.
Sorry, I'm not picking on you. As long as you have Oxford Commons, Dr. Hernandez will be impressed.
Okay, and she'll have to read my handwriting, because my handwriting's not so good. So, a couple of you mentioned that you, it was Ms. Rooks and Ms. Proudfit, their why started off because of their experience as a parent and so forth. And for me, it was a little bit different. I felt like my kids had an amazing education experience, and even with my daughter having her seizure disorder, she got so much support, and the principal and so forth, that it just made it so much easier. So I didn't get involved because I felt like my kid wasn't being provided for. I actually, her really, my son and my daughter's really great teachers were leaving the profession. And that was really like, gosh, we got to make this a better work environment for these really great teachers, because our students, all of our students deserve, and the generations beyond, or the grade levels beyond my kids deserve to have those same great teachers. And they're leaving because whether it's pay or, and a lot of times I just was hearing that they didn't feel like there was a great work environment. And so I came into this role, my why was empowerment of the educator's voice. And with the belief that if we can provide an environment that excellent teachers want to stay, that's going to make a huge difference in the academic excellence of our students. So that was a big part of my why, is where I stepped in. And then the other...
Go ahead. I don't want to keep
The
going,
other
then
piece of it is I knew, coming from a counseling background, a big part of what we're supposed to be doing is listening, providing that unconditional support, and always listening first to the people around us, and then really trying to find the solutions in a very problem-solving way, in a very collaborative approach. And I knew I had that skill set, as some of you have mentioned, your current and your previous skill sets. I knew I could bring that forward to work with with anyone. So just being able to have that willingness to listen to, ideas different than my own, viewpoints different than my own, and try to move forward in a collaborative approach with always keeping the student at the forefront of the decision.
Just to make sure, did we capture that first? Could I offer up to make a positive difference in the system that we are?
Yeah.
Positive difference in the system. Okay. 3 priorities.
So along with what many of my fellow board members have said, to prioritize policies and practices that attract, retain, empower exceptional educators. So attraction and retainment of our teachers. And empower them. As far as the academic student success, I got a little bit more specific to some things I'd like to see us focus on, which is enriching the middle school experience and with the focus of career and college readiness, life skills. I feel like we have opportunities there, and we need to do that to be more competitive. And then making sure that our students have the resources they need to be successful, whether that's textbooks or whether that's, is the student not eating, just basic necessities, making sure that they have the resources they need to overcome any barriers.
Just going to pause you real quick.
That's all under student success.
So Nicole, right before that second bullet, just put student success and, yep.
Maybe
And like underline that, and then those are kind of like the sub-bullets underneath that one.
Yeah. And then finally, the collaborative mindset in governance.
Last one. Do you want to say a little bit more about that?
Well, I've been, throughout my various different careers, I have been on various different teams, and the end result is always better when you get lots of different people feeding off of each other's ideas and making it better. And when we're getting perspective, when we're getting a vast perspective of a particular problem. And if you're willing to come to the table and say, okay, I didn't think of that as an issue or a problem, but now I can see what you're saying. Let's figure out a way that can be addressed as well, or let's make sure that our solution is not negatively impacting a particular group of individuals or particular students. Let's make sure that's not happening. So really that collaborative piece is the listening to one another, a willingness to hear what maybe we haven't heard before in the past, willingness to hear other solutions, and being able to talk about how we can take all of that and make a solution that works great for the entire district. So I think collaborative is respectful discussion, a willingness to listen to one another, and also for those folks who throw out ideas is being willing to have somebody improve upon what you're suggesting and offering as well. Because I have only, it's the synergy. It's the synergy of a group.
I think we've got most of that captured. Nicole, I'd like you to, instead of just collaborative governance, I heard you say the very first phrase was collaborative mindset in governance. So can you intentionally do a little caret underneath the collaborative and just say mindset and governance? And then I think I heard the willingness to listen, the respect for diverse viewpoints, and the ability to work towards synergy, or the effort toward
Yes,
striving
yes.
for synergy.
Yes.
So just one more dash then, Nicole, on striving for synergy. Okay. So let me just make sure I capture this last flip chart. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so we are going to just take a moment and invite an additional round of reflection, not so much on the individual responses, but on what you're seeing from the collective. So what stands out to our governing board about where you're seeing alignment and shared purpose?
This was a great exercise because the alignment is astonishing on, none of us communicating really about these ideas in this way, and then seeing that we really have already narrowed down to some pretty succinct goals and direction moving forward, because there is so much overlap with this. We are much more aligned than maybe before walking into this room than we would have thought.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I see academics up there is a main focus across all of us. I believe I see teacher retention and attraction, compensation, kind of that as a main focus across all of them. And somewhat to the extent of the mindset. Like innovate the Peoria way, change mindset, synergy, leading with pride in who we are, and so forth. So I kind of feel like that's all the same, just said a little differently.
I'm trying to color code as best I can. I think there is a lot of common emphasis on that change, on that being the best that we can possibly be in service to who we are here to serve.
I do see,
Please.
obviously parent advocate, but kind of looking at Jeff's, the desire to teach and protect, that comes from your parent input, parent perspective. So I don't know, like, if those kind of are that parent role of protecting, teaching, advocating.
You okay that I add to that? Because I think that was the umbrella statement, right? Parent piece. Okay, I want to make sure I'm also capturing the school safety aspect of.
Well, I would also say
Yep.
maybe the Ronald Reagan, I don't know, Janelle, this is what you talk about, like it's in the eye of the beholder. I see where it says it's not about me, it is about a generation.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like as a parent, you never think about yourself, you think about your children's needs coming first. So I don't know if that kind of ties into kind of that parent kind of role, where it's not about me, it's about an entire generation. That's
quote-
my eye beholder thing that you said, so.
Yes, you're right. But the quote from Ronald Reagan actually stated, I'll paraphrase, the sky's the limit. If you're not afraid, who gets the credit? So yes, it's not about me, but I can quote it again for word.
Can that be under like how we have change in mindset, thinking outside the box, innovate, so it's kind of like that, the
In
green one that
collaborative
he's seating.
Governance,
Yeah.
yeah.
There's no limit to what a man can do or where he can go if he's not afraid or if he doesn't mind who gets the credit, is what he said. So yeah, it's not about us, and obviously a parent would, I mean, I come from a family of 14, so you know, my mom still found time for every single one of us and 200 grandkids. But yes, we put our children before ourselves. But I've also met parents that want the credit for their parenting, so, you know, it's about a generation fighting for, I'm gonna say again, those who are even not yet born. And that takes everything out of the equation for my, you know, who I am and how great I am. We're all legends in our own mind. That's my saying. Quoted by Janelle Bowles.
And if I'm capturing that, just kind of piggybacking, that generational longer range focus in service to not who we are, but to who we're actually serving, is about striving for, I'm going to come back to being the leader in that process. Right. Being courageous to step outside maybe an old mold or an old way of doing things, so that innovation and excellence, because that's a key thing that keeps coming up, is what's the driver for, like, we have a very clear, we want to make sure that everything that we do is the very best that we can do it, which gets back to that pride piece, right? To the extent that people want to be here because of the type of community that is being cultivated.
All of us have heard in the room, some I've worked with in the past, most of us moved here to Peoria because it was the school to be in. Like, you could not even find a home because it was the school to be in. I want to be back there. I don't want to be the same as yesterday, but I think we can be that and more. We have the potential to be that and more.
The pursuit of our potential. Okay. Mr. Toby, any additional thoughts related to this exercise for the moment? Mrs. Rooks? Mrs. Profit? Mrs. Bowles? Mrs. Ewing?
Of course, I always have something extra. So I do think that I do see the focus on career technical life skills across, pretty much across everyone.
I'm going to add, because I know Mr. Toby mentioned that life skills and preparation is a big thing, in addition to that academic excellence. So I just want to make sure that's captured.
Yeah, because I think you could say with Becky, I think you could probably, with Ms. Proudfit, you could probably say the rapid dynamic student achievement is inclusive of that. And certainly you need to have the reading in order to be successful at those other things. That's the foundation of it. So I think you could pretty much say that as well.
Okay. So.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Please.
I was going to ask Mr. Toby.
Mrs. Ricks, go first,
Sorry.
please. Sure.
That's my kid's teacher, Mrs. Toby. So, Toby, can you maybe break down what you meant by life skills?
Well, actually, I was going to come back to that. Maybe this will answer your question.
Oh, we're thinking alike. See?
Alignment is great. The level of investment from everybody's responses as parents, as professionals, as the background. So like, that's something that really, it seems very heavy steeped in some of the responses.
Yep.
So the level of investment to make the district excellent, right? And I think ultimately the one way that you can kind of like, in a one phrase, capture that is to make our students win, you know, because everybody's definition and perception is different, right, Janelle? So like, winning is different for, you know, my students and Janelle's students that were in the district to, you know, our special needs students, right? So I would say the level of investment that we have to make our students win. Does that answer your question, or you still have a question?
No, that's what I was kind of thinking of, yeah, what it was, but I just wanted to clarify and just make sure, because, you know, I think as a mom perspective, I want to be able to teach my own children of the life and what goes on in our life. So I think that that's the mindset that I like what you just brought up. So thank you.
Well, and I think the overarching goal for education for our district, in my opinion, is not to get kids to college, because to be honest, college is for some kids and it's not for others. And there's kind of been this, I think, trend of devaluing trades. And I actually think that's something within the district. Our CTE, MET, our West Neck partnerships, we do that, I think, better than any other district. Truly, we have a lot of that happening already. I say that because it's important to recognize what we already have going and where there are challenges within that. Where I think we struggle sometimes with that, and I'll apologize because this is completely my personal experience, is I am, as you can tell, a very involved parent. Having 2 boys go through the district, I am certain that MET and CTE was presented to them in an assembly or however it was presented. I never had that information, and then my daughter, who, if it was buried in, a 70-chapter book, would have found it, and, she's doing MET, but capturing the hearts of the students that maybe need that extra push to say, hey, do you see these trade options that are available? And I think that would, I've talked a lot about the academic counseling, is really engaging and unifying the parents with the guidance counselors and maybe fixing some of those ratios, but ensuring that every student and every parent knows what is already available to them. Because I know myself as a parent, I didn't. And that's probably partially my fault, partially my son's fault for not paying attention in an assembly, but bridging that gap and going the extra step for students that might really need that, to find a place within the public school system, within their education experience, where they are finding the opportunity to kind of have choice and build a life that they love, even when that is probably not going to move to, matriculating to a 4-year university or higher education in that way.
Quick recap.
Sure.
Recognize and build off current success. And then I just put it in terms of acknowledging there's still a gap. Mm-hmm. Right? So there's good things happening, and there's some distance yet, because does every student have access to that, and how, and what does all that look like?
Well, and what does access mean? Like I said, it's simply being available and presented in a presentation is enough for my daughter, is where my son would have needed a trusted adult saying, hey, let's look at this a little bit closer.
Okay.
Can I add to the build off the current success and to add to even what Ms. Prav is saying?
Please.
Teachers that I've worked years with know that having parental involvement is huge. And so that kind of ties in, but really in my many years of experience, parents are the ones who know the baseline of the current success, right? So they kind of go hand in hand. I would not expect my kids' teachers to know. I have a son who's played college football. He was an excellent student, but find something in his backpack, forget it. And my daughter would be 5 months ahead of herself, She graduated through top 3%. She was theater, he was sports, completely opposites. So a parent will know the current level, baseline of success, and we move from there. And of course, every teacher, I'm sure, has heard this as well. Get to know your students so that we can actually know, hey, they'd be good at MET, or they'd be good with, a trade school or Westmac or college. But it's really not all the teacher's responsibility either.
Okay. Key point. All right, I'm gonna, one more.
I just was going to add that, adding on to what Mrs. Proudfit was saying, just that we really need to start it in the middle school, the career exploration and those life skills. Life skills, I think, can also include financial literacy. I think that's a big part, which should be happening actually in every single grade. But I think we really need to start it there. And I think if we start it there, we're more likely to get in front of the parent and the student if we start it younger.
Okay. Any last thought in this section for the moment? And by the way, I should have added that one of the reasons we're doing this activity in this way is to allow for, number one, all of the great feedback and perspectives that you all are individually bringing to the table, leading toward a more common vision that everybody can sit here and say yes, 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 or put those exclamation points behind. With that, though, in mind, what I want to make sure that I can articulate is we're going to shift from a little bit of what this represents as far as that future vision and the what we're trying to accomplish. And I want to squeeze a quick break in here because I just want to make sure that we're giving everybody a chance to stay fresh and focused. What we're going to spend a little bit of time on next is a little bit more of the how we do that as that governance team. So I'm going to make an intentional jump ahead from what I had originally planned, which was, I don't know that I shared enough yet about the whole concept of what I'm at least referring to right now, this is just terminology, as a governance team handbook or playbook, right? Because what I think is really important when I say that, and you'll see it in the agenda, it's really just about summarizing and encapsulating this is what we're about, this is how we're going to work together to achieve that, right? Because I don't think there's a person that's sitting here, and by the way, that extends way beyond just the 5 of you, cabinet, and who's in this room right now, that wouldn't nod our head in agreement and say yes, 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 and yes, right? And if they're not doing that, then it's probably not the place that you want to be. And by the way, I'll be the first one to say, everything that's captured up here is absolutely, at my very core, why I came here as well, right? So where that alignment then exists is we do need to spend a little bit of time thinking about the how do we operate in a space of governance, right? So I'm going to encourage us to take a few minutes, or I'm going to say at least 5, but no greater than 7, because it's hard when we squirrel out to squirrel back in, particularly when we're kind of in this little confined area. But what I invite you to do as you're coming back from that quick break is the next set of what we have in front of us is we need to spend some time thinking about how we operate as that governance team. And I've got one grounding document that is based in policy. It's board member ethics. That's going to be sort of the foundation of, yep, we kind of acknowledge that this is how a board is going to work together toward achieving what we know is so important. And I like what you said, Mr. Tovey, about that level of investment that's required to make our students win. It's exactly what's going to be required of all of us. And how, just going to make one additional quick extension, how we set the tone. And I'm going to say that very directly. We set a tone in this room of what it looks like across our entire system, because everybody is going to be looking at how we operate, and how we operate is also important to what we're trying to accomplish. So then that will set the table for our last exercise in this more retreat-like session, which is roles and responsibilities. So if you want to look ahead in your packets, you have the copy of the Code of Ethics. That's straight from policy. And then what you have right behind that, this will be our 3.3 activity, is a distinction and an outline of what are the roles and responsibilities of the board, the superintendent, and how do we work and interact together to make sure that we have clarity in purpose as well as clarity in the mechanics or the execution behind how we get there, okay? So what I just wanted to do there is kind of set the table for that will be the next hour to hour and a half. That will then, just as a quick aside to then how that sits in front of the rest of the agenda, we'll take a lunch break. I'm anticipating right at 11:30-ish. I think we'll have food here by then. Is that right, Nicole? I'm envisioning if we're close to on time, we may just take like a good extended lunch break. But I'd like to make sure that I can provide a mid-year update for you so that you know exactly where we are right now relative to those superintendent goals. Say a little bit about what that evaluation process looks like for your sole employee. And then that is going to set the table for our 3.5 presentation around facility utilization, 3.6 around student achievement, 3.7 around budget and financial state. So that's kind of the rest of the bulk of this morning and into the afternoon that will drive us through those steps. Questions about anything that I just summarized and covered. Okay, so I'm going to invite you back it is 10:15. Let's aim to be back as close to 10:27 as possible. So apparently I do a really bad job of reading the clock, because when I looked at 10:15, I read 10:20 and I was like, oh, 7 minutes is 10:27. I can at least add, but Mrs. Zeri reminded me, you just gave us 5 extra minutes, and like I said, that's probably what we needed anyway. So welcome back. Okay, so we are intentionally now shifting into that 3.2 guiding principles and operating norms section. So my initial prompt for us as we take a moment to think more in terms of the how we will operate from a board member ethics and a code perspective is I'm going to invite you to each first just take a few minutes and read through the actual code of ethics. Just a quick note, it is a two-sided. There's a one additional, I think it's letter N, that had to print on the flip side of that page. What I'd like you to do as you're reading is I just would like for you to either underline or underscore or highlight, however you want to do it, which sections speak to you the most. And we're going to do a very similar share out. We're going to go in reverse order this time, though. So Mrs. Ewing, we'll start with you. And actually, I think you kind of captured a few things in your last item that was up here. So I'm going to invite you to share out those top 3. And then I'm going to give you a chance to say if there's anything that's not on this code of ethics that you think may be beneficial for us to consider as a board, or from the board's perspective, rather, in that governance team relationship. So I'm going to give you, like I said, about 3 minutes on that, and we'll come back together in a little bit of time. Okay. Mrs. Ewing, you ready to kick us off?
Yes. And so what do you want,
So what I'd like you to do is just stress, if you could start with which item vis-a-vis the letter, just say under letter A, B, C, whatever it is, and then just a quick summary of what's most important to you in that particular space. And I'm going to give you your first three, and then we're going to hand it off to the next person, next person, next person. So that way we just keep it moving along. So like, what are your top three? Let me frame it that way.
Okay, thank you. I would say respect, and that's as listed in D, and represent everyone, and advance. Those are my three. So represent everyone is under A,
Perfect.
and
So check on A. And what was the last one, ma'am?
in advance, there's two different ones, like J, calling, if you have questions, call ahead, and L, but it's basically that in advance.
Great. Okay, and we're going to do a couple of rounds of this. So if there's something else that you didn't capture right now, that's okay. We'll have a chance to come back around. Mrs. Bowles. Yes, I'm sorry. So let me cue that real quick. Pardon me, Mrs. Ewing, was there anything else that's not currently listed on there that you wanted to elevate for consideration right now?
Well, I think that on the back under N, certainly we always want to keep the welfare and education of our students forefront, but I think you could add in partnership with parents and caregivers.
So I just want to make sure I capture that right. In partnership,
On N,
so let's do this. Let's do this. So that way we can keep that here. And then start a new one with in partnership with parents and
caregivers, just guardians, however.
And that is N.
so I can tag team with you, ma'am.
Oh, in partnership with parents/guardians.
Thank you, ma'am. Mrs. Bowles.
I'm just going to continue because you're on N. It says board members' first greatest concern must be the welfare and education of the students and of Peoria School District schools. The students' education, sorry. And I would add to that, in remembering our duty is to the community and the voters. Some may be teachers, some may be students, some may be, parents that have students. But ultimately, we should have in the forefront of our minds the community, and in addition to the community, the welfare and education of our students, because that's why we're here. In L, well, let me start from the beginning then, now that you have N. My number one would be respect, as the same, I want to call you Melissa, and I'm so sorry, you Miss Ewing. Represent everyone in Peoria, and not respect, sorry, everyone in Peoria. That would be my number one. And then number two would be L, and I would capture that under transparency, because you can't work well together without transparency. I don't expect, kumbaya, but to be transparent. And so it says call superintendent in advance so there's no surprises or hidden agendas, and I would ask that would be vice versa. And then, so number three would have been N for me, but we started with that. And then I just want to say one more thing, J, again, the transparency, again, the respect, kind of capturing both respect presenters as a board, and to get questions answered and allow opportunity for staff to be prepared. And I would, again, say vice versa, that as a board member, I would appreciate that as well, so.
Great. Real quick, Nicole, please, on L, can you add two-way street? If I captured that accurately, Mrs. Bowles?
Yeah.
No
I think
surprises
so, yeah.
either way.
Yep.
No surprises. Exclamation point.
I do want to speak to M. I had it highlighted and I couldn't remember why. M, I think goes deeper than, how do I say this? Working in social services and working in as counseling background and behavior, there was only one time that I had to say to my supervisor, I can't work with that family. And it was my own personal recognition of how the father was with the children. If I told you, you'd probably say, yeah, me too. But I just recognized that, and I said, look, I'm not going to do this family a good service if I work with this father, because I can't work with this father. And that was, just being aware of our own self, I guess, and hey, I might have an issue with this because of our own background, good or bad or whatever. I think that's just part of maturity and saying, hey, if we have a conflict of interest, we need to be honest with ourselves.
So I'm going to, oh, you got it. Perfect. Thank you. Mrs. Profit.
I'll try to touch on ones that haven't been touched on. So for B, understanding that it's my job to see that the district is well managed and not to manage the district, I would just add to that, we're in charge in partnership of helping to create the org chart, but then it's up to us to respect the org chart in kind of the chain of command. Otherwise, we have chaos in the district. And so I would say adding something about empowering district structure. There might be a better way to say that. Do you get where I'm getting at, though? Is that we as board members need to be supporting the policies, procedures that we are creating.
So I do think respect for chain of command captures that pretty accurately, and recognizing that organizational structure is ultimately the responsibility of the superintendent that the board helps approve and oversee.
But then again, like we need to, once that agreement and that has gone through and been ratified and all that, we then need to uphold that in every single interaction that we have throughout our schools, our districts, with parents in every way.
Thank you.
H, I just highlighted participate actively. One of the things that I knew this job would be a lot of work, and it is, and it's wonderful work, but one of the things that has been, I think, my favorite moments is the amount of time that I've had to build relationships with each of our administrators, but it usually isn't happening in a boardroom or even in a recognition. It's happening attending a homecoming game, or it's happening judging a spelling bee, or the times that we get to be on campuses to support those educators. I think that having as much of a presence as we can, which is great, there's 5 of us because not all of us have the same amount of time that we can do that, but making sure that we're always showing up to have the hard conversations and showing up for the celebrations, just making sure that that's a balanced approach, that we're spending just as much time celebrating with our schools as we are tackling those really hard conversations. I think that's gone a long way and has honestly been a lot of the basis of the relationships with just people in the community and the educators over the past year. I love what Janelle said about transparency going both ways and self-actualization with M. Because we all have blind spots and we have to know them and recognize them so that we can do better.
I just real quick.
Yes.
Yep. So under H, also celebrate and recognize school community achievement is what I heard you say. Okay. Anything else for the moment?
No, we're good.
Mrs. Ricks?
Well, before I go into the ones that I highlighted, I guess when we're talking about guiding principles and operating norms, through the 4 years of seeing what I've seen and also learning from other board members who have sat on different school district boards, for me, it is about the people elected us to these positions to make these decisions. And I know that from experience of talking to other school board members and seeing what they've seen in their role, a lot of them have not ever seen a board member ethics come up through their meetings. And so I looked at the back of it. On the bottom, it has an ARS statute, 15-321. I printed that out. It's the organization, let me take my tab off here so I can see the top of it. Organization, election of officers of the board, meetings, execution of warrants, exemption. So I just don't see anywhere in the state statute of board member ethics. This statute relates to the organizing of the governing board. The board shall meet at the most convenient public facility in the school district. It talks about the organizational meeting for electing among membership of the board of a president. Business shall be conducted at regular special meetings. So that just kind of stood out to me. And this, it looks like this policy was adopted in 2011. So that kind of stands out to me with regards to the governing board making these decisions because we were elected by the people. And I know that there's been brought up of letter E to me. Respect is totally fine, but supporting the majority decisions of the board, like you said, we have 5 board members. Yes, collectively as a whole, we're together, but we also have we have our individuality. And so I don't want to see in this policy a mindset of, well, if you don't support what was voted on, your voice is shut down. I think it's important to always remember our Constitution and the freedom of speech First Amendment. And if there is a board member that is not happy or not happy with the decision that a board member makes or the collective board, I don't think we should be telling them, you can't say anything, you have to support this. I think that there needs to still be respect to they have a voice. I've seen that over the last 4 years, and so that stood out to me. I do agree, though, with Ms. Bowles on letter L and J. Letter J with allowing opportunity for staff to be prepared to answer questions during the meeting. I think for me, the biggest thing is what I've noticed in the 4 years is there would always be, I ask a lot of questions, and there would sometimes be answers that were very, I don't want to say the word hidden, but more of not as direct. It's like just sometimes it was like, well, I can go find that answer for you. And it's like, if I'm voting on a decision, I can't make that decision if I don't have the questions answered. And so I think it's more of like really preparing if we need to have more of study sessions like this. If there is a item that you want to bring to the board to discuss, can't just bring it to us that night and expect to be voted on if we aren't able to get all of our questions answered. But not only for ourselves, but for the community, because they are watching us ask these questions, and they might want to know what the answer is. So I think that did stand out with me. And then letter L, I agree with Ms. Bowles. Call the superintendent in advance so there are no surprises or hidden agendas. I think for me that needs to go both ways, because if I'm making a decision as a board member on an item and we have a parent at the podium that is very upset over an issue, and it's a big issue and it might be related to what we're voting on and we weren't made aware of it, that's huge, especially when we're talking about, we have state laws, we have policies, we have federal laws. We need to be making sure that there is nothing being kept from the board, because voting on those kind of things, that's a lot. That's me putting my name on this item. The other one, I mean, understanding that my job is to see that the school district is well managed, not to manage the district. I think that the reason why the community participated in a lot of these elections the past 4 years and electing who they elected to the board, they are not satisfied with what's going on. I'm not saying that parents don't love their kids' teachers, or they might not, they love what one day the school might be doing, but as an overall, I think it's to show that they really needed to see change, and they knew who they were electing. They knew who they were electing to the board, and they knew that it's not about, I'm not trying to say we're gonna come in here and, say, you need to do this, 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 and this, and this, but it is about, I have to be able to hold accountability, because that is what the people elected me for. That's what I promised to them. And I don't, board member ethics and having a restriction when we're elected officials. We already have the laws that are in place in Arizona that show us what we're supposed to be doing. And so I think that when we're getting into this, I feel like it's more constricting. And instead of staying back to the foundation of what are the laws in Arizona on governing board, and their duties and responsibilities in the laws. And I think we're just really constricting a lot.
Can I say something to that?
Sorry.
Do you see?
That was a lot.
Because I didn't get a chance to read the law. Do you see parallels in the ethics that go with that? Because I don't see anywhere in there that there's ethics.
Well, the only one I can see here is letter D. It says the board shall prescribe rules for its own government. It shall hold a regular meeting at least once each month during the regular school year, and may hold other meetings as often as called. If action has been taken and documents approved at a meeting, they may be signed subsequently by individual board members. So, I mean, the board shall prescribe rules for its own government. I don't know if that is related to, the meeting of the board meeting itself, what rules we follow, public comment, what's stated under that.
So Mrs. Rooks, not to cut
Yeah.
you off, but if I may,
Yes.
Could I'm so sorry, I just want to provide a tiny bit of context, because I had the same question. Oh, sorry. I actually, as we had this go through, obviously this BCA is not copyrighted, but it probably came from ASBA and then was changed slightly. I also reached out to another organization I belong to, the Arizona Coalition of School Board Members, to get kind of their take on this and handbook, and to see if what they had. And after speaking with them, they felt very strongly that this is something that is to be dealt with on a school district level. That as a school district and as a specific district, you create it together to make sure that you're covering the unique needs or challenges or whatever of each board, that it's something that a board of 5 needs to do together to ensure that it's really meeting the needs of your specific district, rather than having more of an overarching document maybe in what BCA has.
Just to add to what she said, I'm the new one on the block, so I guess I can say this. I feel like, and I'm not wanting to run the district, God in heaven, I would never want that job. You're asking the boss to create ethics for themselves as an employee, and that seems backwards to me. Should we have ethics? I think if we were, I would hope if we were voted in, people know who we are. Obviously not everyone does. We have Google that you can look up just about anything, but I don't really see the need for this. Straight up, I don't see the need for this, and I'm saying that in a learning perspective, because I'm seeing it backwards. that would, again, if I were your boss, it would be like me being hired. Thank you, boss. Here's some ethics that you need to follow for me. But I might be wrong in all of that.
I think it's holding ourselves accountable for behavior that we're agreeing to as a board.
I think we do that when we swear in on the Constitution of the
Right.
United States.
Right.
Like,
And-
it's pretty, it's pretty self-explanatory when you are sworn in and abiding by the Constitution of the United States. I mean, that's what everybody is sworn in on as elected officials and agreeing to. And so I know the Arizona Coalition, I'm pretty familiar with it, and the mindset of some of I know the members. And I know that early on, joining on this journey, I was shared more on like what you just spoke about, Ms. Bowles, that again, it's like this big circle of the community electing all of us to the governing board. And the governing board sets the policies. That's what's stated in the Arizona state statute, sets the policies, holds the board meetings, holds the superintendent accountable, hires, fires superintendent. And so for me, early on in that journey, a lot of those members from that coalition really helped a lot of us who were just starting to dive into what is a governing board role, what is the governing board, how does everything work. And the biggest thing for me that stood out was really drilling in my head from this experience that this wouldn't have been in that mindset. It would have stuck to what is an Arizona state statute, because that's already there. Whatever is in the statute is holding us accountable as governing board members. So that's what I look to. I look to what are our laws as a governing board member. We have open meeting law. We have, purpose of organizing the governing board meeting. We have notice to the public. We have a lot of it already in statute. It's already there to hold us accountable with what our duties are. And I think that role, I think that needs to be remembered, that this, agree
Even
with
going
Ms.
back to
Bowles.
what we were sworn in and said and
Yes.
repeated,
Yeah.
that covers this.
But I'm trying to be very cautious and conscious not to interject.
Okay, sorry.
I'm trying to be real respectful. I'd like CJ to do me a favor, and if you could, sir, please pull up the link to the policy manual. So I'm going to do a quick reset. So, Mrs. Ricks, the one section that you lifted up from statute that I think you read and then kind of had a question maybe behind, Nicole, do you mind pulling that so that we can? The section that stated the rules of the district, or do you, can you say that just one more time?
Governance?
Just so
The
I make sure.
board shall prescribe rules for its own government.
Thank you. So those rules are what translates to the policies that the board sets forth. So the policy manual that is in operation as of today and has been in operation since its adoption is where this policy comes from. So I just want to be clear, this was not anything that I created. This
Yeah,
is-
no, it says it right there.
But I want to be
2011,
clear
so.
that this is not because I'm actually, and let me also kind of just make a quick connection. And by the way, Mr. Toby, thank you for being patient, because I want to make sure we also get a chance to help you shape this. But CJ, if you can go to BBA, please. Sorry, BBA, Board Powers and Responsibilities. So what will, from the very top, the board shall act as the general agent of the state of Arizona in carrying out the will of the people of this district in the matter of public education. I think that summarizes a lot of what you were just speaking to from the, as elected officials, You are the representatives for the constituents that live and operate within this system. The board then is authorized under the laws of the state of Arizona to adopt all needed policies. And I actually think what you're touching on, if I may, really just gets to the core of, do we need this policy to operate? I don't want to put words on your mouth, but am I capturing that effectively?
Yes, I mean, because I'm starting to read here, it has the duties and obligations of individual board member include the following. So I
Right.
feel like that's more of,
Right. So, and that's part of the reason I wanted to redirect our attention to this. By the way, the current policy that we are referring to for board member ethics is a direct reflection of what, I mean, there's several in section A and B that ultimately, as a board, you have the ability to exercise the authority to say, what policies do we have? As long as it's consistent with the legal statute that we're operating under in the constitution of what the district is relative to the state function. So all needed policies, and then I want to be clear about and regulations, right? Because the difference between the policy and the regulation is in regards to how those policies then are executed, and this jumps into that role and responsibility bit. My role is not to establish policy. That is your role. But my job is to execute on policy. So those are where regulations and specific administrative responsibilities, that day-to-day operation, the management piece of the district, Mrs. Ricks, that you're talking about, I have to have the backbone of policy in order to carry out what the expectations are that you have of me, right, is kind of the best way to say that. So again, getting back to kind of the whole, is it needed or not? I mean, the purpose of the conversation, at least initially in my mind, was not exactly that. However, I'm actually glad that you're bringing it up as a question, and there's a conversation and there's a grapple. Now, I'll just add one more piece, and then I'd love to have Mr. Toby do his piece. When I perceive that, what the board is looking to achieve, getting back to everything that I just kind of pushed to the side here, right? The what we're trying to achieve, if I may, I believe is what's most important to where it's setting the destination that we're trying to get to, right? The how we're going to get there is where there's a conversation on what exactly is the role of the board in that process. What is the role of not just the superintendent, by the way, thank you, Mrs. Bowles, for that very kind comment. I don't see it as I necessarily just run the whole district, right? Because if I had that sort of mentality, I am denying not only the individuals in this room, but every single person that is a representative and an employee of this organization the opportunity to be empowered and to achieve what we're capable of achieving on behalf of every student that is in our care, right? And those that are going to come. So I guess the best way I can frame all of that is the how that's done, right, is really a function of how policy is set forth and how it is executed upon. So if you all, I'll just close it with one more statement. If you all were to say, we don't want that policy anymore, well, that's one of however many, right? If that's the work that you are, and when I say you, the collective board is directing the superintendent to do, then the process that we use to get to that is what governance is, right? So it's a lot, and I appreciate that you just kind of had to say what was top of mind. So I appreciate that direct perspective. I know we'll come back to a little bit more of this conversation, but Mr. Toby, you've been very patient, sir. And we want to make sure that we can at least, so CJ, for the moment, you can just mute. And sir, we can go back to where we started here.
Well, try not to restate what's already been said, because I think everybody covered it very well. Maybe I'll just ask a question.
Sure.
So as the executor of policy, if somebody, say, violates Section D and doesn't treat each other with respect, like, what is the enforcement component? Because as somebody who's well steeped in legalese and policy, like, there needs to be an enforcement component to have good policy. And so I don't see there, unless you want to chime in as far as what is the enforcement role of this board member ethics, and should it be something different?
So, Mrs. Uring, I see your hand raised. Do you want to take a moment to?
So part of, if you want to call it a problem, part of the problem is that with regards to a lot of the things we're held to as a board, with regards to ethics and so forth, that there is no consequence, so to speak, because that would have to come from Chris May's office. She's really the only, or that office is really the only one who can have any sort of, what would that be called? Put forth any sort of
Jurisdiction? Or?
Thank you, jurisdiction over board members. And so there is nothing, but, and I think that's unique to school board members, and that and I would almost argue that's a problem with the law, because we are in the industry, in my opinion, we are in the industry of education, and every single professional around us has professional ethics that they must follow. I mean, I know you went to school in the counseling area too, and so did I, and then we had to take classes, and we have professional ethics that we have, I'm sure in the police department, right? You have professional ethics that you have to follow. So every single person around us has ethics, and I don't think that board members should be exempt from that. However, there is nothing in the law that says if you don't do these things, this particular punishment is going to happen with you.
Right, and I think that does take.
And I think but I don't think I think the hope is that each one of us comes to this with a passion for really wanting to do what's best for students, and that we come to it as adults and really wanting to work hard together to do what's right. And if we're working really hard at doing that, there should be no problem with any of this.
I want to, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, I totally thank you for that comment. I do recognize that there really is no enforcement component of this, and that's what I was trying to get to. So if it's a policy and there's no enforcement component, maybe this should live somewhere else. Maybe this should just be an agreement between, BCA is now board expectations, and now Dr. Summers, our expectation of you is A through Z, whatever, or our expectations that we hold with each other. But as far as board member ethics and such as Mrs. Brooks was saying, rendering or respecting decisions of the board, well, obviously we're elected officials. And while I do understand that professional organizations do have ethics and policies, we are, I'm not going to say we're not professional, but we are elected officials. And so I think that's where the difference is that we were put here to make those challenging things and to literally to cut into some of these issues. And not that we can't do it in a professional and respectful way, but I do think that there needs to be some latitude with that. And I do see this as a little bit more restricting than what the statute is. And I think the statute is written in a way because of what the role of an elected official needs to be. And like letter B, for example, understanding that my job is to see the school district as well managed and not manage the district. But statute repeatedly says two things about school board officials, is that it is to manage and control the district and to prescribe and enforce policies over and over again in Title 15. So we are elected officials because people sometimes have to come to the board because they don't have any other course of action through the district. And so there might be issues that really are not typically on a day-to-day on our level, but they come to our level because we are the voice of the constituents in the community. So I would like to see some type of, maybe in the future we can talk about what this needs to live and exist. And then speaking of letters, going back to the assignment, I understood the assignment here.
Thank you, sir.
Letter G, the keep informed of developments related to issues that may come before the board. I am a firm believer that information should be an info push and not a pull. I feel like that should be fed to us as a board early and often, because sometimes it is in a hurry and it feels rushed. And when you rush, that's when accidents happen, right? So I think that having earlier information, early and often, info push, and not us having to pull information from the district. That's my expectation. And I do think, like it was written up there already, that it is a two-way street. Likewise, you know, issues that come before the board, or we hear from a site leader or a teacher, obviously bringing that to your attention as well. And I think that's what is going to create that vertical alignment between the board and the superintendent. Just that front-loading piece that I'm a firm believer in. So I would like to, you're probably going to see that more and more as we go through the years, as far as us aligning policy with actually what state law says. Because I do think that there is some differences and divergence from what policy says and what the actual law says. So
I just wanted to give one quick perspective. I want to make sure that I'm being clear with what I feel about this. So, you know, Constitution forever and always, right? And then on the state level, the state gives us more specifics into that. When I came on the board, again, going back to that survey, which I know probably wasn't perfect, but, you know, it's what we have. We just had a lot of comments about behavior of the board, procedure with the board, making sure that how we're acting, like the public, the constituents know what to expect from us. And that was a theme that came up across every stakeholder group in the district. And so for me, I'm not even looking at this as like, oh, I'm promising Heather that I'm going to show up to the meeting and not share with her if I can't be there. It's more me telling the constituents, yes, we follow the Constitution, we follow all these state statutes, and as your elected official, this is what I'm promising to do as your elected official, because actually the only way to enforce this truly is through the public. Like, we employ the superintendent, but we're employed by our community, and the community, you know, if we weren't following this and a community member said, hey, you haven't done this, or you haven't shown up for 3, it would be a recall election. They would be the ones that would be holding us accountable. And so for me, and I appreciate what you say, this probably isn't a perfect document, which is why Dr. Summers probably brought it forward, is this is an exercise of what are we holding ourselves accountable to further tell the constituents every piece of what we are holding ourselves to, so that we have something to go back to say, okay, if a constituent comes to us and said, hey, I hated that decision, there's a starting point for dialogue of what to do with that. So I viewed it as a document between us and the electorate, essentially.
With the board's blessing for the quick moment, what I'd like to do is make a very intentional reference and shift to the roles and responsibilities document. And the reason I want to do that is I think it gets right back to the core of exactly what we're talking about relative to the roles and responsibilities of the board, which are prescribed in law, and how then that is articulated and operationalized at a district level. So what this is a little bit of a mesh of what is currently in policy, what comes from the law, and then if you go back to those new governing board member handbooks, I wanted to make sure to capture kind of the essence of everything that's currently stated there. So if I can, and I'd like to just kind of walk through this together in terms of that the first introductory section is that we both fulfill distinct but interconnected roles. And that's why I keep on coming back to that notion of how are we operating as a governance team to ensure the success of the Peoria Unified School District. So what this is providing is that comprehensive outline of responsibilities to foster effective governance and collaboration, ensuring all decisions prioritize student success and community trust. You'll see those 3 distinct sections of governing board responsibilities organized by legislative function first, establishing and adopting policies that guide district operations and governance, defining the district's vision, mission, and strategic priorities, approving the annual budget to align with district goals and ensure fiscal responsibility, approving curriculum, instructional materials, and major expenditures, as well as adopting the school calendar. Under executive function, delegating, and I think that's something that we're kind of talking through as we look at how this rolls out, delegating that authority to the superintendent to implement those policies and manage the daily operations, along with collaborating with the superintendent on key strategic initiatives and district-wide planning. And then that appraisal function of monitoring and evaluating district performance, including academic achievement, financial health, and operational efficiency. Again, just a quick segue to that's exactly what we're going to be deep diving as we go into our 3 major presentations as we move through our agenda today. Conducting regular evaluations of the superintendent and assessing the effectiveness of board policies and assessing board effectiveness through periodic self-evaluations. And then additional responsibilities include hiring, evaluating, and if necessary, terminating the superintendent, approving personnel actions based on superintendent recommendations, overseeing school closures and major facilities projects, reviewing and ensuring compliance with district policies and regs, engaging with the community to advocate for district priorities and public education. Anything in there just from that governing board perspective right now that doesn't seem to be in alignment with everything that we just discussed?
I'll
Please.
just point out, one, I guess, stood out to me, and I just highlighted it just now.
Go for it.
Approving personnel actions based on superintendent recommendations. I guess it would be more of, it's whatever the will of the board is kind of my answer. So I think making that generalized statement of approving personnel actions basically is insinuating that we're all going to approve yes, when we don't even know what it is yet.
So
I
we can
think
just say approving or not approving.
yes, yeah,
And that's the HR report that happens in your
Yes.
board packet every month.
yeah.
Do we want to say any more about that right now?
Nope, just maybe adding in that language of, so that we're not assuming that the entire board is just gonna
Yeah,
approve.
I appreciate that. I don't think, please know that that wasn't like just rubber stamp what I'm giving
No,
you.
no, no, I'm just, yeah, I understand, I just,
And
like,
with 4,000 employees
yes.
and with multiple moving parts and pieces and people across the entire landscape, there's a lot to manage there. And so who does the superintendent rely on to make those personnel decisions? I don't hire a school teacher really ever,
Yeah,
right? Administrative positions, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond that, now, when I say that, there's a hiring process. I'm not going to go
Right.
down the whole long list there. Obviously, our job is to bring you the most qualified, the most capable, the most caring, committed individuals that can do the job.
right.
So,
It's more of just a generalization of.
I got you.
Board, you know,
So,
future, yeah,
I'm gonna flip the page because this is a multi-page document for a moment. I'm gonna jump past president and clerk for a second, just because I know there's gonna be a little bit of opportunity for you all to have some discussion related to that piece. But let's just review those superintendent responsibilities starting at the middle of the page. So as the chief executive officer, the superintendent is responsible for policy implementation, translating board policies into actionable administrative procedures, ensuring compliance with federal, state, and local laws and regs. Operational leadership, managing daily district operations, including staffing, facilities, finances, and instructional programs. Leading district staff to achieve excellence across all areas of the organization. Data-driven decision-making, providing accurate, timely data and recommendations to support informed board decision-making. I think that statement summarizes a lot of what we were just talking about. Monitoring district performance and suggesting adjustments to meet strategic goals. Advocacy and communication, serving as the district's primary spokesperson and maintaining open communication with the board, staff, and community. Fostering transparency and trust through consistent messaging and engagement. Resource alignment, developing a budget aligned with the district's strategic priorities, allocating resources to maximize impact on student achievement and organizational efficiency. And then that last page has shared governance norms. And by the way, this is my wording. So if you guys tell me you like it or you don't, I'm totally open to that because I serve at your pleasure. To maintain effective governance, the governing board and superintendent adhere to the following norms. Respect for roles. The board governs through policy and oversight while the superintendent manages operations. Both parties respect the boundaries of their roles to ensure accountability and efficiency. Number 2, transparency and unity. Sharing information proactively, information push, if you will, Mr. Toby, to avoid surprises and ensure informed decision-making. Presenting a unified message to the community after decisions are made. And finally, professionalism and collaboration, fostering a culture of respect, trust, and accountability in all interactions, and engaging stakeholders through open communication and meaningful collaboration. The Peoria Unified Governance Team's effectiveness relies on clear roles, shared goals, and mutual respect. By adhering to these responsibilities and norms, the governing board and superintendent ensure that all decisions prioritize the district's mission of providing exceptional education for every student. thoughts, questions, feedback?
I just want to bring up a challenge sometimes that I have, and I think this goes to the transparency, making sure there's not surprises. Obviously, because of open meeting law, we can't just, come together as a board and have, hash it out and dig in, like you say. I sometimes feel like I don't feel like the board collectively has enough time to really dig into some of the issues together. Definitely not in a board meeting setting. And I would love more time for us as a board, like you were saying, to be able to hear each other's perspectives and expertise in different areas, to really be able to cut deep into some of these issues. And I know for myself, I would love to see, I'm so sorry, Cabinet, more study sessions. I honestly think that that is what is needed to really dig in a way that is following open meeting law, is making sure that we're setting aside the time, especially for some of these really important things that we're digging into, so everyone has a chance to speak and be heard and truly collaborate.
If I may add on to, sorry, Cabinet, study sessions. I would also say under that sharing information proactively to avoid surprises, legal, because I think we need to be having more executive sessions, especially when we're being served a lot of documents, lawsuits, and we have no idea where it came from. We have no background information. All we have is this form. And I think that having more executive sessions will help sustain all of that coming in, so that there is information being shared of what's going on, type of thing. So I would say study sessions, yes, but executive sessions I think is very key, especially when we're dealing with legal matters. So, but yeah, like the words of this side, yes. Sorry.
Mrs. Ewing?
Can I just add something? I think it would be helpful, especially because we have a new board, to get some, whether it's in a Friday report, guidelines on at what point when it comes to legal are they coming to the board for a decision? Because I think that there is a feeling that we're always involved in every, at least that's the way the community perceives us, that if there is any sort of legal thing going on, the board is always apprised of every single detail, and that's not the case. So I think it's important to let the board know, especially our new board members, at what point is the board made aware of all of the, is it appropriate and typical that an executive session would be called and that we would be aware to make a decision? Because it's been my understanding that a lot of times things are progressing without the board, and the board is only brought in when there's an actual decision.
So if I can summarize that, just because I think it falls under that heading of formalizing the process by which the board receives legal consultation and ensuring that the information that is being shared is done in a timely, accurate, comprehensive manner, and clarity then in what the board's role is relative to any given particular lawsuit or what we may be dealing with.
I would add on to that with you talk about the process of when the board is made aware. I think it comes back to what is the board collectively asking for. I think it needs to be a board's decision of that process, because I think that when we're being served lawsuits and whatnot, and our names are on there, and this is just dropped in our lap, I think that it comes down to, okay, it's now escalated to this all the way up to the board, and then we're also making decisions that might have affected whatever began with that situation leading up to where it is now. And so we can't, it's kind of like going backwards. And I think that the process in a Friday report, I think it more along the lines needs to be, what is the board's vision when it comes to those executive sessions and the legal matters of, when we're getting served. So kind of,
Thank you.
I feel like I was
And-
talking in
No, it's
circles.
okay. The only other thing I was going to add is making sure we're clear on, and I think from an open meeting law perspective, right? When is an executive session the most appropriate venue? And at what point also does the limits of that executive session, to what point does that extend or bottom out?
Sorry.
Can I make a clarification? Can I make a clarification? I just wanted to let you know, I want the, I didn't want you to think that I was taking that away from the board to make the decision about the executive session. I just know that the community doesn't always understand that there are, like from an HR perspective, if it involves an employee, there are investigations and so forth that need to take place, and that all of those steps need to happen before the, and all of that gathering needs to happen before the board is ever brought into that. And that we need to be respectful of that process that is in our policies, right? For the, if we have problems with employees, we need to be respectful of that process. And if we can just, I know coming in, when you and I came in, that there wasn't a, hey, if you ever hear anything about an employee, this is typically the process, and these are all the steps we have to go through. And then once we come to a conclusion, and then if A, B, or C, this is at the point we will come back to the board and give them all of the information we can, and also look to the board for a potential decision. So I didn't want you to think that I was trying to take that ability away. I just feel like the new board members, it would be good for them to have an overview of what that typically looks like, and at what point the board is brought in to make decisions. So anyway, I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, no, I didn't think that that's what you were doing at all. I just was more of trying to explain the thought process of where I was coming from, where it's not just employees. I remember reading a lot of the employee policies and how HR works, and through the steps of that, it's more of, I think, a generalization of all. So if it's past the investigation point and we're past everything else, and it's now we have lawsuit papers being served to us on a Thursday night, and we have no idea where any of the information is, and then 4 months later, there's no information brought to us of like, what was that just we got served with? Where is it at now? Are we still fighting it? How much money we're spending? Like all those factors are going through my brain of like, okay, because I also want to do my responsibility of not forgetting about that situation of what happened, because that I think is key as a board member is there something in there that then maybe needs to be, moved around? It needs to be changed. Is that something that I'm going to have to vote on? That kind of thing. So it's more of, obviously we have to go through the laws of the process and things like that, but I think it's more of how many lawsuits were served and then not really knowing, okay, well now what, right? I think that's more of the executive session of just like updating like a quarterly thing of the board in executive session. Like there's this, and this, and this you were served, this, and this, and this. And I'm trying to be careful because it's executive session, so I don't want to talk anything legal, but that's just kind of the mindset process that I was looking towards, just so you, aware. Thank you for the clarification. Yeah.
I want to speak to what you wrote down, and it does speak to this. Share information proactively to avoid surprises and ensure informed decisions making. I've sat in the audience. I've watched at home, more watched at home when I was an employee. It is blatantly obvious when the tail is wagging the dog and the board's like, what just happened? And an informal way of saying that, it makes us all look like we have egg on our face. So to be transparent and for them to count on us to come forward with information as much as we possibly can get to that every time, all the time, is going to help all of us. Building rapport, building trust, building transparency, because that's going to shine through us as a team if we're getting it behind the scenes, if that makes sense. it's blatantly obvious when the tail's wagging the dog.
I just wanted to say, sorry, I know this probably, we're spending way too much time on this.
Well, keep going,
But,
and I'll do my best to help nudge us along as
I think this is one of those
well.
examples where we need to really look not just at like operating norms, because we have operating norms and they're great, and I'm talking about upholding the org chart, but we also need to look at what our community is demanding of us. We're living in an age where oftentimes community members, through parent group, they're finding out about things before the board does, and then, oh, I know she's a friend of a friend, let me go to her. And I think, well, I don't want to speak for anyone else. What I'm saying is yes to everything we have in place, and it might be a great opportunity to look forward to say, hey, maybe even a phone call that, that says, there was a situation that's under investigation here, and we find out sometimes about those, but that way, if a parent is calling us, telling us something, we don't ever want to have to respond like, I don't know what you're talking about, or you know what I'm saying, like giving us the ability to even say, yes, I'm aware that the district is moving forward with steps or whatever, so that we can just confidently say that. Does that make sense? I think that was not very articulate.
When it's big, yeah, like when it's big issues, because I know that that's impossible to try to see what everybody's doing every single day at every school, but when it's bigger issues, I think that's a good idea. And then I don't want to forget Mr. Toby over here, because I know that all of us females up here, so he can give his input. Sorry.
You guys, like I said, you guys covered it well, but I do think that like, as far as the employee side, so that way we're not caught off guard to some type of update where teachers that are, or employees that are under investigation or going through the HR process, just who the employee is, what's the violation, and that they're either working, assigned to home, what their status is, not the details, but I think that way we're abreast in that way, so.
Okay. So let me do my very best to keep this as very brief of a recap as I can, because we have already covered quite a bit. But if I go back to where we started from the original break, which I'm glad the timing was what it was actually, we spent some time in our initial analysis of the board member ethics document and some good feedback from that, and an ultimate question of, is there an actual need for that formal of a policy as written? We're not, at this point anyway, making a decision on making a change or even a total deletion of a policy, but I also think how that connects to any policy approval or potential update. What we have to work with, at least right now, is this is the policy framework that's in place, right? So that's homework for us in terms of what are those next steps. And by the way, I didn't bring the 1,200-page manual in the boardroom here with me. CJ, thank you for illustrating it earlier. At the end of the day, right now, that is what that backbone is. So if what you're sharing with me is over time, there's a desire to review and revise an entire handbook, I will just say one thing. That's a lot of work. And it can be considered to be in alignment with what these objectives are, as well as I want to make sure, this is kind of an overriding question I'm just going to ask you to kind of reflect upon and not necessarily answer right now, is from an expectation standpoint, where do you want me spending the majority of my time? And the reason I'm saying that is, as big and complex of a system as we have, with a priority on student achievement and all of the things that are leading towards student achievement, I can tell you that's why I have to have a brilliant and really awesome team, and this is just the tip of that organizational structure that's here in this room. But it will absorb a lot of time for me personally, where I'm not going to be able to spend as much time on some of these other things if we're doing policy, everything, and I'll just have to illustrate that a little bit more for you as we dive into those pieces. Now, please know, at the end of the day, it comes back to those roles and responsibilities. So the one thing I am asking for, at least not an official vote, obviously we're not in a voting methodology, is there at least as close to consensus as we can have consensus right now, given some of the edits that we also discussed, a nod of we're in the right direction with that role and responsibility document. Is that fair? Kind of just looking for, I just want to make sure that role and responsibility document is what we are founding our efforts upon, because that really directs me and makes sure that I'm accountable to you as your sole employee. And that's really important from the perspective of any good business relationship, right? And by the way, that's the job you sign up for. So back to your earlier point, Mrs. Bowles, there's a reason I love doing what I do, right? Because I keep in mind the greater why and everything else. So that's a little bit of an aside. Yes,
I'll
ma'am.
say we're not, just to clarify, employees, we're volunteers.
Oh,
And I'm starting to see why, to be honest. But
Right,
yeah, I'm
right.
not saying that to you, I'm
Oh,
just
sure.
saying overall, it
You're
was
right.
designed that way.
You're
on
exactly
purpose.
right.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. Okay, so we are right at the food hour. Now, President Prophet, I'm going to, there was one additional section of 3.3 that the board hasn't had an opportunity to touch base on, and very intentionally, I will not be leading that discussion relative to, and it was the section of the document that was really those roles and responsibilities of your board officers, your president, and your clerk. Traditionally, in retreat mode, there is an opportunity to at least have discussion because you all have an action item as part of the first meeting of the year tonight on that issue. President Prophet, I'm going to leave it up to you how you want to have that discussion, and do you want to do it like right this second, or do you want to do it over food, or do you want to do it at whatever point? What I would only ask, just as a little bit of a marker, is 3.4, I'm going to be very, very high level. I'm going to try to keep that to about 10, 15 minutes of update on superintendent goals and the evaluation process. We don't have to deep dive any of that right now. My goal from a timing perspective was to aim for as close to 12:30 so that we can launch 3.5 with Mr. Molino, and then we have about an hour to, I'm going to say 60 to 75 minutes roughly for each of our 3 items, again, beginning with facility study, then followed by student achievement with Dr. Hernandez, and then closing up with Ms. Myers. And I think with each of those items, because we'll be in the afternoon, it's a lot, that we probably need to bucket just a little bit of buffer of break time in there as well. So with all that said, President Prophet, I'm going to turn it over to you and let you kind of figure out with your board where you want to go from here.
Well, board, what do you think? Number one, I am fine even doing this during board comment section this evening. I think all of us are aware of the roles and responsibilities of the different leadership positions within the board and their responsibilities. Last year when we did this, remember I was new and I was like, can we please do a study session before? Because I hate when we're up there and I don't want it to turn into, I would just love, and this is my request, so do with it what you will. I would just love for that. We obviously have five voted in last year. That wasn't the case. I was appointed. So we have 5 people that have been chosen by the public, and I think it's great for anyone who's interested in a leadership position to just during board comments speak to why and what they can bring to that position. Certainly, I don't think it should ever be this is why I'm better than that person, or we all would be great leaders, and so that would be my request. Do with that what you will. Does anyone have an objection to kind of leaving that time, because like you said, some of these presentations are long. We're going to want some breaks. So is that okay with everybody if we kind of make that agreement, or is there any other input with that?
I think Melissa does.
Yeah.
I can see her face. I'm fine with it.
Okay.
But yeah.
I just don't want it to turn into what it turned into last year.
Thank you.
There was, I can't remember how many different rounds of nominations and voting downs and all of that. And I think the public came away with, what in the world, they don't even know who they want to lead. And I would like to see us have some conversations before we get to the regular meeting here on maybe even coming to agreement on the leadership that we want to see within this board, because I want to protect the integrity of our board, and I think the public needs to see that we are all in agreement with who we choose as the leadership of our board, and that that it's it's done in a very professional manner and to protect the integrity. And that just didn't, I remember last year being in that, and I know that Dr. Sorensen had asked, can we have discussions on who we want? And it was discussed, let's leave that for the public. And I just think it was a wrong decision. And that's in my opinion, I would, and I think you're absolutely right. I think each and every one of us we're all here because we're leaders, right? We wouldn't be here if we weren't otherwise. And so there, in the most optimal world, it shouldn't matter who our leadership is of the board, as long as we understand and we all respect that we all have those things and interests, and we're going to work towards that shared vision. It shouldn't matter who is in that role, because we should all be working towards what each other wants as well.
Okay,
So
I want to
that's
make sure, as board president, I think in my mind, one of the most important things is ensuring that every single board member, going back to what you were saying, it has a voice and is listened and heard. So it sounds like we need to have this discussion. So why don't we go ahead and move to 3.3? Let's start. I'm not going to go over the roles and responsibilities. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows the roles and responsibilities. We'll start the way we did at the last study session last year. Is there anyone, well, I will say, last year I said, I'm new, I'm probably not the person for the job. I ended up with the job. I learned a lot. In my opinion, I think there's a lot of change happening right now, and I think continuity is going to be very important, particularly with some of the concerns that our constituents have brought up. I would be honored to serve again in a leadership role, either clerk or board president. So let's just start there. If anyone is interested in a leadership position or is not interested in a leadership position, I know I would love to hear who feels like they have the time. It is extra time away from your family, and we might not all be in the position of wanting to do that. So I am interested in either position for leadership.
Do you want to start down there? Okay.
We can go with, oh yeah, I was going to say, we should let Mr. Tooby go, because all of us women up here, yes.
So I think, although I would love to be in either one of these positions, and I feel like there's various different reasons why I would be, anyway, I've went through a fair amount of trainings and so forth for it. However, given the way that the elections went, I'm not sure that I would have the support of the board to be in the role of president or clerk. And that, again, I want it to be an individual that the entire board feels comfortable with. And so if I was to take either one of those roles, I would look to my fellow board members if they'd be willing to nominate me. But I do think it is important to maintain that continuity. Ms. Proudfit, I was very reluctant to put you in a position of leadership last year, but just because you were just new, and I felt like that was very unfair. But I will say that you have done an amazingly great job, and it was a large learning curve for you. So you did a very good job with that. I feel like even before you were on the board, Toby, that you, just the questions that you would bring forth to the board, that it was almost like you needed to be working alongside our president in that role, because you really found those additional questions to ask. And I think I'd like to see you in a leadership role on our board as well. So those are the two individuals that I feel like would be a good representation of our board. Thank you.
Just to interject, and I don't want to be next, you can be next.
Sorry, you're next.
I don't think we're supposed to say who we'd like to be on the board, because we're not in that setting, but to say if we'd like to be on the board, sorry, in a position of leadership, we could discuss if we want to be, but not recommend someone else. So I just wanted to say that. And Mr. Toby, you're next.
I believe that's up to the president.
Mr. Toby, you're next.
So I appreciate the kind words. I recognize all the work that you've done too over the years and your involvement with ASBA and doing the extracurriculars. I know that you're a very involved person, so thank you for that as well. But I don't have any desire to be president. Clerk is iffy, but obviously I'm here to serve. And if nominated, you know, we'll have to take it as it comes. But
Sorry, Mrs. Rooks, go ahead.
Yes, no, it's fine. Yes, I am interested in a leadership role, the president position. You know, I spoke about it today, the statement that I made last year, in that I've never wavered from who I said I was to constituents, to parents, to the community. They knew who I was when I walked doors, when I spoke to people. They knew what I stood for, and they knew that I would hold accountability and that I would take this responsibility. And so for me, it's the focus on what you're talking about, the students. And I think that stands character, that I haven't wavered from who I said I was and what I was going to stand for. And I think that that's important when you're looking to a leader, is that they are not going to waver, that they're going to stay true to who they are and not lose themselves in all of this. I think that's everything that you learn through. You don't lose yourself, and I have stuck true to that. And so I am interested in president. I know the responsibility of it. I know that it is a huge task, and I am willing and ready to take that on and remember who I was and stay true to that.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Are you interested in clerk? I'm just writing down who's interested in what so I can.
I am interested in president of the school board.
Okay. Mrs. Bowles?
First and foremost, being new, I would be, I guess, prideful and saying that I would like to do either one. I have leadership skills, and I know that I do, leading statewide agencies, but I don't know what I don't know, and I have no desire to be elected for either of those positions. However, I am here to serve, and I don't care who gets the credit, and if it's need to be done, I will do it. Preferably clerk instead of president, but I will do whatever is need to be done for the team.
Okay, I wanted to, oh, sorry, Melissa, do you have anything else to add?
Well, I just did it all wrong.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Okay, so this next part, I just, kind of going off what Melissa said, and this new commitment we're all having to really not drop any bombs. Is there any questions any members of the board have for any other members of the board in a respectful way about leadership, about just any questions that might be a little grittier that we want to have the opportunity to have the discussion that it deserves? I have one. Well, I'll do it. I don't care. You always have questions.
I know I have questions, but I just don't have it completely formulated yet.
Okay.
So if you would like to start,
So
or somebody
I
else
do
would
have a
like to
question.
start.
It's for Mrs. Rooks. So one of the challenges I had as president, and to be honest, like you said, I had a huge learning curve coming in. But I believe that communication in hard situations, even, best outcomes always happen with the wrestle and with really digging in and doing the work. And one thing last year, and I hope that you receive this question with the open heart that I truly am intending it. There was a fair portion of last year where you were unwilling to talk to me outside of the boardroom, and that I didn't feel like I was able to do the job as effectively as I could have because of that communication barrier. And so I wanted to get your perspective on that, because I've never been able to understand. And I do think that having, as board president or as clerk, and really in any situation, because we all are representing each other all the time, we need to make sure that everyone's represented, and that can only happen through that collaboration. And so I just wanted to ask you about that.
Well, first off, last year, so I'll just go back to the beginning of the meeting with you. I voted for you for president. Yeah. And granted, I knew that you were new, but I knew that taking a chance and giving you, I was entrusting you. And so that decision, I'm looking to Summers, stop me if I say too much. We had many conversations, actually. We met for lunch. Yep, we met for lunch. We had many conversations. They were great conversations. I introduced you to our mayor, Jason Beck. I introduced you to a lot of community members. I think the biggest thing for me was seeing some of the decisions that you made. The biggest one was moving public comment. I did not see that as a move to entrusting the community and earning my trust, because to me, the parents, the community, the teachers, the staff, those are the people that we serve. And I didn't like seeing that. That did not earn my trust in that decision making. So I think it's more of, I took a chance in trying to entrust you, and the trust was broken. So I think communication is built on trust. You brought that up a lot, Dr. Summers. And so,
so I guess what I'm asking is, if we're on the opposite sides of an issue, or we agree on this is what we want, or different roads to get there, as we all do, because I need to be confident that, we're all going to disagree on things, but I need to be confident that even if we disagree on something, being board president, like, that is not an option to not communicate, because at that point, like, you're not able to represent. So that's, I guess, what I'm asking is moving forward.
Well, I think
you do something differently. Has there been things you've learned this year, as we all have learned so much this year? I'm just trying to, like I said, we have a great board. Any one of us could be in leadership roles. I just want to know if you're committed to ongoing communication, even if you don't trust me, or even if you don't trust Mr. Toby, whatever the situation is. Like,
right.
Is that
Well, I've been, as you can see, the last 4 years when I've been serving on the board, I served as clerk when previous board member David Sandoval as president wasn't here. I made sure to run the meetings. I made sure to give every opportunity to every board member to voice their concerns, voice their questions, ran the meetings smoothly. And I think that's what you need to look at, is the communication piece is up there, because we're running a governing board meeting as president, making sure that everybody has a chance to speak. I think I even would allow them to speak before myself, because that's putting the other board members first and giving their voice versus me just speaking first. And that is the communication piece. in regards to that. Even though I did not agree with David Sandoval, I did work with him in planning the agenda with our previous superintendent. If there were questions, I would talk with him, even though I did not agree on a lot of the decisions that he made. I will say that in our conversations, I mean, there is also the chance of, we have to be careful with open meeting law. We have 5 members up here, so we have to be careful. So if there is something that you want to talk to me about, but I've already talked to somebody else, there is that chance of being careful with that. And a lot of that was also last year. We only had 4 members on the board. And I always want to make sure that I am following the law and making sure of that. And, you know, I thought we had a good breakfast a couple weeks ago. We had a really great breakfast conversation. And I was honest with you on a lot of the past couple months. So, but I have never, when I was clerk on there in absence of President Sandoval, I never stopped someone from speaking. I let everybody on that board have an opportunity to speak. And I think that's what is becoming of a president, is making sure that every board member has a chance to give a voice, to give opinion, to have their vote in that communication piece as running a board meeting.
Thank you for answering that question. Anyone else have any questions?
I know that, because I know you were talking about, you know, when there were some disagreements, and I know that even when I disagreed with you, you know, I would call you and say, I'm mad at you. Yeah, I'm mad at you, but I'd still communicate with you, right? And I appreciate you always taking the phone call. So, but I have to say that for anytime I have been in any sort of group or team, and I'm choosing a leadership, I'm choosing a leader that is representative, that I want representing our group. And I have a really hard time selecting a leader that is not going to give respect or integrity to the board and all of the board members. And I have been on the attack, or I have been on the receiving end of your attacks numerous times over decisions you didn't agree with within the board and boardroom, and then going out there, and to the point that I'm getting extra cameras at my house. I have people that I've known for a very long time, but because of the narrative that's been put out there, those individuals are calling me disgusting human beings. And so I have a really hard time of choosing a leader who's not willing to be respectful of each and every one of us and our family members. And you know, when you and I were running against each other, I expected that kind of thing during a campaign. I mean, that happens. It shouldn't, but it does, and whatever. But you know, there's a toll that some of that rhetoric took on my kids, especially my son when he was going to Liberty. There's a toll that it took on. Luckily, my daughter didn't know all of the things that were happening, because it would have increased her seizures had she known. So I had to hide that from her. So I want somebody who's in this leadership position, who's, number one, willing to talk to anyone, whether they agree or disagree. It's that open communication. It's that understanding that we all come from diverse backgrounds. Every time I come in the boardroom, I want to know what you think and what your opinions are, and I want to know how we can collaborate together. That's my mindset I come in with every single time, regardless of what has happened in the past. But I need to know that our leaders are respectful of each and every person in here, and I will not elect somebody who's going to continue to attack. And I understand that's your First Amendment right, but it's not even about the damage it does to me. It's sometimes the language becomes damaging to employees. It becomes damaging to students, students who become fearful to go to school. And I don't want to have that be representative of our board and I always believe the best in people. So I believe that you care about each and every one student and employee, and I believe that you have the best intentions. And for some reason, there's this feeling like in order to show your power, you must be aggressive with language or that type of thing. And I don't know that it's a question, but, and I will end with this. I loved being with you when we went around to the schools and with Dr. Summers and the Listen and Lead and Learn little series. And every time we'd see a teacher at a different school, and you'd be like, oh, I had you as a teacher and stuff, and the joy on their face. And I know that they want to see you rise and succeed. And it's very fitting that you're now helping to lead this district who raised you. And I just think that I want to see that all of us are doing a better job of just being kind to one another and being kind to our employees and our students. And I need to know that whoever is in the leadership role is going to be doing that. Because I have not, went out there. I try really, really hard to make sure that I am not speaking poorly of my other board members. So thank you.
So I'll just real quick, as much as I loved growing up in this district, no disrespect, they did not raise me. My mother did. She raised me and my sister as where we are now. With regards to attacks, I respectfully disagree because I was not attacking. I was making statements on decisions that were being made that I did not agree with. That's not an attack. That's stating I don't agree with the decisions that you were making. And I have every right under First Amendment to state I don't agree with your decision making. The fact of you speak of family, and during the campaign, yes, you didn't outwardly speak against any of their board members, but you discussed in a private Facebook group my own children and their information from their school. I have seen it. A lot of people have seen it. There were discussions of other parents' children in that group. And that is the one thing that I have never done. I have never talked about anybody's children. I've never brought in anybody's children on this board and discussed it privately. I've not discussed it outwardly. I've not tried to go and find out any information about your children at their school. And to me, that's a leader, because I would never do that to somebody. And for me, that was a lot to go through, to see that somebody would do that it would involve children. That personally was a lot. I had to look at, thankfully we have Mrs. Bennett at Visancia, an amazing principal, and she gained my trust. She stated she would protect my children and their information because I was violated as a parent. And I think that with regards to when we still ran these meetings and I was clerk in absence of President David Sandoval at the time, I still put that aside of what you did and allowed you to speak because that was your seat that the people elected you to. If you truly thought I wasn't a good leader, I would have been like, sorry, we're skipping over you. We're not going to allow you to speak. I'm not going to let you speak. I'm going to continue on. But I didn't. I allowed you your opportunity to speak on the issues and to have your vote. That's being a leader, putting aside what you did with my children and making sure that I am following the laws on that board when we're running these meetings and discussing these issues and giving every board member an opportunity to speak. So I know you have a button, but I wanted to make sure that I said that because I don't think you realize how hard that was to put that aside of what I saw in that Facebook group. That was hurtful. My own children couldn't understand how that could happen. You were their substitute teacher, and that was hard. That is what the trust is talking about. When I see somebody that is talking to my kids' teachers at their school to get information on them, that is hard for a parent. That's what was the discussion in the group.
No, I never did. I never did. And I want you to know that every single time because I've lived in Vistancia for a very long time, and when I would discuss kids, it's because I'm recognizing how great they are. And your kids were wonderful. And so part of what happened was the way that it was said, because it was said in a vague way, was that there was no opportunity to see that I was making a recognition of how great your kid was doing in that class. So, I've
seen the screenshots.
I know you. I know you have. I know you have.
I know, but I just want you to understand what I've seen.
I understand, and I'm telling you the way that I said it, and where my intention was, and that, you know, I've been part of Vistancia when my kids were growing up, and so I knew all the kids. I knew a lot of the kids in the neighborhood. I was part of PTO. I knew all of them. So for me to mention something about a child, it's because I've been interacting with them.
It was stated that you believe that my kids' disabilities didn't start till after COVID. You wrote that.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
You wrote that you stated that my kids' disabilities didn't start till after COVID.
I did not write that. I did not write that. The only thing I said was that your child was doing well in the class. So, but
regardless of the point is I never let it affect when I was running those meetings as president of the board and keeping the meeting running along,
and
getting
I would
through
agree.
those things.
And I would agree. And my only ask is that it also continue outside of the boardroom. But I would agree, every single time you've gotten to the boardroom when we were addressing business, you were very professional. So I'm just asking that a leader of this board also have that extend to outside of the boardroom, with the way that we respect one another. But I know
I don't want to cut
he's
you off
ready.
and
No,
interject, but I am going to
it's
cut you
okay.
guys off, just
It's
because
okay.
I do think it's important to recognize that as a parent advocate in this district the last 4 years, like, I know that there's been injuries on all sides. And also as a protector, like, getting extra cameras at your house and not feeling safe is a terrible feeling. You know, I've gotten cameras at my house too. There's a discomfort with that, and I think that speaks to the trust aspect. But we're gonna have to figure out a way to repair from this moving forward, because what's in the past is in the past. It still hurts. And, you know, sorry for both of you guys that there's that hurt there. But for the level of governance that we have to lead and lead with excellence, like, we do need to, whoever becomes president or clerk, and I would expect anybody to carry out that level of professionalism, and I don't have any doubt that any of us will. But sounds like you guys are due a breakfast. But that's all I'm going to say on that.
Do you have any questions, Mrs. Bowles? Did you have any questions?
I don't have any questions, but I do want to say, being of counselor background and my God in heaven, how many times we hear narcissists in our society is nauseating. But sometimes we just have to say, sorry you felt that way. And I'm not saying that to either of you in particularly, but taking a road of excellence sometimes is saying, I'm sorry you feel that way. That doesn't take away from how I'm feeling. And I know that we know that, but we have to lead that way. And
it doesn't mean that you agree.
Right. I have blood, sweat, and tears legit walked with Heather door to door. And I mean, I've gotten to know her, I think, more that way than any, and Jeff for that matter, but more that way than any other way. And integrity is very high. And sat in the boardroom. And I'm not saying that it's not for you. I don't know you, and you did invite me to breakfast, and I'm sorry that I did not get a chance to do that. We had an accident in our family, and then I had to go out of state. But anyway, just taking the higher road. We've got to take the higher road. And I'm glad we are having this conversation because I did not realize that was still, if you do remember last year, that's where it began. So just keep that in mind and just leading with excellence. And I think both of you have done that since then, but I'm confident that, behind the scenes, I've worked with Heather, and yeah, we in 150 degrees sweating, and that's all.
I have a question that I would like everyone to answer, if that's okay, or if you don't want to answer, please feel free to decline. So I'll start. One of the things that I talked about was in leadership, what I look for in leaders, excellence. Obviously, we've covered a lot of great leadership qualities, but in my executive leadership experience in this boardroom, in other boardrooms, in business, one of the things that I have seen as being a real characteristic of a leader is someone who understands their blind spots and also where they need to work on. And so I have a question to all of you. Again, please feel free to not answer if you're not comfortable answering. I just want to know, what is an area that you are currently working on improving? And I'll start. I'll go back to, I think, what was my biggest damage that happened last year was in the social worker vote. And what I'm talking about was not the way that I voted. What I'm talking about is my failure to bring forth concerns in a more public way to allow more discussion. And I spoke to this from the dais, but the unintentional consequence of that failure was that it caused a lot of chaos administratively, but then it also caused chaos in human beings' lives. And as a leader, that was an area that I failed in how I brought that issue forward. And so one thing I'm continually working on in relationship with board members, relationship with Dr. Summers, is ensuring kind of what we've all said is, no surprises, making sure that those hard conversations or things I maybe have said to someone behind a closed door meeting, that I'm also willing to respectfully say that also in public, and not let, it's not that I'm shying away from hard conversations, but not let my desire to not cause harm in the district overshadow the need for the public to see us digging into hard conversations. So that is something I think as a leader I'm going to continue to work on and am currently working on. Does anyone want to answer? Mr. Toby?
I'll go. I'm sorry, I jumped in front of you. So I'm working on remembering people's names. I'm really terrible at that. Okay. So I know, of course, I know all of your names. And one of the things that I didn't do, and it was pointed out to me actually by somebody who was a former board member, is that when I came onto this board, I have not worked on my relationship with Mrs. Rooks. I worked on, I think Mr. Sorensen and Dr. Sorensen, he never had any bandwidth to even be able to meet, but I certainly worked on my relationship with all others, and I think Ms. Bowles and Mr. Toby are correct, is that I think it would be, our board would function better if we had a better relationship. So I can say that's something that I haven't worked on, but I think it would be I think it'd be good, and over the 2 years, I've seen that there's a lot of things that I'm very passionate, interested in making sure the district does that I think are very well shared by Ms. Rooks as well. As far as, I think the other thing that's changed for me is that when I first started with Dr. Reynolds, I don't know if he ever said this to you, is he always would say, your power is in your vote. And so in that way, he was trying to almost, in some ways, discourage as much conversation that we have around each one of our votes. But because of the way that this group, because of the open meeting law, and we don't really have that opportunity to develop those great group skills, I actually feel like that did more to make us more distance from each other, because we were not discussing what was the justification for our vote, and at least I wasn't initially, and it took some time before I decided that it was really necessary for people in the community and for my other fellow board members who didn't know me as well, why I was voting the way that I was voting. So I think that was something that I learned, and I don't know if Dr. Reynolds ever said that to you as well. So maybe he just knew I was wordy, so maybe that was it. So.
Does anyone want to go next?
I guess I would say I'm developing and learning to trust our new superintendent, Dr. Summers. Because from 4 years ago, where I was with being a mom and advocating and standing up for my child, and then learning about helping other parents and standing up for their kids, my trust had been broken as a parent and then as a board member. So I am learning to work with him and look towards trusting him.
Mr. Toby?
I
Mrs.
wanted to
Bowles?
joke and say, I don't have anything. I have nothing. But I will say this, there's a saying, and I actually saw it on Just Cup, and I forgot about that saying. Do something today that your future self will thank you for. But I don't have any. I'm tuning it out.
So obviously brand new to the board aspect here, but as a leader in policing and going through a lot of leadership courses and whatnot, and having led a multitude of teams, I've been often told that sometimes I have a humor about me that comes across in the wrong way. And so I've been more intentional about trying to be more direct, because my highest scores in every class, every analyst that I've done is steadfastness and people. And sometimes police work is serious business. Obviously, this is serious business. And I'm just not, I need to have enjoyment. And so sometimes I try to interject, and it doesn't always come across the way that it needs to. So forewarning everybody in the room. And for the record, Dr. Summers, you are still 0 for 4 on the movie quotes, as we talked on break, and there will be a pop quiz later. But no, that's what I'm working on.
Is there anything in this conversation, any information, any questions, anything else any board member needs to hear from another board member before they feel ready to cast a vote or make a decision? No? You good? Can't see Mrs.
Can I
Eunice
just
face.
get a summary of who ended up being interested in all the different positions?
Okay, so I wrote it down. I am interested in president and clerk. Heather is interested in president and would be willing to do clerk as well. Is that accurate? President. Just president? Yeah. Okay, so Heather is interested in just president. Melissa, you are willing to do whatever at the will of the board, and same thing for Mrs. Bowles and Mr. Toby. Is that accurate? Not putting yourself forward, but you're basically what I said last year. You're willing to do anything at the will of the board to serve as needed.
Yeah, no, yeah, not president though. Thank you.
Not president. Okay. Are you absolutely, okay. Yeah. Okay. All right, so then Mr. Toby and Mrs. Bowles would be willing to do clerk, but are not really super thrilled about that prospect. I would love to be president. I'm also willing to be clerk. Mrs. Rooks would love to be president. Mrs. Ewing is willing to serve in any capacity. Is that accurate? Does everyone feel good about that? If we may, Mrs. Bowles, can I just ask you to end? I think that quote you shared from Ronald Reagan is like the perfect summation of this conversation. I'll give you 1 second just to get it pulled up
I think
again.
it's up on the whiteboard too. I think
Oh,
Dr. Summers wrote it down.
I was gonna say, you have your glasses on, I can't see
I
that
can't,
far.
yeah, I can see far
This is the
away.
paraphrased version.
Okay,
Oh,
I
okay.
want the real version.
We'll get that. We'll figure it out.
Okay. Because I really think that that gets to the heart of what we're really saying. And let's just, as a human being, as a mom in the district, as a community advocate, as we all are, I just pray that all of us are able to have open hearts for each other. And I think it goes a long way to just assume the best intentions, to be able to leave room for working relationships when inevitably really hard things come up. And we're dealing with kids. Talk about the most emotional, most important thing on this earth. It elicits very emotional responses, and that is a challenge. So would you just end us in this section with that quote?
I will. There is no limit to what a man can do and where he can go if he doesn't mind who gets the credit. And that was said by Ronald Reagan.
Amen. Okay. We'll turn the time.
At the
sorry.
risk of piggybacking, because I'm not trying at all, that's a great mic drop. And I'm not going to drop my mic, by the way. But I just wanted to do a quick logistical piece in terms of where we are. What I'd like to suggest is we're still relatively close to on time. What I would offer is if we take a solid 20 minutes to get fuel, take care of whatever needs we have, aim to get started no later than, because I'm adding the 5, and Danielle's checking on me right now. Okay. Aim to get started by 12:45. I'm going to do a 5-minute, actually, I'm going to even try to do a 3-minute or less summary of superintendent goals, because my goal will be to have Mr. Molino kick us off as close to 12:45 as possible, because we have a long road still ahead. So with that, I invite you all to please grab lunch and take care of your
I just
needs.
want to remind board members, we are fine to talk in this room. We're not going to be talking about any upcoming vote that is happening, but we can totally eat lunch together and chat and talk and
Is lunch going to be streamed, or can we just eat from private?
preferably streamed.
Only with a bib.
So don't stuff face, that's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
President Profit, we are ready for you to introduce 3-4 if you'd like, or I can just jump right in.
I think it'd be great if you would just jump right in, Dr.
Well,
Summers. I'm going to
let's-
turn the time over to you.
Thank you.
Section
I appreciate
3.4,
that.
we're going to talk about superintendent goals, updates, and evaluation process, a continuation of our conversation from our June, if I'm not mistaken, our June study session.
Actually, it began in June, and it was approved in August, and here we are, middle of the school year. So I will let you know that, and thank you, by the way, hopefully you all had a great lunch. I thought that was fantastic. So we are ready to dive into the second part of our study items over the course of this afternoon. As I mentioned earlier, we have 3 deep dive presentations that I don't want to stand in the way of any longer than I should. So with the board's permission, I am going to keep this super abbreviated for the moment, because what you have in front of you are a copy of the mid-year update of those superintendent goals. And what I just want to briefly highlight is that we will be spending time today zooming in on Goal 1A, our improvement of student academic achievement outcomes. So that will be our 3.6 item led by Dr. Hernandez. We will be spending time on Goal 6, practicing fiscal stewardship and long-range facility planning. So that will be a 2-item presentation, beginning with 3.5 here in just a moment, on facility utilization and long-range planning. And then we'll wrap everything up, as I mentioned earlier, with budget development considerations and financial update led by Michelle Myers. What I at least want to share at a high level here is that this document includes some sub-bullet updates relative to each of the other goals. I just don't know that we want to spend a ton of time on any of those right now, unless there were any really pressing questions that I could spend a quick moment answering. But before I open the floor to that, the other thing I wanted to draw your attention to, and we'll have some time to process this as well in between now and March, will be a target mid-year formative assessment or evaluation update. So we'll spend some time in executive session working through both the goals and the update, as well as the current application of where that sits relative to the superintendent's evaluation. That mid-year mark, which it's middle of the beginning of this new year, if you will then lead to an end-of-year summative evaluation that is due in June. So I'll work through those steps with each of you at an individual, and then how that comes together at a collective level. But I am open to any questions that you may have on this. Other than that, I was hoping that we would be able to just get started with 3.5. So I'll open the floor to that, President Profit. And if there's nothing, then we'll just zoom ahead to Mr. Molino. So with that, President Profit, I'm hearing a little bit of pause.
Anybody?
Oh, just, I highlighted it real quick, sorry, I missed that, we were moving that fast too. Okay, the school safety, the new volunteer management system, emergency notification system are being implemented. Is that, so we're getting rid of the old one, we have a new one coming in, do you expect, when will it be like taken off? Is it a little bit more easier than the previous one?
Mr. Merlino?
Oh, cool.
President Profit, Mrs. Rooks, for the volunteer management system, it is the first time we've had an actual application for volunteer management. So that will be going live, I believe, around February 1st. And that'll be a totally new process and application. We will not be doing any more fingerprinting, for example.
Okay.
I just want to make sure the implementation of that February, just because I know certain campuses have outdoor ed coming up, the current clearances are still good through the end of the, so we're not making everyone recertified. The only reason I'm asking is I know there's one for Peoria Traditional that's, I want to say that within the first 10 days of February. Okay.
Everything that has been fingerprinted, everybody is cleared, and all active volunteers are good for the remainder of this fiscal year, Mr. Snow.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
And actually, one more update that I neglected to mention that's adjacent to the goals, but kind of bigger picture. And Mrs. Rooks, I know this has been a request that you and I had some conversation about. We are working diligently on a spreadsheet that will have an update to all of the previous future agenda meeting items. So I intended on looping that into this particular item today. We need just a few more days to really tighten that up and make sure that it's completely comprehensive, and we will produce that in an upcoming Friday report.
I appreciate that. Thank you for remembering. And, I just want to make sure, because we have had a long year. So I just want to make sure anything that was never covered, that it's.
And just one additional note, we will add that spreadsheet to that particular agenda item as it becomes updated.
Okay.
So that we can have that running record. And it'll be just for ease of reference and accuracy in terms of what was the item and who took the lead and what was the outcome, et cetera. So that'll be our new process as we're moving and marching forward.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sure.
And one other quick question in reference to the notification system. Could you remind me the vendor that we chose for the emergency notification system and how soon it's going to be implemented?
Mr. Molino?
President Proudfit, Mr. Tobey, what was the second part of your question, sir?
Timeline as far as implementing.
The emergency notification system that was purchased was RAVE, panic button. A lot of the technology integration down from the RAVE cloud to our intercoms and the setup all the way through and to our phone system is configured. We are now in the final stages along with geofencing for all our school sites. We are at the process of integrating staff cell phone numbers similar to Parent Square so that then staff have the option to opt in to that notification.
So with that, President Proudfit, I believe we are ready to move forward with 3.5 if the board is ready as well.
Board, you ready? Yes, Mr. Molino, we're going to turn the time over to you. We're going to be discussing our long-range facilities master planning and site utilization. I'm so excited to turn the time over to you.
President Proudfit, members of the Governing Board, Cabinet, and guests, tonight we'll be providing the board with information on the Facilities Master Planning Program. This is part of the board-approved strategic plan. Is there feedback on this side? Terry, is that one better? President Proudfit, this is part of the board-approved strategic plan, and it has an impact on all four perspectives of the plan. And more importantly, it has an impact on every single school and community within our district. It is also part of Goal 6 of the superintendent's goal, optimize the district resources and facility utilization through effective fiscal stewardship and planning. Today's work and your direction has the potential to change the landscape of our district for the next decade or longer with long-term facility planning. Today's objective is to provide the governing board with information for the board to be able to give administration the directive to proceed with 1, formalizing a proposal for potential school closures and facility and programming modifications, and 2, formalizing a proposal for potential attendance boundary changes for our schools. These two items go hand in hand, and one should not happen without the other. Today, we'll be keeping things at a very high level. For example, we'll talk about national, state, and local trends, and we're going to start about 30,000 feet high at the national level, come down to Arizona, and stay at about the district 10,000 foot level. We're not going to go down to the details and mentioning school names, and that is by design. The reason being, we don't want to have a negative impact on schools by mentioning them today if the board decides that it is not the time to pursue this in a future action item later today. As we go through this process, we'll lead with what's best for students, then follow with fiscal responsibility. Before we continue, I'll pause and ask if there are any questions regarding today's objective. As you can see on the agenda, we're starting at the national level, working our way down to the state, then local, and ending at the district level. We will cover items such as enrollment projections, staffing, prior work performed by the district, and ending with possible solutions and next steps if the board gives us direction. In this image, you can see a downward trend in percent change of public school enrollment at the national level, as prepared by the U.S. Department of Education from the fall of 2019 to the fall of 2023, with Arizona having about a 3% decrease during that time period. Here you can see the fall of 2022 to fall of 2023, also reported by the U.S. Department of Education, with most of the country, about 39 states if I counted them right, showing a decline in enrollment. This table with data provided by the National Center for Education Statistics shows the number of public and charter schools that closed between 2010 and 2022. School closures are impactful to the community, but also if we do not adapt to our changing environment, we are not being good stewards of the resources that our community trusts us with. In this image, you can see data provided by the Arizona Department of Education that shows that public school enrollment in Arizona peaked in 2019, with a steady decline since then. Here you can see data also by ADE that shows that the decline in enrollment has been driven by younger grade levels. This correlates with data that shows that the nation and state have a decreasing birth rate. Here you can see that our peer districts in the Valley have also experienced a decline in enrollment from 2018 to 2023. In this slide shows the most recent publicly available information for Valley school districts that have closed or are considering closing schools. The normally cited reasons for closing schools coincides with the national and state data of declining enrollment, lower birth rates, and an increase in alternative providers. I'm going to pause right here and ask any questions, if the board has any questions regarding the national or state data.
Just a question on the, I know that the Department of Education projects a declining in enrollment and cites lower birth rates. I would say maybe we should also look at some outside models outside the Department of Education, because I know recently the ACJC, the Arizona Criminal Justice Corporation or Commission, is anticipating a 5 to 7 million person growth in Arizona, and they're trying to combat how do we grow with the growth population financially as well as in the criminal justice system. So maybe we can incorporate more data points to accurately project our future moving forward.
Thank you, sir. Will do. Over the past several years, we have contracted Applied Economics to perform our enrollment and demographic data analysis. Applied Economics has consistently used our 40th day enrollment numbers as our baseline. The scope and process that Applied Economics follows consists of them looking at over 10 different data sets, and some of these include geographic distribution, alternative providers, these are schools of choice for parents such as charter and private schools, population, birth rates, household and housing data, and different aspects of the economy and the housing market. We will concentrate on the 4 main areas that you see listed. I'm going to go ahead and provide you a summary of what you will be seeing in the next few slides. Our enrollment keeps shifting from the southern and central regions to the northern areas, and our overall enrollment is decreasing at a steady rate, and our service rate to our school-age population is decreasing, with the percentage of students that choose other alternative providers increasing. Applied Economics starts their analysis by analyzing over 400 smaller grid areas, and then they use the data per grid to build the overall projections for the school district. We continue to view our district as 4 major areas, and you'll hear me reference them. We'll start off at Area 1, which is located south of Grand, and you see it there in blue in the bottom left. Area 2 between Grand Avenue and Bell Road in red. Area 3 north of Bell Road and south of the 303 in green. And then Area 4 is north of the 303 in purple. This slide shows 25 years worth of enrollment numbers on the 40th day. You can see that we peaked in 2007-2008 school year, then had several years of decline after the recession with slow growth in the years leading up to the pandemic. Then after that, a steady decline. I'll go ahead and say that the first time that I heard in this school district a conversation about school closures was 2005. It's been 20 years. And as you look at that data, in 2005, we hadn't even hit our peak of 38,000 students. But there was a need at that point to start considering, to look at balancing enrollment through other ways other than attendance boundary changes. This map shows our student density, and it's a great picture of the 4 distinct areas of the district. We have about 4,600 students from outside our district that choose us, but that number has also steadily been on the decline. Within our boundaries, and including a 1-mile area outside of our boundaries, we have 23 charter schools with approximately 10,300 students and 10 private schools with an additional 2,600 students. Our over 65 population keeps increasing, while our 13 and under student population continues to decrease, along with the birth rate continuing to decrease. Area 1 and 2, so south of Bell, continues to have infill development projects with mostly multifamily projects, while areas 3 and 4, north of Bell, continue to have large single-family developments. Enrollment projections of school-aged children for the next 10 years shows a growth of about 4,100 students, but the data also shows that district enrollment will decrease by at least 900. Our service rate for school-aged population will continue to steadily decline. So if you look at that top line, the 2010-11 school year, our service capture rate within our boundaries was about 83%. A lot of our peers, going back for the last decade, have already been in the high 60s, low 70s. But what's happened over the last decade is our capture rate has been steadily been declining. In September of 2019, the district contracted the ADM group and Think Smart Planning to conduct 2 assessments, one of them being a capacity and utilization study which analyzed student enrollment capacity and utilization. This was completed in February of 2020. Capacity refers to the number of students a school may reasonably accommodate under normal use. Utilization refers to how a building is currently being used, whether the current enrollment is under, low, nearing capacity, or highly utilized. This table shows 4 years of historical data with 9 years of projected data for areas 1 and 2 elementary schools. And this stays constant with the past studies. In this table, you can see areas 3 and 4, and it also has stayed constant. And our high school data, also constant. In summary, areas 1 and 2 continue to see declining enrollment, while area 4 will continue to see growth. This growth may be offset by increases in alternative providers, lower birth rates, and aging population. But also with that being where families are moving to, you have that increase, but our capture rate of those families is decreasing. The governing board approved the award of Lake Pleasant's classroom building expansion, and it has an estimated completion date of summer of 2025. The governing board also approved the issuance of requests for qualifications for a multi-phase expansion at Liberty High School. An architectural firm has been hired, and the next step is for the governing board to approve the award of the RFQ to a general contractor. This RFQ is currently being evaluated by the purchasing department, so we cannot go into details of it. But the expectation is that the award of that RFQ will go to the board for discussion and action item and consideration to award it. The district owns 3 elementary parcels that were donated through developer assistance agreements. The Meadows and Mystic have reversion clauses. Rancho Cabrillo does not have a reversion clause. So we're going to switch over to talk a little bit about staffing. And this is very high level. We're not going to go into details. But we all know that there's a national certified teacher shortage. And this table from the U.S. Department of Education shows that data. And this was for the 2022-2023 school year. Arizona School Personnel Administrators Association shows the Arizona teacher positions that were unfilled in September of 2024. We have been impacted by the same teacher shortage, at least certified teacher shortage. This year, we had approximately 100 unfilled teaching positions on the first day of school. Most of these were covered with extra duty sections and long-term substitutes. We also continue to have staff shortages in areas such as bus drivers, instructional assistants, and food services employees. Business services, human resources, and the trades, such as plumbers, electricians, and mechanics, have also had difficulty filling positions and competing in today's job market. I'll pause and ask if there's any questions regarding the data that we just covered. We'll always have an opportunity at the end.
Sorry,
Yep. Mrs. Roach?
trying to ask, think of my question before I then see if I wanted to ask it. I know you mentioned we had unfilled positions first day of school for teachers. I think you said around 100, is that right? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know how many for the bus drivers by chance, or no? Approximately.
I'm thinking back.
Or not even
And we'll talk about transportation in a little
Okay.
bit. But for the bus drivers, we opened the year with about 101 routes.
Okay.
We had right over around that number or higher, along with about 7 to 9 substitute drivers. But since then, we've had several, and by several, I mean more than 5 go out on FMLA. We've had some resignations. In that number, we've been able to decrease our bus routes to 99. But we still have drivers out on FMLA. We do have office staff and mechanics driving to be able to cover those 99 active routes. And those 99 include both special education and regular education routes.
Okay. Thank you.
From 2019 to 2022, the district analyzed over 13 data sets and trends. Some of the key ones were, as we mentioned already, analyzing the declining enrollment in the southeast region of the district, our forecasted enrollment for the next 10 years, our school capacity utilization regarding the number of empty seats that we have, and analyzing our operational costs, which for low utilization schools have a high per student cost. So if you think about a school, just like any facility, has fixed costs. The lower the amount of students at that school, when you divide that out, that per student cost is higher. In September of 2019, the district contracted the ADM group and Think Smart Planning to conduct 2 assessments. I already mentioned these. The main one during that time was the capacity and utilization study from Think Smart Planning. Based on the 2 assessments at that time, the superintendent called for a facility utilization master plan committee to further analyze and address the findings. This happened around January of 2020. Even through the pandemic, the facility master plan committee was formed and continued to meet. since this was a critical decision for the district. By the end of fiscal year 2021, the committee brought forward a recommendation to the superintendent. The Facilities Master Planning Committee presented the superintendent's recommendation to the governing board in August of 2021. At the direction of the superintendent, the school repurposing team was formed to explore options available for if a school was closed and the buildings were to be repurposed, what would that look like? The team met during the spring of 2022, and a recommendation was made to the superintendent. To summarize the process that the district took from 2019 to 2022, we can place into three distinct phases. Phase one is where we collected and analyzed the data. The Facility Master Planning Committee met and gave recommendation. And that committee, I wasn't here at the time, but if I recall from looking at the names, consisted of staff, teachers, and community members and parents. Phase two, the school repurposing team was formed and a recommendation was made. And that team also consisted of staff, teachers, and parents. Phase three is where we ended in August of 2022 when we were directed to pause and not move forward at that time. You can see listed all the times that information was presented to the governing board, with a stopping or pausing point of being August 18th of 2022. The process for making changes to school attendance boundaries is guided by Governing Board Policy JC, School Attendance Areas, and Arizona Revised Statute 15-341. When considering changes to boundaries, a deep analysis must be made of multiple factors and the reason for the proposed changes to be evaluated. The data we have presented so far is the starting point, and if the board gives us direction to move forward with a deep analysis, we will be going down to not just the school level, but very similar to those 400 small grid points that Applied Economics uses, down to the street and house level. When you talk about attendance boundaries, it's not just about enrollment or building capacities and projections. It's other things that take a lot more thought and that we have to be careful about. And those are some examples. How does a student get to school safely? Do they walk or do they ride a bus? Do they have to cross a road that needs an additional crossing guard? And if that's a factor, what are the chances that we can hire a crossing guard in today's market? And then how do we maximize our staffing resources? What will the class sizes be? And what will the student experience be, and what opportunities do we have to improve it by attendance boundaries and not impact it? So it's all about student focus. That's the key thing, is to lead with what is right for the student. And these are just some of the questions that we'll have to process. Changes to attendance boundaries should be long-term, and we should strive to not impact a student, family, or community multiple times within a few years. One of the key areas impacted by attendance boundaries is changes to transportation. And in return, the capacity of our transportation department could limit our options as to what boundaries we can change, or it could provide us with other opportunities. Multiple factors impact the level and quality of the transportation services that a district can provide. And there's three main legs to that stool, if we use that analogy for a transportation department, those services. It's one of them, how many buses and drivers do we have? Second, how many students you can transport on a bus? And then third, how much time do you have to transport them? Items that will have to be considered as part of attendance boundary changes if the governing board gives us direction to move forward are items such as Governing Board Policy EEAA, walkers and riders. This policy covers the distances students walk versus whether they qualify for transportation services. The travel distances and the time that students spend on a bus, and then we also already have a 3-tier transport route and run system. So what that means, we have high schools at 7:20 a.m., then an 8 o'clock school, and then an 8:40 school. That gives us 40 minutes to do 3 runs, each run 40 minutes. But with the decreased amount of drivers over the last few years, increased traffic in the valley and increased distance up north, 40 minutes is barely making it. We really need 55. So as part of this process, if we can't increase the drivers or decrease the amount of students bused, we may have to look the start times if we want to run an efficient transportation system. With the shortage of CDL drivers throughout the nation and the competition for CDL drivers, to increase our driver count, we will have to consider increasing our wages to be competitive in the market to attract and retain drivers. The other option, which some districts throughout the valley have started to do, is change policy EEAA and increase the walking distance for students. So that's one of the things to consider as part of this process. Looking at that board policy, Mrs. Profit.
I know we're not going deep dive into this. Off the top of your head, what is the walking distance currently?
1 mile.
1 mile, okay.
1 mile for elementary schools, and I believe 1.5 miles for high school. But we also have in board policy EEAA wording, which is different than some of our neighboring districts. And let me find the exact line. It'd be paragraph B, students living within a 1 mile radius of the school where hazardous or difficult routes exist and where other arrangements cannot be provided. So by default, we bus if there is a major road. Unlike Deer Valley, for example, that they place crossing guards along Deer Valley Road, 67th Avenue, 75th Avenue. If our students have to cross any of those major roads, we bus. But then as we factor that in, we have to see which one is safer, can we get crossing guards, and can the schools keep them staffed?
Sorry, President Profit. Policy EEAA, is there a statute that goes with it? Because I just don't have that policy in front of me. So
It lists 3 statutes, Mrs. Brooks. Actually,
where at? Which page?
it lists 7 statutes on it.
7, so there's 7 of them,
7.
and we don't have it in here. Okay, I just want to make sure. Sorry. Thank you.
Another fact, no, Ms. Profit? Okay. Another factor which impacts fuel costs and driving time is the location of the bus yard. Even though it's off the 101 and makes it easier from when it used to be at the Choi Annex, as our growth keeps going north, it's that drive time up there. So throughout this process, if the board gives us direction to move forward, one of the things that we would be looking at as part of that, the full comprehensive proposal, what it would look like to have some sort of north transportation facility to store the buses, to cut down on drive time. As we consider long-range changes to our boundaries and schools, changes to our transportation services must be incorporated in the solution. Mrs. Rooks?
Yes, sorry. Dr. Summers sees me. I'm like, I want to erupt. The possible bus allocate, like another location, do you have an idea of where that could be, I guess, since it's so far, Lake Pleasant is like all the way over there?
In the last 2 to 3 years through Mr. Moss's office, we have had multiple conversations with land developers up north. They did propose 1 or 2, I think there was really just 1 location that by zoning we would be able to purchase that land. But that's one of the things that we would have to re-engage them since it's been about 2 years since we had that conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Have we asked, I mean, I'm just kind of shooting from the hip, have we talked to the city about Amcor being part of that with the investment they're making in our city in that area, and it already being kind of that same way?
So we have had preliminary conversations, just very general and conceptual with the city of Peoria, nothing that is official or material, but it's an ongoing conversation.
I like that you asked that because I know that that's been, yeah, state land, all of that, yeah.
Sorry, we're moving on. I do have one more question. Our bus routes are, okay, my kids have never ridden the bus even when we've been in Boundary, so I'm genuinely asking, I don't know. When a child is assigned a bus route, do we have some kind of acceptance process to say, yes, I am going to be a bus rider, no, I am not? Because I know some of them are like, oh, I can hop on the bus when I want to. I know a few of my kids' friends have had that situation. Have we ever kind of demanded an answer of you either are or are not a bus rider? Because that might drastically change if we have buses that are half full on the routes.
No, great question, President Proudfit. Last year, through the new leadership within the Transportation Department, we started requiring parents to sign up for ridership. Before that, we always automatically, going back decades, if they qualified for it, we assigned them a bus. What we started doing last year is looking at ridership. Optimally, to use an analogy for the airlines, we would love all regular education buses to always be running 80 to 90% capacity. What's happening as parents say, oh, yep, you qualify for ridership, I'm going to sign up, but then they never ride. Or they might just ride once a month. But yet we've assigned a seat to them. So those are things, we're looking at that data, and that's one of the things that in working with the Transportation Department that we also want to track is ridership down to the student level on a daily basis. So then we can have that data of who's actually riding and what can we count on.
And I remember sitting on the site council at Sunset Heights a few years back. They were doing identification cards for each of the students that was visible, especially for some of those little guys, and they were having to scan into the bus. Is that something that we're still doing? I know it was implemented there for a time, but that might be a great way to track it. If they have to scan in and out, you have a record, and it would probably be, you know, fairly easy to track that way.
That is one of the things that we have the cards. Our buses now have the technology in them for that. It is now a matter of most of our K-8s, and Mr. Nuttall, please correct me if I'm wrong, we do not issue student badges to K-8. High schools, they all have badges. So it would be changing our own SOP, getting down badges to K-8, and then part of that is then teaching them the responsibility of carrying their badge and having it on them when they're going on the bus, but that is something that they can learn and adjust.
I remember that conversation being in regards to, you know, those sweet little kindergartners that their backpacks are halfway down their legs. Sometimes they were having trouble, and we would have a child get on the wrong bus, and that was kind of playing into the safety to make sure that everyone's accounted for. So that might be something to consider. That sounds like that might be a good, timely.
Through that system, that is also one of the benefits.
Yeah.
Knowing whether, especially on the first day of school,
Right.
you know, one thing that we know happens almost every year, but we try not to, is a kindergartner either gets on the wrong bus, and that's easier for the staff to control, but if they get off at the wrong stop, knowing where they got on, where they got off, and who was on that bus.
Sorry, again, President Profit. Mr. Molino, do you know, I guess I have two questions, so I'll go to the first one. You talked about the bus routes being brought down to 99. Are there triple bus routes? Like, is a bus having to do triple stops off at schools? Like, just, is it kind of becoming where the kids aren't getting to school on
So
time?
by 99, if every employee is not sick, out on FMLA, or calls off for the day, we have enough drivers to cover that. But has happened on at least one Friday this year, we had about 19 on a Friday call out sick. So at that point, we did have to double or triple run, and some of the students got to school late simply because a bus had to pick up a run. And usually the high school, since they're the first one at 7:20 a.m., we have time before that and they will run late. But the ones that are impacted the most is the 8:40 school. Because if they're running late, if they're running 5 minutes late for the high school, 10, 15 minutes late for the 8 o'clock school, by the time that 8:40 school, that's usually the one with the most impact. And that's where only having 40 minutes with the amount of drivers that we have is not enough in today's world. When we used to have 130 active drivers, plus substitute drivers, 40 minutes with less traffic 15, 20 years ago worked. Now that there's more traffic, less drivers, 40 minutes is barely making it.
Okay.
Mr. Molina, I have a quick question. It's a little bit in the weeds, but we're there, so I'm going to ask it. How often would you say buses are arriving to schools late right now, off the top of your head? Is it 3-4 times a week? Is it once a month?
I don't have the answer to that question. I'd have to get data from Mr. Sims, and we can
Okay.
put that in a future Friday report.
Okay, thank you.
I guess with regards to, I know you brought up the city, has there been any discussions with the city or even the possibility of discussing with them? I guess partnering with that, when things like that happen, when we have 19 call in, is there anything that we could work with the city on buses that they might have? I know that there was recycled buses, I believe, through the city, so I just didn't know if there's any type of partnership that could
Mrs.
happen.
Rooks, it's not having the buses, it's the drivers, and usually we
Okay.
provide the drivers for the city.
Oh, okay then, thank you.
If we proceed with coming back with a
That's our most impactful thing. When we're talking about boundary shifts, particularly in the north, I think there's been a tendency to shift south, and we will continue to lose to other opportunities educationally that are available, because I think, gosh, every parent wants their kid to go to school in their neighborhood. And so I just want to put that out there, that I really want to make sure that we're being mindful of that and ensuring that we are innovating and providing solutions that are hopefully keeping kids as close to their neighborhood as they possibly can be while addressing all of these. I know it's an impossible task, but I just wanted to put that out there.
And we'll also be looking at boundary changes for high schools. Changes to school attendance boundaries have the ability to create positive opportunities to accommodate both for enrollment growth and decline. Balance enrollment, class sizes, provide opportunities for all staff to be reassigned to fill vacancies, helping alleviate some of the staffing challenges, and averaging out the per pupil expenditure and facility utilization, ensuring we are good stewards of the resources. Throughout this process, we can also open new opportunities to increase services and the experiences for specialized programs and extracurricular activities. So if you think about a small school, what does that after-school athletic programs look for those smaller schools when they barely have enough students to fill a team? So those are changes that can be positive towards those extracurricular activities at those schools. Today, we have covered our declining enrollment along with population growth in certain areas, the financial and operational efficiencies that are possible with staffing and facility utilization, along with opportunities to improve services that we provide. If the governing board gives us a direction to move forward, the proposed solutions that we'll come back with will include all the listed items. One of them alone will not solve or prepare us for the future. It will take a comprehensive change with multiple solutions over multiple phases and years to implement. This will be a lot of work. It will be emotional for some, both staff, community, and students, but the overall benefit to do what is right for our students and communities will be worth the hard work and the hard decisions that we'll have in front of us. Closing schools, changing attendance boundaries, repurposing school buildings, relocating some schools or programs, converting some schools, adding new buildings, and building and opening new schools, along with leasing some of our facilities to other entities and create new partnerships. These are all things that will be considered. If part of the proposal includes selling land, that process would need voter approval.
I have a solution that I have been thinking about for a long time, just from a business perspective, and I don't know if it's been considered, so I'd like to bring it up. But nobody make eye contact with me because it's probably not going to be a popular idea. The property that we have currently that we own that would be the easiest to sell and the most marketable is this building. Have we considered selling this building and relocating district headquarters to another building within our district? Just being that there are a lot of complications and red tape to go through in selling schools and leasing and all of that, but this building right here is a very marketable building. Has that been considered?
President Proudfit, and I'll look at people who have been around here longer than I have. I don't think I have ever heard that considered, but that is definitely something that if we're giving direction to move forward. Ms. Myers?
Thank you, Mr. Molino. For someone who can remember back many years, there has been conversation in the past, not formally where there was a study or for sale sign, but that had been something that was mentioned. I will share, though, I do believe require voter approval. Thank you.
I was saying red tape, yes, I totally understand it needs voter approval. I'm just saying, as a business owner, if I'm looking at buying a property, this is pretty turnkey for a variety of people, and I just want to make sure that that is part of the conversation too.
Will do.
I'll just say that's a very, yeah, wow. I mean, I guess if I can top on top of that question, maybe this is for Ms. Myers. I don't know who it would be directed to, but if you were to do that, if it was to go through voter approval, with the sale of it, what could be utilized with the funds? Where could it be utilized?
Thank you, President Proudfit, Mrs. Rooks, members of the governing board. Any sale of district property by statute is accounted for in a plant fund. And depending on when that asset was purchased and how it was purchased, including if bonds were used as part of that purchase, there are some restrictions related to either buying down the tax rate or also could be used for a general M&O or capital purpose. So there are restrictions and statutes on how the proceeds from a sale of a building could be expended by the district, and depending on those factors I just mentioned.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
There are legal requirements, steps, and procedures that we would have to follow, such as getting school facilities division approval to reduce our allocated pupil footage, conducting public hearings for school closures and attendance boundary changes. The notifications and hearings may happen simultaneously, and then the last step would be making changes to the CTDS number with Arizona Department of Education. The first step in this journey would be for the governing board to give administration the direction to move forward during our next governing board meeting later today. I believe it's item 6.4. If the governing board were to give us that direction, you can see the sequence of events over the next few months. Item 1 is today. If the board gives us the direction, then administration would start working on the recommendations and proposal. And That recommendation and proposal would be comprehensive with all details, including the communication plan and every aspect that we can think of. But it would also could be multi-phase. It will be multi-phase and multi-year, depending on how the puzzle pieces fall out, depending on the extent and how not drastic, but how many changes need to be made for long-term planning. It could be that the first few or smaller phases, with knowing that there's going to be a larger phase at a different part of the district. Number 3, administration would return in a future governing board meeting, preferably probably a study session, to be able to have this type of discussion and get input, questions from the board, and just seeing your perception and your perspective on the items. Then if the governing board directs us to keep moving, at that time it would lead us to items 4, 5, and 6, which are the public hearings and community input. And during that time, there'll be a very thorough communication plan with all communities that are impacted to be able to get their input. And then culminating on item 7 with a final governing board vote, and then we would be entering the planning, logistics, and implementation phases that would be a multi-year process. At this time, does the governing board have any other questions or thoughts, comments?
I know I have lots, but I also know it's not the time for them right now, even though I have lots of ideas. And I think this is actually a really exciting. I think I was having a conversation maybe with Dr. Summers, and he used a phrase I just want to use, is this really provides us, it's sad, it's emotional, and it's going to be hard on every single member of our district. And this is very difficult to do, but what we're trying to do is what we need to do is create opportunity for students. And so I keep going into with that phrase, what is going to create the most opportunity for students? So thank you for your reporting on this. I know you've reported on this before. I want to say study session last April-ish. We had facilities too. I know you've been working on this as long as you've been here, so thank you. Board members, are there any questions?
Not necessarily questions. I'm just going to say thank you for the presentation. And I agree on I think it's going to be a very difficult decision to make. And I think that ultimately looking at what you just talked about, what is the best thing for the students? And when we're looking at this, is the building safe anymore, right? Because we've been wanting repairs on some of these buildings. So is it even safe for a school to remain open? And looking at, doing this plan, but also like explaining it to the parents, the community, answering their questions, and really letting them know, like, we're making this decision, whatever it may be, to try to help your kids' education. Because I think that's, for me, that's what I would love to explain to them so that they understand where it's coming from, that it's not an easy decision. I'm a parent myself. I would be very upset as well, but it's what is going to be the most safest thing for their child, and then bettering their education and really utilizing what we have, so that we're investing. I feel like to me, I feel like it's going to be an investment into their education. So I appreciate Dr. Summers, your presentation, and Mr. Molino on all of this, because I know it's a hard subject, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Molino, for the comprehensive details. It sounds like what I'm hearing is that this has been an issue for a while now. Obviously, since your tenure back from 2005 and the discussion of school closures or school repurposing then. And obviously now it falls upon us to make these decisions with you and the community. But again, just looking for that timeline, that information, so we can best make the proper decision for students in the community. And I'm sure that you will. Thank you.
I want to just say thank you again. Being in the boardroom and seeing this progression, happen. Unfortunately, it has to happen on my watch. I wish we would look closer, years ago, but that's why we're here, and then we'll make those difficult decisions just as you would around a kitchen table if, the family needed to cut back on some things. doing what's best for the next generation is what we will lead with. So thank you.
I will echo the thank you for the presentation, the detail, and so forth. Dr. Summers, I'd like to ask you, when you were doing your interview, I feel like you've had experience of going through this process, so I'd love to have at least a part of tips, recommendations, that type of thing, since you have been through this with other districts. I do remember really liking how you leaned into the community and helped them process it through to where they were, I don't want to go so far as to say excited about them, some things, but were able to buy into the solution and feel at least resolved in a good way. So I'd love to hear some of your experience.
Sure, thank you. President Profit, Mrs. Ewing, board members. Very important aspect of the work is making sure that we are very clear in the why we need to do this, that we do need to do quote unquote something. And I will tell you, having been in not a situation where I necessarily had to make the final, I wasn't making the final decision, of course, but I was engaged in the steps that were leading up to it. The most important thing is honestly the first step. And you all are presented with an action item this evening that will not only empower and expect administration to develop the upcoming proposal or set of proposals, because I will just be really clear and tell you whatever we're going to be coming to you with will be, as Mr. Molino said, multiple solutions in multiple phases. So I want to do for a moment, and Mr. Tobey, you brought up timeline, be very clear. We are looking at a timeline as early as this spring for at least phase one and whatever the initial steps are with that phase one process. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that first step will include a school closure. It may not right out of the gate. The fact that we are talking about doing something as early as a shift, whether it's a boundary change or a program change, that would take effect for the upcoming 25-26 school year is an extremely, I won't say aggressive, but it's just a very assertive timeline. So why I want to make that clear is, as you saw all of the work, and again, going back to committees that have met for the past several years, we have data and we have a lot of different things that we're trying to make sense of that ultimately needs to land on a proposal leading toward what that first step of a series of steps in that decision will be. But why I want to make that clear, and let me just add one more layer to that, we're not envisioning right now convening a huge committee to recapture and redo all the work that's already been done. So what you, Mr. Molina, if we can go back to that timeline, what you see in that, there you go, sir. Number two is we need to start with some recommendations. Now, part of those recommendations is based on the different segments of the community. We want to make sure that there obviously is an opportunity for community input. And when Mr. Molino talks about the public hearings that are required by statute, that's where we would envision the community actually hearing and seeing and wrestling with the information that we have based on what our initial proposal may be. It's not to say that that proposal, initial proposal, wouldn't be subject to some adjustment. But I will tell you what typically happens, and going back to your question, Mrs. Ewing, is that where districts fall short is when the initial emotional reaction comes out. In situations where a board is not clear to say, but we are directing administration to do this and we know we have to do something, then you miss that backbone, so to speak. So that's why this first initial step has to be taken, because what you're essentially saying in this step is we will be making some really hard decisions. The details are yet to be determined. And what we would envision is, here's what we're going to do for the 25-26 school year, and here are additional steps that we'll take for subsequent school years, ideally mapping it out as far as we possibly can. That 10-year projection that we're talking about, I think is really important to keep in perspective. But sometimes you have to make also decisions that are just based on, hey, here's the immediate 1-year, 2-year, 3-year trajectory and impact. So because it's so complex, there's so many details, there's again, emotion that also comes into it. When we reframe it around what are the opportunities and some of the programming that we can prioritize and ensure that not only are we maintaining a level of service opportunity, but improving it and increasing it in some specific ways. The way I like to say that is we're not just closing doors, if that's what we happen to do, we're opening new ones. We're creating better pathways as that moves forward. So I just want to be clear that that's essentially what you have in front of you with this initial vote tonight. And then back to the study session and really making sure that we're guiding you through each one of those steps. This will, because of how much time it takes and how much intention we have to put into it, this will be our, I mean, not to say that we don't have priorities in every other space of our strategic plan and coming back to what we're doing over here, but I just want to make a quick connection to where are we changing our mindset, where are we innovating and improving, and where are we leading with excellence at every step of the equation. So I think that's the value proposition and the pillars that we're basing all of this upon, along with really strong data and really clear and decisive action. That's what it takes to see these things through.
I just, I'm going to say this because I'm going to say it tonight, and in the interest of just making sure that it's said publicly, and I will be continuing to say this as, you know, I love what you said about we're not just closing doors, we're opening new opportunities. One of the things, and again, I come to it from a business background. Our highest ranked school in the district is Peoria Traditional School. As we saw, we're losing students, pretty regular charter schools, we have ESA funds, whatever. There is a demand in the market for that. Peoria Traditional is full. When you have proof of concept of something, I think it was amazing that we decided to start this in our district. It's extremely successful, but when you have proof of concept, essentially you either take that and expand it, or you do away with it. And I think this reallocation, one of those opportunities, I think sometimes, and this could be me speaking, so please don't feel like I'm attaching this to anyone, is there's an assumption that there wouldn't be support for a Peoria Traditional in the South. I very firmly disagree with that. And I think that opening a second Peoria Traditional campus as a reallocation of a possible closure would be a great opportunity to open a door for an opportunity that is not afforded to our students in the South. And I think, you know, as we all went around, the great thing about doing the election, which is awful, but is you get to talk to so many people. Like, you're out there just talking, and that was one thing that I was hearing again and again and again is they want more opportunities in the South. And I think that that would be something that would be a great unifier for our district to say, yes, we brought this forward, we have proof of concept, we're expanding it, and we're reacting to the data we're receiving, we're reacting to trends, we're reacting to you know, the success of the school, and we're reacting to what the community wants. So I would love to see that. Again, I'm only saying that because I'll probably say it tonight, and I didn't want it to be the first time that anyone is hearing it.
I do have kind of a question, trying to process it through my brain as I say it. The section of submitting to the school facilities for approval to reduce the amount of allocated pupil square footage, with that in mind, would that help? If we do that, would that help at all with the prospect of Peoria Traditional in Coyote Hills then having its own school, maybe? Like, I don't know how long, like, the Meadows community or the Meadows property that we still have, is there that possibility of that?
Mrs. Rooks, in looking at, and I'll look at Mr. Moss and Ms. Myers, and looking at the equation for square footage, and if we go back to so if we look at elementary schools and the green column, actually the blue column, you see max, recommended, adjusted. So even if those are how many seats are in each of those areas. For the SFOB or the school division, it's the amount of empty seats or how many we're using. We have such a high percentage of empty seats, considering if you just look at the bottom of area 2, and we'll use the middle number of recommended 19,205. And if you look at the bottom of the yellow one, 11,060. We have that many empty seats in Area 2 between Bell Road and Grand. So we would have to close multiple schools drastically to be able to even qualify for the School Facilities Board to fund a school. And same thing for a high school. If we use that middle number in recommended in the blue area, 16,251, and for this school year in yellow, 12,860. That's how many vacant seats we have in our high schools.
Okay, so, I don't know if this is a question for you or Ms. Myers. I'm trying to process it as I say it. With your idea that you just came up with selling the DAC, I know you mentioned that there's legalities around of how it can be spent, Ms. Myers, but would that at all be possible to, if we use some of the purchase money to build a school for Peoria Traditional? Has that ever been done, or no?
If I may, again, there are requirements within the statute on how those dollars can be expended, and without a complete analysis today on what that looks like, I would just refer back to that there's a statute that governs the expenditure. But I would also caution, as we look at opportunities, it's simple to say we might sell this building, but then there's a cost to reallocate all of the functions, the infrastructure, et cetera. So for any of the work that's pending, that's part of the information that will be provided to the governing board as part of the next steps.
And President Profit, Mrs. Rooks, if I may, thank you, Mrs. Myers, for that, because that's why we didn't want today to start going down the line of specific schools, specific programs, et cetera, because you can see how easily it starts leading us down a little bit of a rabbit hole. Not that we're not already thinking about, and I will just tell you, everything is on the table, right? Everything is. Now, I don't want that to sound dramatic. I mean, we're not gonna like take schools that are 100% enrollment and say, okay, let's move them somewhere. But what we are gonna be looking very carefully at in that cost-benefit analysis is, okay, where are we today? Where do we wanna be as early as I mentioned, next year as part of this phase one, keeping in mind that we're also rolling this out as part of a longer range facilities plan. So I think what you will see as we develop these proposals and recommendations is a few different types of options. And with those options, that cost-benefit analysis will really yield, okay, so what's possible, what's most feasible, what's most impactful, and then going back to those drivers, what's going to be best for students and what's going to be fiscally responsible as well. So I just want to reframe that, because we could spend a lot, I mean, honestly, as you know, we've got a lot still more in front of us. So I don't want to take anything away from those ideas. I also don't want the update from this meeting today to be that the DAC is going to be the first thing on the list.
Okay. Sorry.
Sorry,
No,
district
it's okay,
employees,
but
I opened a can.
this is why I want to make sure that when we preface those things, there's a reason why we're not talking about any sort of specifics.
Okay.
But we do need your support based on your consideration this evening in order to be able to move all of that forward. Because if we don't, then it goes right back to what we were just talking about, Mrs. Ewing. And it's sort of like, why waste our time doing that if all we're going to do is just spin our wheels and then come back and say, well, we're really not going to do anything.
Okay.
Dr. Summers, if I may, I just wanted to provide one additional piece of context before we move on from the example that Mr. Molino provided on our capacity and the number of seats and the number of empty seats and the formula that's used, all information that I know Ms. Myers can bring back in far more detail than I have. But I just want to point out that some of those empty seats are intentional, and it's based on the programming that we provide. For example, we may have a program for exceptional students that we feel requires a certain number of student per teacher ratio. And so we choose to offer that program because that's what's best for those students, or that's the program that the community needs. Another example might be some of our CTE programming, any of our special programming. They may have allocated the number of seats accordingly for what we're offering. So the SFB is very black and white, and here's what the space holds, but we may choose something a little bit different.
We good, board members? Any other questions?
I would just add to that, thank you for that, because in my head, I'm thinking Canyon, I'm thinking special programs, I'm thinking, how does that work? So thank you for that clarification.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Molino. All right, we're going to move on to 3.6, our 2024-2025 mid-year student achievement update. So we're going to turn the time over to Dr. Hernandez.
All right, the first thing you need to know is I'm not tethered to the podium today. I can walk all over. So let's get excited to talk about our student achievement. So good afternoon, President Proffitt, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. Thank you for the opportunity to share our mid-year student assessment data update. And just as our students have gone back to school this week, so are you. So on Monday, when my daughter came home from her first day.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second? I think maybe 2 board members needed to take a break. I just don't want them to miss a minute of your presentation.
Thank you, Mrs.
Sorry. So 5 minutes, should we just take 5 minutes? Okay.
5 minutes would be great. Not my 12-minute break variety earlier.
We've got a math lesson for that.
All right, thank you for allowing us that brief break. Thank you. Board members, if you need a break at any time, just let us know. All right, turn the time over to Dr. Hernandez.
All right, so here we go. So as I was saying, you're going back to school as well today, and if you have children or you've seen any of our students this week, you know that they went back to school as well. So this was my daughter's, because she's a senior this year, last first day of the spring semester. And just like every other first day she's had, and like you're gonna feel tonight, she came home out cold, right? Hard day back after break, all the things, all the new classes and whatnot, and out cold. And I have a feeling tonight when we finish wrapping up, it's going to be that very much same day feel. All right, so we're going to start with an English class together today. We're going to be reviewing some vocabulary, no spelling, I promise, just vocabulary. And you'll see there is some pink paper under some supply baskets because we're in school together. You may want to have some sticky notes, you may want to have some highlighters, you may run out of ink from taking notes, so we've got some spare pens. And on that pink paper, one of them you can use to take notes because if any of you have been to Lifelong Learners Academy with me, you know there's a test at the end of our session today. So you may want to take notes. You'll need a second piece of paper for an activity that we're going to be doing together. So we're going to start with our English class, then we're going to move into a history class. We're going to take a brief look at some historical data. We always want to have that rear view mirror to see what's behind us. We don't want to forget, but we're looking forward most of the time. We're going to take a look at our existing key initiatives in the learning and teaching space. We talked a lot about those in July, and because we have some new classmates with us, we're going to do a review of those. And then after a brief stop in history, we're going to math class. And there is no crying in baseball, and there is no crying in, please? Math class. I'm going to need that a little bit more for, no crying in? Math. There we go. Mrs. Proudfit, no crying in math. So we're going to take a journey, and we're going to be looking at our local STAR assessment data from the fall to the winter, August to December, so a really short period of time. But this is the period of time where we're monitoring those key initiatives, looking for progress, making sure we're pointed in the right direction. So we'll be looking at K2, 3-8, and then high school. We'll review through the lens of state and federal accountability with our subgroup data. Then we'll talk about anticipated proficiency. So we're looking right now to say, all right, if it was spring, it's the state assessment time, what's the percentage of kids we can anticipate that are on track to be proficient? And then we're going to get into growth. So if we start sensing you're getting a little droopy, PE is coming your way. It's teed up and ready to go. All right, so just like in Lifelong Learners Academy, we're going to start with a learning target. We know, we have a lot of research in our field, that if students know what they're about to learn, they know what success looks like, that learning is going to be, this is the dynamic and the deep, rapid learning. So what are we working on today? I can engage in discussion about mid-year student achievement data as measured by the STAR Reading and STAR Math Assessment. Now, you all have copies of this presentation, so I'd like you to circle the word engage. This is your action. That I can, that's you. And matter of fact, you may want to take this page with the learning target on it and tear it out of your packet and put it on your computer screen so it stays in your peripheral, because I'll give you a hint. Why am I learning this? So I can build understanding. Circle the word build. There's your action word. Build understanding for how the district monitors the progress of student learning multiple times throughout the school year. This data provides an opportunity to evaluate the effectiveness of key initiatives designed to promote an increase in student learning. So what does success look like? On that test that's coming your way when we're done, articulate, circle the word articulate, the difference between proficiency and growth on the STAR assessment relative to performance. That's going to be my ask. And really, the assessment at the end will tell me, did I do a good job today? If you can do that, then I did a good job. That's the point of assessment. When I'm looking as the teacher, how are my students, how are my learners doing? Are they picking up the information? All right, so we're going to activate our learning, and we're going to build what's called a KWL. You need a pink piece of paper for this. And across the top, first write your name, because I am going to collect this. You're going to build a table, and you're going to find out why Nicole did the writing this morning and not me. Across the top, you're going to write student achievement. And you need 3 columns. The first one is the K, and it stands for no. So I'm going to ask you, once we get our table built, to list 1, 2, or 3 things you already know about Peoria Unified Student Achievement. The W in the middle is the want. What is it that you want to know about student achievement in Peoria Unified? And the last one, that's great handwriting, right? The L is what you've learned. So you've got your learning target on one part of your desk space, and you're going to keep your KWL in another part of your desk space, and in a third part of your desk space, you're going to have our presentation as we're working through this together. So just like our students have a lot going on and they're managing their materials, Mrs. Proudfoot, are you already talking while I'm talking? And that's how it works, isn't it? What have we learned, Mrs. Proudfoot? It's always the second person, isn't it? We have a history of this, Mrs. Proudfoot and I do. All right, so in your K column, 1 or 2 things, bullet points, that you already know about student achievement in Peoria Unified. And we've done this a time or two together, most of us, Mrs. Rooks, right? November of 2023, January of 24, July of 24. So you probably are going to be pretty quick at this, but we'll give our new teammates a little bit of time. And then in the middle, 1 or 2 questions you have. What is it that you want to know?
Dr. Hernandez, what was in the first column?
No. What do you already know about student achievement? Here I go. I'm coming around the backside to check out my students, see if we're on task, because I am not stuck at the podium. All right, looking good. We got the gifted class today, Mrs. Airy. All right, a thing or 2 that you already know, a thing or 2 that you want to know, and then you can fill in what you've learned as we go along together today. And if I see any staff in the back row over here not participating, PE for you will be push-ups. It's all in. All right, so we're going to move into our English class now, and we're going to start with some key vocabulary. So you may want to jot down some of these definitions so that as we get up and going and really looking at the data, we don't want the words to get in the way. We want to get quicker into understanding what the data is telling us. So we're first going to start with some keywords that you're going to hear me use repeatedly, and that's aggregate and disaggregate. When we aggregate the data, we roll it all the way up. So we're going to be looking at high-level data. When we disaggregate it, we bring it down into smaller groups. So at the district level, we look at it by school, we look at it by whole grade level, thousands of kids. At the school level, they disaggregate and they look at it at their smaller grade levels, their classroom level, and even down to the individual student. We're going to be talking a lot about our assessment, and that will be the STAR assessment for us today. And we're going to be looking at that data through the lens of accountability. So as a district, we're responsible to make sure we know how is every group of students performing, because in the fall, we hear from the state on our labels and our report cards. And this is data from the state assessments that populate into that. So we need to keep track of that. We don't wait until it shows up and be surprised. We already know. So we're going to look at that, our local data, through the lens of state and federal accountability. Achievement is that whole picture, because we're going to look at proficiency and growth together. The whole picture of the student learning that has happened in this period of time. So proficiency is getting across the finish line. As a third grader, in order to be proficient, I've mastered all the standards and skills needed to be a third grader. I'll probably test on the AASA as proficient or highly proficient. It's the line in the sand that says you made it across the finish line or you didn't. That's proficiency. Growth, on the other hand, is taking a look at how much learning actually happened in a set period of time. So not just whether or not I got across the proficiency end line, but how much learning did I actually do as a student in that period of time. So along with our state and federal accountability, this is where we'll be looking at those subgroups of students. These are the groupings that the state tells us. These are the ones you're going to take a look at and follow. One of those is our English learners. So we'll be talking about how our English learners are doing. We'll be talking about our corrective action from the state on English learning programs. We'll be looking at our students with disabilities. We'll be talking about our CSI and our TSI schools that we've visited about before. And so with that, comprehensive support and improvement. We have 4 schools in our district that have had more than 4 years where this particular group of students hasn't made enough progress. And so the state is here to help us move those schools along more quickly. And we have 4 of those. And we have 1 that remains in that targeted support and improvement where we still have some time where we're moving them along. And you'll remember from July, this is the work that Mrs. Gonzalez joined us and talked about. In her role in working with our schools that have those greatest needs in those particular subgroup areas. Any questions about any of those key vocabulary words before we head into our next piece? And you'll remember I was a middle school teacher. I have incredible wait time. All right, let's jump into our first history class today. So this is our math and English language arts, math being the blue line, English language arts being green. And this is about the last 8 or so administrations of the state assessment. And I'm just going to say what you can see. We see flat and we see declining, historically. Now you see it. We're going to jump over to our ACT for the last several administrations. Math is blue, ELA is green. This is the data that's in our rearview mirror. Just like when you're driving, you don't look in the rearview mirror all the time, but you're glancing back and you're not forgetting and you're remembering where we've been. So it's important to keep this in our peripheral and knowing where we've been and where we need to go and how quickly we need to get there. So I'll take just a few minutes right now to walk us back through a connection between our strategic plan, this drives the work that we're doing and the way that we're doing it, and what that looks like in actual continuous improvement. So as we bring along our newer classmates, I'm going to talk about and highlight some of the work that we did in July. It's important to connect the data that we're going to be looking at to these initiatives because that's the work behind it. So in July of this year and of the previous year, we started a new piece of work with our leaders called Learning Launch. And that's where we brought our principals, our assistant principals, and as many instructional coaches as we could round up in to work with us in July. We kicked off the school year as leaders who learn. And in that, they had 6 sessions across 7 different topics that brought them back around to sharpen their skills as instructional leaders. Instructional leadership is all about developing high-quality moves in the classroom that impact learning and teaching directly. That is the work that we started with in July. We also work with all admins, so every administrator in the district, whether you're in this building, another administrative building, or a school, we come together throughout the school year to focus on how our roles all impact student learning. Our principal meetings, our assistant principals, our instructional coaches come together through the lens of learning as leaders for instructional leadership. Those are key pieces that we're doing from a leadership and accountability standpoint. Additionally, from an accountability standpoint, our program evaluation area is getting stronger and stronger. We are moving from what we think to what we know. So for example, we did an evaluation of our summer school programming from 2 years ago to say, hey, is this working? We changed the model. Is summer school benefiting the students who need it the most? And we were able to confidently say, absolutely. We can see the student data of the students who needed that support the most. We see them being successful in their first semester, and we see that success carrying on as they move into the next semester of their learning. So with program evaluation, we go from what we think to absolutely what we know about what works. And from a continuous improvement space, our schools all have improvement plans, just like the district has an improvement plan. And we monitor those plans. So right now, as our schools are getting back up and running after winter break, they're reviewing this data as well. Matter of fact, on Tuesday, they had a session with several of our leaders, taking them through, okay, here's the data, because we're learning a new tool, which I'll spend a little bit of time talking about, some of that newness, so we're all on the same page. But they're learning that tool, and they're looking at their data and saying, well, at the beginning of the year, these are the strategies we decided would have the most impact on student learning. Are they working? And they're using this data to guide those questions and answers and making change to those plans as and if needed. So that's an important part of how this data works. Now, I mentioned our English language learner targeted and integrated instruction. The state visited us last spring and audited 12 of our schools, which is a statutory requirement that they have to do, to look at how well we're deploying the state's required English learner program model. And they came back to us and said, hey, there are 2 things we want you to work on. And they said, and then you got to write a corrective action plan, and we're going to monitor you. It wasn't as nice as I just made it sound. But we put together our plan, as we've shared along with the board, and they came back in the fall, in November, and visited 6 of our schools. They visited Centennial, Ironwood, Sunrise Mountain, Marshall Ranch, Santa Fe, and Peoria L. And when the state went in and saw the progress we have made in implementing the required program to support language learners, they were so impressed, they exited us from our plan. And I have never seen that happen before, ever. Yes, absolutely. And that is a shout out to the work of our exceptional students. Wave, Carrie, there you are. Our leader for exceptional student services. We're working with our principals, and our principals working with our teachers, and really getting down to the student level and looking at every child's schedule and saying, this is where we can find these extra minutes, and this is how we can support them to be successful. And so our work this summer, we talked about Learning Launch, focused a lot with our leaders on what does this look like? How do we make sure this model is in place? And so they exited us, but they said, continue to follow your plan. So we are continuing to follow our plan. Instructional infrastructure, and you'll see this in the superintendent's goals. These are the foundational systems and structures that support learning and teaching. So you know we've done a good number of curriculum adoptions already. K-12 math and science are right into year 2. We've got world languages and 4th credit math into year 1. And we are just about ready to start the committee work for history and social science, which we haven't had new textbooks here since right around 2003. So we're working on the effective curricula. So what that means is that every child in the state of Arizona has to have the opportunity to engage with grade level content. Meaning if I'm a 3rd grader, then I need to be able to have the opportunity to get 3rd grade level content. And if I don't provide our teachers with textbooks that model that say this is what 3rd graders in Arizona need to be able to do, it becomes really easy not to know what 3rd graders need to be able to do. So it's really important that we continue down not only teaching teachers how to use those resources, but the instructional aspects of using them well. And then the assessment strategy piece we're going to talk quite a bit about, so I'm going to go ahead and move us on there. This is the final stretch of our history into math. But I need to tell you something. I need you to lean in a little bit. So when I started in Peoria Unified about 2.5 years ago, I gained the freshman 15. No kidding. And while that's not really great, what's really not great about it is that I hadn't lost the freshman 15 from the first district I was in when I moved to Arizona. So it started to compound. So I was like, whoa, I need to get serious about my fitness and my health, right? I need to be here to walk alongside Mr. Toby and make sure we're going to do this thing, right? So about 1.5 years ago, I started running. That was my thing. Like I can do that. And I've gotten pretty good at it. Where, I mean, I think I'm not like some people who are really good at it, but like I can run for a long time and I can go pretty fast sometimes. So I'm feeling really good about, yeah, I'm doing this thing. And then Fitbit came out with a new measurement right before winter break. It's called cardio load. And it said, would you like to turn it on? Well, yes, I'd like to turn it on. I'm not afraid. So I turned on measuring this cardio load piece because I'm doing cardio all the time to the point where I know, Land, I need to start lifting weights. We've talked about this. It's a thing. But like, you do the exercise. What's the exercise? You'll actually do the one you like, right? So do the one I like. Turns out it sets a target for me. And do you know how hard I'm having to work to get to that target? It says you got to have a cardio load, so it takes into effect my age, my weight, my last 7 days of workouts and all these things, and it says if you really want to improve, and it sounds like you do, it's kind of a sassy pants application here. It says, well, you're going to have to get to a target of 48, and I'm like, what am I at right now? 30? And I was like, no, nope, this tool is wrong. This data is not right. I have been working my tail off for 1.5 years. But sure enough, I actually wasn't looking at the right data to inform my fitness. So similarly, when we look at the tools that we've had here in Peoria Unified, we reviewed those tools that we were using to monitor the progress of learning and teaching, and come to find out we'd outgrown them. We needed more data in different ways. We wanted to be able to provide targeted diagnostic support to students. So what is it that each student needs to be successful? And we needed diagnostic data to tell us that, and the tools we had just weren't doing a great job with that. And so we wanted to be able to look at, okay, what else that we need? And our high schools didn't really have much of anything. And so we have had the opportunity to move to the STAR assessment, which is a K-12 tool. So our students, as they move from kindergarten into that first grade, into 8th grade, and roll up into freshman, that data, the teachers don't have to start over with something new. They're able to pick up that learning right where they left off, and we're not losing that time. So we've got better data in place. So we've got an early literacy assessment, really targeted for our kindergarten through 2nd grade. I'm going to talk about our move on when reading data here in just a minute as well. And then STAR reading and STAR math really speak to 3 through 12. So it's a continuous and it's a tool that works. Now, one of my favorite parts about STAR is that it's adaptive. And what it does is it says, okay, the student enters in, they're a 4th grader, probably about here. And if you get the first 2-3 questions right, it's like, all right, let's see what you got. And it goes up a little bit. Oh, maybe that was a little bit hard. Now we're going to drop down a little. And it really, in 20 minutes, pinpoints where that child is ready to begin learning next. Not a deficit model, but a model of where is this child ready to start his or her learning next. So the teacher has some powerful tools. Now, Mrs. Rooks and I have an opportunity every now and then talk here and there. And we have to say to each other now, are you wearing your mom hat? Or are you wearing your board member or your chief hat? Just so that we're on the same page. So one day we were having a conversation about assessment, and I said, Mrs. Rooks, are you wearing your mom hat right? And she said, okay, I'm wearing my mom hat right now. And she told me one of her children took this really hard test at school. It was the STAR test, and I said, oh my gosh, that's great. And she said, well, why is it great? It was really hard. And I said, because it's adaptive. It means your child is working at such a high level, that test is challenging him to see what he can do. And together we were like, yay, this is so exciting. And we were kind of geeky about it, but all things aside. So it's an adaptive assessment that really works well in supporting teachers with knowing what is it that a child is ready to learn next. So I want to show you a picture of that. So this is a learning progression. This is essentially what's built in the underbelly of the STAR assessments. So if you think of our skills that we need to know, they're all interconnected. So you think about crawling to walk, to riding a bike someday, to driving a car, all those skills that compound. As learners, all these skills work together. And what STAR does for our teachers, and you can probably see this in your handouts a little bit better, this is the standard for the Arizona English Language Arts 3rd grade informational standard 2, key ideas and details. And within that standard, there are several skills that students need to learn in order to demonstrate standards mastery. And I don't want teachers wasting time guessing at what those skills are. Let's just tell them. and they can address those skill needs so students can get to standards mastery much more quickly. Now, STAR as a multi-purpose strategy supports us for benchmarking. So that's the data that we're going to be looking at today. So we've got our fall benchmark, we've got a winter, and we'll have a spring. So those set times. And we're also going to be able to look at proficiency and growth data from those set times. And this product, unlike some of the ones we had before, does not limit us. If the teacher is working with a group of students and she wants to know, how's this group coming along? 20 minutes later, she's going to know right away. And maybe it's just 2 students. I'm not really sure how they're coming along on this particular skill. 20 minutes later, she's going to know, and she can make that adjustment right away. And so that flexibility the tool allows us to have that on-demand nature of, let me just check and make sure that I'm on track here. Not every student needs to assess that often, but there are some. We have to have tools that are versatile enough and agile enough to be able to support all of our learners where they are. At the teacher level, that's really why STAR was built. This is a teacher's tool. Now, we're fortunate at the district that we can use the data in ways that we're going to look at today to understand what monitoring progress looks like, but teachers are able to use this data to progress monitor, and that means they're looking at, okay, I'm doing targeted instruction. How's my small group coming along with this particular skill? How are we doing with this particular standard? And what does it look like if I'm in an intervention setting and I think, you know what, I need 6 weeks of intensity with this particular skill? Well, I don't want to wait 6 weeks to find out what I was doing wasn't working. I want to check a little bit sooner. So it gives us that ability to be able to do that. All right, so we've got our assessment. We've got some foundational skills built. I'm going to pause. Our new classmates, this is the first time you've had a chance to hear this. You got any questions yet? All right, we're going to go into math. I saw the tissue box come out early, so we'll be ready in case we need it. All right, so use of the STAR assessment helps the district meet the move on when reading, which is a statutory requirement in Arizona, to support and promote early identification and intervention for struggling readers. We know data tells us, and we heard it referenced earlier, that if by 3rd grade we're not reading proficiently, we're going to have some challenges. So that's what the Move On When Reading initiative is about. So we assess using STAR. We use the online piece as well as an in-person listening to a child read. It's important to have all of those components together, not just what they can do on a computer, but listening to the child read to understand how are they doing with phonics, vocabulary, fluency, comprehension, phonological awareness, written and oral expression. Those are the components of the Move On When Reading piece that we monitor and that we submit our data to the state to show that we're on track. So what I can share with you is that in 3rd through 8th grade, we have the AASA state assessment. Our high school, we use the ACT, but there isn't anything similar for K2, and I'm really okay with that. So we have our STAR data that we use, and the state approves the use of that particular tool. And so from the beginning of the 23-24 school year to the beginning of our current school year right now, 24-25, we have seen a 6-point reduction in the number of students significantly at risk to need that intervention. 6-point reduction, beginning of one school year to the beginning of this school year, which means that as our students are moving from K to 1, 1 to 2, those who are behind, we are catching them up. Now, you'll also notice there is no data behind this slide, and that's because the file actually just came in late Tuesday night, so I wasn't sure if I was going to have anything for you for today in time, but I do. I just couldn't get it into the presentation in time, but wanted to share with you from fall, so August to winter, for Move On When Reading, we have 12% fewer students scoring in that significantly at-risk band. So even in this short time period of the first semester, we are catching little readers up to being closer to that grade level. Now that's mid-year and we got some time to go. And the other thing we have to remember is that our assessment tools are sensitive to the time of the year. So it starts off in August and says, all right, here we go, beginning of the grade level, and it moves on upward. Because middle of the grade level, you have to have had the rigor, you have to have the instruction that's going to keep you up, and it keeps going till you get to the end of the grade level, so you're prepared for the subsequent grade level. So same thing with our Move On When Reading data. We can't get stagnant. Yeah, we're celebrating That is significant. That is a large number of littles who are picking up books and saying that, I mean, if you've ever been in a classroom and the first time, this one's crying is okay, and a child puts together a sentence for the first time, wow, it's powerful. And so to think that we have 12% more from August until now who can now get closer to being able to do that, that is the work our teachers are doing incredible work with. It's tremendous. So with that, that is what we have for our K2 that I wanted to be able to share with you today. So now we're going to move into our elementary data. So we'll take a look at the STAR data, again, fall to winter. We're going to look at the reading and the math. We're going to look at minimally proficient. You'll remember from July, it's a data point that we've started looking at. From the state assessment standpoint, you can score highly proficient, proficient, partially proficient, and minimally proficient. Minimally proficient's at the bottom. So we've started paying really close attention to who are the students that are scoring in that bottom band? Because we need to go after the skills that they are missing that are keeping them from reaching those grade level expectations. So we'll take a look at that, and then we're also going to be looking at those federal subgroup data that I mentioned earlier. All right, so here we go. Overall, from August to December, our students showed impressive progress with math, and this is blue bar to blue bar. 37% who we anticipate to be proficient. So if the state test was today, from the fall to the winter, we see a jump from 37 to 44. So catching them up. So those that have been behind, and this is 3rd through 8th grade all together. And then in reading, and you'll hear this theme throughout, we have some concerns with reading. So while we have 43 to 45 in reading, it's only 2% more kids that we're moving. And so we really got to dig in. So those improvement plans that I referenced here that our schools are digging into right now, looking at those strategies they've selected, we need to review our reading strategies. What are we doing? How is it working? And which students is it working with? Because some students are clearly making progress. We see that happening. So in July, we reviewed our state assessment data, and I shared then that we're monitoring the students that are scoring minimally proficient. So in this graph, you want to see the bars go down. So blue to blue, we see that our students are experiencing that greater challenge with progressing and learning and reading with only that 2% going down. But in math, we see that bigger percentage of students. Those minimally proficient students are getting those skills they need to get closer to demonstrating that grade level work. So when we look at minimally proficient, we're looking for those bars to drop down. Normally it's the other way, we want to see them go up, but here's where we're looking for that. From fall to winter, we do see that math is stronger than reading. All right, so at this point, we're going to walk through the special populations that are identified through the federal accountability system, and you can see what those are on the screen, and you'll see them as we review the data. These are toward the time we get toward the end of our time together, we will be taking a look at our TSI or our CSI data. Those are the schools that are identified as students with disabilities as their subgroup. Yes.
I'm very sorry to interrupt. This is a question I've asked a lot of times, and I still don't feel like, and this is a me problem, that I have my head wrapped around it. When we talk with students with disabilities as a subgroup, are we talking self-contained class? Like, that is such a massive group. So are we talking students with IEPs? Are we talking students with 504s? Are we talking about self-contained classroom, gen ed push-in? Like, I just don't know how to wrap my mind around that data, especially since that's where a lot of our CSI eligibility or need for improvement is. Could you just help me understand?
So we are talking students with IEPs. And the difference with our local data is this year we asked our teachers, I want you to assume every kid can. And I want you to give them a shot at it. I want you to give them the opportunity to show what they know. And we had a lot of students be successful that teachers were like, oh, hey, look at that. And then some that were like, nope, well, that's okay. And that's all right. And then mid-year, same thing again. But mostly you're looking at your resource where it's pretty commonplace and they'd be able to take the regular state AASA. So we align with the regular state AASA, what we do with our local. So it's that good practice piece. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right, so who are the 3rd through 8th graders here in Peoria Unified? So this is our disaggregated special population data, and we see that our Hispanic and white students are making up the largest portions of our student population. And we can also note that 42% of our 3rd through 8th graders are free or reduced eligible, 14% qualify as student with disabilities, and 6% are English language learners. So when we disaggregate by subgroup, we see from fall to winter gains in all of the subgroups in math. On the far right, we have the composite all students, so you can see that and make that comparison to see where any of those achievement gaps may be. For reading, we see gains in all except for our Hispanic and our African American students, who are remaining stable at 30 and 35 respectively. But we aren't seeing gains in those particular two groups for our reading from fall to winter. And then continuing with our disaggregated data by subgroup, we see that our free or reduced eligible students, students with disabilities, and our English learners are all showing increases in math and reading, but noting a little less increase on the reading side. So those groups all showing those increases from fall to winter, and they're increases in the percent of students we anticipate to be proficient on the state assessment. So keep in mind, it's what I remind our teachers and our principals all the time, is the tool keeps going up and saying, all right, it's January now, it's February now, you gotta keep reaching high, because that's the expectation. So we're measuring up against that expectation. So we'll continue our pattern now, and this is where we're gonna look at our minimally proficient. So here we are, math and minimally proficient, and we want to see those green bars go down, and we do, with the exception of our American Indian students, we do see decreases in that minimally proficient for all of the other subgroups. And that is what we want to see, those students that are scoring in that bottom area, see them attaining the skills needed to get closer and closer to that grade level proficiency. And here we have the reading minimally proficient. And we do see fewer groups here that are showing that decline in that minimally proficient number. And finally, with math and reading proficiency for special populations, free and reduced lunch, students with disabilities, and our English learners all showing decreases in the percentage of students anticipated to score at that minimally proficient, which means they are headed in the right direction for math and for reading. I want you to grab your KWL chart, and in that third column over, add a bullet point or two that you've learned so far. All right, I know you've had a lot of information, so it shouldn't take you too long to add some bullet points there. All right, so at this point, we've concluded for grades 3 through 8 our review of proficiency data. Can one of you tell me what it means to be proficient? Mrs. Proudfoot, who needs the points here, go ahead.
Getting across the finish line.
You got it, getting across the finish line. But now we're going to take a look at growth, which is a bit of a different measurement. And I'm starting to sense a little droopiness, so you either pick it up or we're going to move into PE. So with our conclusion of that, we're going to continue to look at in our math class, but it's a good time now for us to we need to move around a little bit. So if proficiency is the finish line, growth is how much learning happened during that amount of time, regardless of whether you made it across the finish line or not. So, Mr. Toby, would you mind helping me with this activity? So, Mr. Toby is new to our class. We don't know a whole bunch about what he knows, how much he knows, and all the things, right? Mrs. Prophet, would you mind helping me as well? All right. So Mr. Toby is starting his learning with us probably back there. Yeah, sometimes, right? Now, Mrs. Proudfit has had the opportunity to be in my class a few times. and she talks when I'm talking every time. So I need some new strategies for how this is going to work. But Mrs. Proudfit is probably starting her learning somewhere up here, okay? And then Mrs. Rooks and Mrs. Bowles, would you mind helping me out as well? Do we have an option? Nope. I appreciate you thinking you could ask, but no. All right, so I'm going to have the two of you stand right here by Mrs. Airy and just, hold your arms together, touch your fingertips there. Just, nope, I'll stretch out this way. There we go, there we go. So you're going to be the proficiency finish line. Mrs. Ewing, would you mind lending a hand here? Don't clothesline anyone. You are the finish line. Okay, so what I'm going to have you do is we're gonna pretend that we're monitoring here our learning, and I need you to help me keep track of how many steps it takes for Mrs. Proudfit to get across the finish line. So Mrs. Proudfit, could you walk toward the finish line? Is there a goal to go fast or big steps or every individual learner gets there their own way. So you go ahead. So you can be right up there and keep her honest. The goalpost is moving. All right, so it seems like those were some pretty big, impressive learning steps, Mrs. Proudfit, but she got across the finish line. She's proficient, and it only took her about 3.5 steps. That's pretty impressive learning. All right, so Mr. Toby, you've got a lot further to go, okay? So Mrs. Proudfit,
Mrs. Ewing.
sorry, Mrs. Ewing.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to have you go ahead and start stepping through your learning here. Okay, stop him. Oh, stop. Oh, school year ended. How many steps did you count?
I counted 5.
Okay, counted 5. All right. So it took him about 5 steps, but did Mr. Toby make it across the finish line? Nope, he didn't. I'm sorry, you just have a lot more learning to do. So who was the better learner?
He made more growth.
And how do you know that he made more growth?
Of the distance he moved it further distance.
Absolutely. He went further and did more learning in that time period we had than Mrs. Proudfit, she got across the finish line. She's wearing the blue ribbon of proficiency for the 4th grade. Good job, right? And so while she did a good amount of learning too, she didn't do quite as much as he did. But that's why it's so important that we look at both of those data points together. Because it's, yes, getting across the finish line, absolutely important. That is, at the end of the day, that is the goal for every child. We want you proficient or highly proficient at the end of every grade level. But our reality is that not every child is starting where Mrs. Proudfit started. Some of them are starting, as a matter of fact, some of them are starting further ahead than she was, and some of them are starting closer to where Mr. Toby was. So we have to be able to look at and say, how much learning occurred? So that's where the growth and the proficiency come in together. You've all been wonderful, lovely assistants. Thank you. So one of the cool things that I get to do in my job is when schools have great events, I get to go to them, kind of like you do. And we partner with the Arizona ACEE, there we go, Economic Education. And they had Brandon Copeland out, who's an NFL player for 10 years, and he goes to our high schools and he meets with our athletes. And he talks with them about, and my team over here goes, oh, I know where she's going with this, brace. They're right. Yep. And so he talks with our students about financial literacy, because he found himself in the NFL, nice fat paycheck, all the things, and then from a financial standpoint, and what do you do with all those things and make sure you end up in the right place. And one of the things I learned from him is that when something exciting happens, he recognizes it. And so in academic services, every Friday we get together, and they're happy about it, and we stand in a circle before we leave for the day and for the week, and everyone shares a win from the week. And at the end of the win for each person, we do 2 claps and a woo. And since I'm sensing you need a little bit of energy, we're all in this room going to stand up right now. And it literally, woo! And I need to feel it. Are we ready? 2 claps and a woo. Well done. You may be seated. Because you just modeled a really important piece that there are a lot of people in our country who don't understand how proficiency and growth work together. Because most states have picked up this same model. Now, the Arizona State Assessment uses the same growth model as the Renaissance Star Assessment does. So we are really able to zero in on that data. It uses the same formula and same calculation when we talk about growth. So let's get into it and let's look at what our growth is. We're going to start with subgroups. So if you have this out in front of you, we're going to talk about, kind of orient ourselves to the chart. So along the x-axis, that's a cool math word, I'm trying to impress the math people, right? We've got those growth percentiles. So each student is compared up against students who perform just like them. So it's fair. So students who started where Mr. Toby started, he's compared to just them, and then we rank them and say, of the students who are performing like he was, how did they fall out? Who did the best, and who scored in the middle, and who's still falling behind of people who've scored similarly on the previous test. So that's what we're looking at across the bottom. Now up the side, like I said, proficiency is always the goal. We don't ever want to let that slip out of our view, as we're going to look at our special populations to see who's growing the fastest while also getting to that finish line of proficiency. So you can see here that the beige color, that level of growth at 0 to 40, that's not what we want, and it's not what we need. Somewhere in that 35 to 40, that means you're probably making, a little less than a year's growth in a year's time. In that green section, that's making about a year's worth of learning in a year's time. That's good. Our goals are dynamic, rapid increases in student achievement. We want to see our dots in the blue, in that 16 above, which means we are growing. There's more learning happening in the amount of time that we have. So we'll look here at where our special populations are, and we can see those two that we watch. Remember EL correction and our special education for our schools, identify with the TSI piece. And then we see the other groups and where they fall. Most of them are within the green. That's good. That's good. That's a good growth in a year's amount of time. So here we are for reading. And we talked a little bit about reading and our proficiency, and we see it in our growth too. The groups that we see that are below in that beige color, we need to take a closer look at. See what's happening there. So now let's take a look at our schools. And we have a lot, so there's a lot of dots on there. We're going to look at just our elementaries first. This is the view that you have, and it's all of our elementaries. Almost all of our elementaries, and this is rolling up all the students that took the STAR test for math in their school into one single dot. Almost all of them are making good growth. They're doing the work they need to be doing. They're moving kids along. Now we've got a handful, if you look up in that blue area on math, our friends at PTS, not only making great proficiency, but the kids who are doing well, proficient, are also continuing to grow. Even our gifted students can continue to grow, because remember, they're compared up against kids who perform like they do. So no matter where you are in your learning, you're compared to those who score like you do. And so then we've got Sunset Heights and Oakwood and Zuni Hills, Apache. Like Apache right there is breaking my model, right? The line of best fit, another math term there, right? They're breaking my model because they are outperforming the expectations of where we see most of our schools performing. So one of the things we know from research is that socioeconomic status impacts learning. So I want to take us through and let's look at how our schools are doing through that lens. So first, let's take a look at our schools that have a free and reduced lunch rate between 12 and 19%. So you've got PTS at 12%, and you've got Lake Pleasant at 19%, and then we've got the other two kind of in the middle. These are our like schools. So we're comparing like schools, and we see where they are. We'll shift into our next group, so we're going to continue to move to a higher percentage of free and reduced lunch eligible students. So our next group contains Coyote Hills, Frontier, and Zuni Hills. This is that 20 to 31% of their population qualifies for free and reduced lunch. Look at Zuni Hills. They are making tremendous growth on their journey to continuing with proficiency. And that's where, as a district, when we see the Zuni Hills dots, we say, let's look at their plan. Let's talk with their principal and really understand what's working well. What challenges have they overcome? So we'll continue here. This is our 39 to 49%. Oakwood, Park Ridge, Paseo Verde, Desert Harbor, and Apache. These are our good friends there at Apache again. This is 51 to 57%. Identified free and reduced lunch, Oasis, Desert Valley, Canyon, Copperwood. And keep your eye on Oasis and Desert Valley. 60 to 66% identified free and reduced lunch. So you got Marshall Ranch, Break-In My Model, Cotton Bowl, Skyview, Foothills, and Heritage. Now we start seeing the dots kind of parsing out a little bit more. So when we think about their improvement plans, the work they're doing targeted to their learners at their specific school, we want to look and say, okay, what's Marshall Ranch doing? We know what they're doing. 70 to 73%. So you've got your Desert Palms, Kachina, Sundance, Saguaro Ranch, Pioneer, Santa Fe, and Sun Valley. Keep your eye on Saguaro Ranch and Pioneer. They're breaking my model. And that's a good thing. So look how Saguaro Ranch with that higher percentage of students qualifying for free and reduced lunch, and they're pushing out almost into the blue growth area. And then finally, we'll round out with our 77 to 81% of their student body population qualifying for free and reduced lunch. Alta Loma, Cheyenne, Country Meadows, Peoria Elementary, and Ira Murphy. Look at Cheyenne. So that's math. Let's take a look at reading. All right, what do you notice about reading? Yep, kind of all bunched together, but we see a few more in that beige section where they're 35 to 40, okay, but it's not enough if we're going to be catching up. We want to be helping students catch up, keep up, and move up. And those growth bands are what look at that. So we'll take a quick look through by free and reduced lunch status. Start at our lower bands again. We'll shift through here. I'm going to go a little more quickly. Start seeing them spread out a little bit more as we get a little bit higher in percentage. This is our upwards of 73% band. And we get to our last, the 77 to 81% for reading. Okay. All right, so that's a look at proficiency and growth together for our 3-8. We're 2/3 of the way through there with me, and if we need 2 claps and a woo, we'll bring it on again. But here we go. Let's take a look at our high school data. You've got the pattern now, so you know what it's going to look like when we get to our high school. So final stretch, here we go. All right, you're going blue bar to blue bar for our high school. So for math, and we're back to proficiency, 32 to 39, that's a 7% gain from fall to winter in high school math. For reading from fall to winter, we're flat, we're stable at 33. So again, with that reading question that we need to be taking a look at is what we're doing there with the sports. Minimally proficient, those students scoring down in that bottom band. For, again, blue bar to blue bar, 50 to 43 for math. That's great. That's 7% students moving out of that band and acquiring those skills to get closer and closer to being able to perform at grade level. And then green, we see 1 point change for reading. So who are our high school students? Before we go into our subgroup data, So we are free and reduced lunch at about 46%, 12% with students with disabilities, and 5% for English learners, with Hispanic and white students making up the largest percentage of the students in our high schools. So by subgroup, we see them all increasing for math. And then for reading, we see fewer of those groups increasing from fall to winter, with the percentage of students anticipated to perform at the proficient level. For our high school, our free and reduced lunch, our English learners showed an increase, but our students with disabilities showed a decrease. So that's an area we're going to look into. For reading, all of them have slight increases. And now we'll look at that minimally proficient. And as we've seen with the others, we see good movement for students moving out of that minimally proficient across all the subgroups for math. And then for reading, the majority of the subgroups are moving, but not all of them. And then in our minimally proficient by subgroup, in math for high school, we see that we need to take a closer look here. Those green bars are going the wrong direction in a few places. So you want to take a closer look at those. And this is the work. We'll see our principals on January 22nd for their first principal meeting of 2025. And this is the work that we do with them in those settings, in our instructional infrastructure, and really identifying, using this data to drive those conversations about what is it that we need to do to support students and teachers differently, what's working, and can we borrow from those areas. All right, let's take a look at high school math growth. So this is the special population subgroup view. And we see all of the subgroups for math really doing well in that top green area, and with most of them in blue. So again, for math, we are locked in. Now for reading, almost all of them are making good growth, and I don't want to take away any of that work, because they are maintaining and keeping that good growth, that year's work in a year's amount of time, and that learning that's happening. Those students are keeping up from a growth perspective, but we need them to be able to catch up to move that proficiency bar up on that edge. All right, we're going to look at per school. So here's all of our high schools for math. Going to have to make the drive over to Centennial. We're going to break them out by schools that are alike by free and reduced lunch percentage. So this is our 15 to 22% range. Let me see where they're performing. Centennial and Ironwood. Centennial at 41%, free and reduced lunch, Ironwood at 49%. This is our highest group with Cactus at 54, RSK at 57, and Peoria High School at 65. Cactus, huh? And now we'll take a look at our reading. Now, quick asterisk next to Liberty here. Mr. Nuttall and Mrs. Lopez-Lear are working with the administration because not every English language arts student had the opportunity to show what they know. So I didn't want to take them off the slide, but I also want to note that not every child had the opportunity to test for this particular piece, so we're looking at how do we make sure we include every kid so they have the chance to show us what they've learned in the time they've been in those classes. So that's where their dot is there. So it's not accurate, but I didn't want to leave them out because they're doing so well in math. So we'll leave it there. So here they all are together. Now let's look at them by free and reduced lunch. Reading. Again, Centennial. Here we go with our next set. You see them clumping together a little bit more, which is good because it's up in that higher range for their growth and moving toward proficiency. And before we get to the final section, I want to make sure I say publicly, this is the hard work, the good work that our teachers and school leaders are doing. They have taken on a lot in the last couple of years, new resources to learn, new teaching strategies to become masters of, a new learning management system with Canvas to be able to have students have access to the information all the time. They have learned a lot, and we're really seeing them putting that into action. So these nods of tremendous and impressive growth, jumps in proficiency, reductions in minimally proficient, that's the work of our teachers and our leaders, really focusing on what every learner needs in their school. So before we end our time together today, we're going to look at our focus school improvement, and this would be with our CSI and our TSI schools. So you'll remember from our time in July, Mrs. Gonzalez took us through the work she's doing with those particular schools, the notable 9 at the time, and now we're down to the notable 5. She lets the other 4 still participate so they can say, but we had 4 schools exit based on their data. So it's no longer the notable 9, it's now the notable 5 plus 4. Does that work? So the work that Mrs. Gonzalez is doing with them in focused leadership and accountability activities that are directly geared toward significant student achievement in that targeted improvement and comprehensive improvement setting is really leading toward that work. We've started our work with partnerships. We have a partnership with a collaborative educational group who is helping us on the special education front. In that space, the consultant has come for 2 days so far and has been to several of our schools and is preparing that report for us on where it is that we can shore up and bring in the support to ensure that we are providing that well wraparound services for our students with disabilities who are in those particular schools. So when you have schools that have moved to that tier of support, the comprehensive, the state is providing oversight. And so they have 5 monitoring visits they've done, and they have completed 1. They alternate between online and in-person. Ms. Gonzalez and Ms. Burns lead the team that works with the school, that works with the state. And upon our first visit from the state, it was online, so the school team joins and then the district team joins. Flying colors. Our state representative was so impressed with the progress that we have made and the collaboration that's happening between the teachers, the parents, the students with disabilities and the IEPs, and the work from the district. Her feedback to us was, you've operationalized the work in the right way, now formalize it. So that means write it down. So you know what you did and you know what worked. And so with that, she also asked for, and this is the best compliment, if she could have copies of some of the resources that we're using so she could share with other schools. So we are absolutely confident that we are on the right track with our schools with the greatest needs. We are confident in Ms. Gonzalez's leadership, Ms. Burns' leadership, and how we're coming together to support that work in our particular schools. We have 4 more visits, and just like on the STAR assessment, we expect the rigor to increase. So it doesn't mean just because you get the nod on the first visit that you're good to go. You have to keep on keeping on, and we expect to see those student data results follow that. So with that, these student data results for those 5 schools, the 4 CSI and the 1 TSI. From fall to winter, we saw a 1% increase for math and a 4% increase in reading. It's kind of different from the interesting, right? So all along it's been math, yay, reading, and now there's something different happening there. So that's something that gives us another opportunity to take a look at what we have. All right, so our key takeaways from today: we are making great progress on the early literacy front. We are proud of the results and I'm proud of our teachers for digging in and supporting early literacy in a way that is reducing significantly the number of students who are scoring in that significantly at risk of needing a reading intervention category. We see the math paying off dividends as our teachers are getting really good at using their new resources and navigating those and really recognizing where the bar is on proficiency. Where is the finish line? It actually looks like this. Remember my Fitbit story? We've had a few that have been, no, this can't be right. It can't be this. Yeah, it's this. And so with our growth, we know we're looking for that green category. We have several areas where we're seeing in the blue, several in the green, but we are honest and we know that there are some in that beige color that we really need to take a look at and understand, how do we make that better? How do we see stronger growth in those particular areas? And with that, I'll conclude, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I especially appreciate the demonstration of how we teach in this district. And this is something I was actually teaching this morning, in a class I teach the high schoolers about goal setting, and we referred back to the way that we teach, and very effective. Thank you for making this come alive for us, and I know for myself it was very, very helpful to hear it explained in a multitude of ways and see it explained in a multitude of ways. I feel like I have a much better understanding of where we're at, where we're going, and areas that still need to be improved upon. So thank you. Any other board members, questions or comments? Mr. Toby?
A+, Dr. Hernandez.
To you as well, and thank you for being such a great participant. In full transparency, I did ask him before the meeting started.
I was a plant. So no, this is great to hear about this assessment. Obviously, better diagnostics. We have a better grasp at what we're needing. I know we've had prior conversations about K2 and K3 reading comprehension, reading literacy, English language learners, all of that, the special population that we need to be paying attention to. And I think with this model, we can probably get a better understanding of what these students need, and just continuing with our theme of leading with excellence and teaching with excellence. So thank you.
I'll just quickly echo kind of off of him. I really enjoyed the STAR assessment and just getting the feedback. At first it was a little rough because I know we had just adopted a curriculum and this and that, but I do like that there is, my kids have noticed a difference, and so that's really good. They've also noticed difference with classmates of the iReady, of how it just wasn't engaging them. They weren't engaged with it. They were just kind of like answering it and moving on. I feel like that this has really challenged the students, but then also I like what you talked about, that it's available for the teachers to access of what do we need to look at, of what student is missing and what growth they are achieving. So I do appreciate what you've done with that program and your staff on bringing that in. I think that is the step in the right direction for our kids.
Thank you. I also will say something similar to what Ms. Rook said. But first of all, thank you for that overview, because that helps me a lot in navigating where we're at. And I know when working in schools, and especially with special ed, but I think probably that's true across the board, the monitoring and adjusting it to anything is a skill you have to do all this. And just knowing that's part of the curriculum, that frees a lot, I think, for the student and the teacher. And then that quick assessment and knowing where they're at and navigating that is huge. A couple questions that I have. Do we have any way to know feedback from teachers, how they feel about it? Like, obviously, if they're doing well, then they probably like it, but I just...
So we've got, whenever you have something new, you have a few fit-bitters, right? They're like, no, this isn't right, it's a bad tool. But mostly we have teachers pushing us, train us on the next part. What are we doing? Can't we get going? And they are loving the on-demandness. Our previous tools really kept us in a box to some degree of not having that teacher freedom to say, you know what, I want to know how's little Teresa doing, and I want to know today. I don't have to wait until March or something like that to find out. So the feedback from teachers has been, it's a lift, something new on top of some other new things, but they are seeing the value add. Had principals share as well that, you know, when we got out of the gates on this, we made our principals our lead trainers. So we train them, and then they work with their staff. And some of them talking about their teachers, they're getting ahead of me. They're asking me questions about data you haven't trained me on yet. It's the best problem to have.
Yeah, that's excellent. I did not know that the administrators were leading. That's awesome. That's awesome to hear. Another question that I have is the partnership you mentioned for special ed that visited. Who is that with?
So it's a group, it's an individual who's Collaborative Educational Partnerships, who is an expert in special education. His background is as a director of special education. And so he has visited us and spent 2 days with Ms. Burns and Ms. Burbank visiting our classrooms as classrooms are in motion. Nothing special, no ponies, nothing extra, just really seeing the day to day. And they visited a variety of classrooms. So his initial feedback has been, we have some incredible things happening. And then we have some areas where if we tighten up this piece and that piece, and then we have some challenges. and an outside perspective to say, here's another way to think about that. Now, I don't think he's going to give me the answer. I think he's going to make me work for it and figure out this is the Peoria context. You can't just take something from another district and stick it and make it work. So how do we take from those learnings and helping us grow in our understanding and my understanding as an instructional leader as well, to think differently, to take a different approach, or it could be an approach we used years ago that actually if we'd have done it this way a little bit, it would have had more results.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
So a quick question I have with this, especially for those schools that we're noticing a lot of growth, a lot of proficiency, is there opportunity to share those best practices within the schools? And are we getting to that place where we're starting to really identify what are those best practices to continue to share them? So I just am curious to hear a little bit about that.
So a couple points on that. First is from the improvement plan space. So all of those improvement plans eventually land on Mr. Nuttall and I's desk. So we have the opportunity to look at them collectively to say, what are the most common challenges across all 43 schools? And that becomes the district's plan. Because if we say the district's going to do these 3 things and it's out of alignment with the areas where our schools are saying they need support, then we're pointed in different directions. So getting all of our arrows pointed in the same direction is that first step. So we have the opportunity to see those plans. We work with the executive director team, the directors from academic services, and we come together as well one Monday a month to be able to look together at the systems and structures that can use updating, tweaking to get stronger, better, faster. Our principals have a series of meetings that I know they love. They come together, all K-12 principals, once a month, and that will be our meeting on the 22nd with them. They also meet in cluster groups with their executive director. And so that brings those like schools together and gives them that opportunity in a smaller setting to really talk with one another, especially when we have fresh data, because those who see those great growth and the moves in proficiency are going to want to say, hey, what are you doing? And how is it different from what I'm doing? Or we're doing the same thing, but you're getting a different result. And so those opportunities between the principal meetings, the executive director cluster meetings, and then we often do opportunities for lab time. So we have a special project, something new coming up, we offer lab time. So this week we offered lab times for early literacy, and we had several times where 6 different principals came in, and we facilitate the conversation, but they do the talking. And so that's their opportunity to share their strategies and share their struggles with someone who really understands what that feels like and what that looks like.
You mentioned you're collecting our papers, right? Okay, I do have some questions about dual language certification teachers and our ELL population, and just some questions surrounding that, some facts, just breaking down that subgroup further, but it's all in here. So if that could just be in a Friday report, because I know we're short on time, and we'll probably open up that conversation in the coming months, but just wanted to let you know it's in my want.
Got it. So make sure your name is at the top of your paper. Should probably put the date, just so we're right school official.
Okay.
Dr. Hernandez, my writing looks like yours, so you may not be able to read it.
Or I may be able to read it just fine.
You're speaking my language. So a question on top of this with the STAR model. So where did we get the idea, from as far as changing into this diagnostic model? And what other districts are using it and maybe have a more longitudinal set of data? I mean, we have a little bit, and we haven't inputted a summertime break in there yet. But what other districts that are you aware of that demonstrate success with this?
So I don't have them off the top of my head, mostly because I'm really nervous and I have sweat running down my back right now. Washington Elementary uses it. I have used this particular tool in other districts I've been a part of. Several of our principals who have joined us from other districts have experience with it as well. There are several districts in Arizona, and I can get those for you in a Friday report, as well as one of the things I didn't mention about STAR is actually an international tool. And so nationally speaking, the sample size of data they have, so I talked about that growth model, when we look and we compare, we don't just compare to what's happening in Little Peoria or what's happening in Little Arizona. We want to know how our students are performing on a national level. So when they say your students are performing at this particular level, it's compared to a huge group of students from districts that they have using that particular product. And so we have a lot of confidence in knowing that, the other thing about it being adaptive, now don't tell anyone I said this, but their bank of test questions that keeps them exciting for kids is so deep that you could test a student every day for 90 days. You wouldn't, and I didn't say you should, and they would never see the same test item. That's how deep their pool is of items to elicit where that learning level is and where each student is ready to start their next series of learning. So I'll get that list of districts for you in Arizona.
Well, you just said that you didn't want to let anybody know, but I know this is recorded, so everybody knows now.
But I didn't say you would ever test a student 90 days in a row.
Yes, you did. So that's a good point that you said it on the thing.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, if there aren't any other questions, we'll let Dr. Hernandez sit down. Great job, Dr. Hernandez. And board members, are you all okay? Do we need a little break or you need a break? Okay, we will recess for 5 minutes. So we'll be back at 3:31. Thank you.
Can we make this our quickest 5-minute break
Yes,
that we've
yes.
done? Because we're actually doing okay, but I just want to make sure we don't rob any time from Ms. Myers, and we're still as
Yes.
close to on track to 5 o'clock as we can. I don't know that we'll be quite there, but that's okay.
Great.
And it's actually 3:32.
Now it is 3:32. Thank you. Awesome. Wonderful. Okay, if everyone is ready, we will move to 3.7, which is our district financial update and fiscal year 2026 budget development. So we're going to turn the time over to Ms. Myers.
Afternoon. We've been here all day, so I'll say we've reached the afternoon. President Proudfit, members of the governing board, thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on the district's financial status as well as our progress with budget development for fiscal year 2026. And you'll note on the screen the graphic of our district strategic plan as well as a number of items each year that fall under stewardship of community resources. Budget is at the very top, and that's related to the annual development of the expenditure budget and the solidification and the district's adherence to effective policies, practices, and accountability for district resources. The presentation today will provide information regarding budget priorities and considerations that are underway with the annual budget process, as well as M&O and capital funding projections, impacts of enrollment decline. I will also discuss budget balance carry forwards and share information regarding non-levy funding sources, including Medicaid in public schools and Classroom Site Fund. Information regarding preliminary fiscal year 2026 budget projections and funding from the 13% M&O override will also be discussed. Capital funding and priorities from the district's capital improvement plan will also be reviewed, as well as information related to the Citizens Advisory Committee that represents the governing board from time to time when considering voter-approved initiatives. And of course, the governing board, please ask questions along the way or at the end if you would like. And I've noticed I've enlarged the screen. I'll look to Terry or our IT staff if we want to sync that back up, please. Thank you very much. So we'll start reviewing budget priorities and considerations from the lens of how we have set the budget in recent years. And in fact, if we time travel back to February 27th, 2020, that's when the governing board at the time approved a budget goal that has provided a framework for administration as we've developed the annual budget over the last 5 years. The goal includes identifying an overarching compensation model for all employee groups with a phased-in approach to defined compensation outcomes, ensuring consistent, equitable, and viable instructional resources, as well as professional development to support our students, as well as a multi-year plan to address facility and program utilization with phased identified outcomes, similar to one of the areas that Mr. Molino provided information on earlier today. Previously discussed priorities with the governing board have also focused on beginning teacher salaries, and I heard feedback through our time today regarding that as still a top priority for the governing board. Classified salaries and a multi-year plan to address compensation based on available funding. The expenditure budget contains statutorily defined funds. And tonight, we will focus on M&O, Capital, Classroom Site Fund, and Medicaid in public schools, which are both considered federal and state special project funding. The restoration of inflation funding in 2016 with the passage of Prop 123, as well as Governor Ducey's initiative for 20 by 2020 that was approved back in 2018, and the additional funding related to that initiative for teacher salaries. Those two funding sources have supported Peoria Unified making meaningful strides in the area of compensation in recent years. And I'll note, prior to 2016, districts were not funded for inflation. There was a set funding amount, not indexed for inflation, so it was static even though the cost of materials or salaries had increased. And during that time period, prior to Prop 123 and the inflation restoration, there were challenging years where the district struggled to provide a meaningful 4% increase to the base raise, as well as some staff actually experienced pay freezes and hiring freezes. And addressing compression that resulted from these past funding challenges was also a priority when compensation recommendations began in 2017. So you'll note on this slide there's an asterisk. There have been several points along the way in recent years where longer tenured employees may have received an additional compensation increase compared to newer hired employees. And that was by design to address compression. Compensation levels directly impact the district's ability to recruit and retain quality teachers and staff. There are also annual budget priorities for resources and instructional supports, and each year inflation impacts on the cost of operations, including utilities and fuel, and contracted services are always a consideration. Capital improvement, plan initiatives, technology, priority and essential facilities and maintenance projects are evaluated annually. And in addition, the impact of district enrollment, and you'll hear me talk about that in my presentation today, as well as Mr. Molino earlier today. Enrollment has a direct impact on the district's funding, and it's a consideration every single year. And there's also the ongoing evaluation if there are grants available to supplement programming and initiatives here in the district, as well as the aggregate expenditure limit. I've shared information in the past about the AEL, 40-year formula spending cap for public school districts, that if without action from the legislature to override the aggregate expenditure limit, districts could be in a scenario where they're required to reduce their budget in the fourth quarter of the fiscal year and school year. And for Peoria Unified, if the aggregate expenditure limit was not overridden, that would be a reduction of over $50 million with our expenditure budget in the year. But we are very grateful that the AEL has been overridden in recent years and was actually addressed out of the gate when the legislature approved the budget for fiscal year 2025. And so each year the governing board has a very important role in budget setting. In fact, as we've discussed today, setting the budget is one of the main responsibilities for the governing board. And throughout the years, we have had a process where through study sessions as well as updates at governing board meetings, administration has shared information. I mentioned the governing board's goal earlier in the presentation. There's a framework helping drive the recommendations that are brought forward, and that information is shared over 2 meetings, ultimately, typically in late April, early May, where there's a final presentation for discussion purposes, and then there's a second meeting for action where the governing board approves compensation recommendations, new positions, reclassifications, and that compensation piece then becomes part of the proposed budget that is recommended in June later in the year. I'll now talk a little bit about the annual budget process. The process typically starts in the fall. And so here we are in January, and actually typically in October, November, that's when we kick off the process as an administrative team. And there's outreach to the schools and the departments where we'll ask for input from employee stakeholders to provide information on annual, not only budget requests, but compensation priorities. We have a budget team work group that is part of that process with representation from employees across the district, 30+ members each year, and we have a mix of teachers, related service, classified, as well as administrative staff, and members from our employee associations who participate in that process. And so annual budget requests have historically come from schools to departments through a workflow process to the supervisor to the chief level officer. And then annual budget allocations have been made in alignment with academic program outcomes and the strategic plan. And so it's a formula base for the schools, and then strategic plan initiatives are more in alignment with the departments. And so again, if there's been a request for a new position, a reclassification, or a stipend, we do ask for data to justify the need, program evaluation. You've heard us talk a little bit about our budget process being incremental because it's in part aligned to new funding. And in some organizations, there's something called a zero-based budget approach, where every year you're starting from scratch. What we've been trying to do with the district's current strategic plan that was approved a few years ago, we were moving a bit more to what we would call a modified approach, where there was program evaluation, zero-based aspects for some programs and ongoing expenditures, but that incremental piece when it came to compensation. So that's the approach that we have used in recent years here in Peoria Unified. And again, enrollment is so important, not only with how Peoria Unified is funded, but also how we distribute M&O and capital allocations to our schools. Each school's enrollment is part of a formula calculation for M&O and capital budget allocations each year, and we do allow schools and departments to have a carry forward if need be, if they're making a multi-year purchase. And again, department allocations are in alignment with our strategic plan. Reoccurring purchases, a good example of that is software subscription renewals, and then of course one-time requests that may be part of an initiative for the fiscal year. And so here on this slide, we have a summary of the annual process to date that includes early in the fall, we start our work. We start to anticipate what we believe new funding will be. I mentioned Prop 123, inflation restoration, 2% inflation funding each year for M&O, as well as identifying fixed and variable costs. And then, of course, when we look at new monies, allocations to the schools and the departments, new positions, position requests, reclassifications, the remaining amount is typically what is available for compensation. Now, I say this is our historical approach because in years past, we were not faced with what we have today, which is the declining enrollment. So everything's changed a little bit, and we're taking a step back, and you'll see why that's the case throughout this presentation. So maintenance and operations funding and capital funding, school finance. How do we receive our funding each year? A 40-plus year formula going back to 1980 is the basis for how every public school district is funded in Arizona. And each year the formula, an equalization formula, basically determines the amount of funding a school district receives, and basically the mix of funding from the local community and at the state level. So local district property taxes provide a portion of each school district's funding, and then the state provides the remainder through a process called equalization. And each district is expected to tax property at a constant rate that's set by the state. Every district's subject to it is not voter approved, so that's part of the state level formula. And then districts with lower property tax revenues basically receive an offset from the state with state level funding to equalize their taxing effort by providing a greater share of the required school budget through state funds. So wealthier districts with a more robust property tax base, be it with residential homes or commercial properties, may be able to contribute more, where, say, a rural community in northern Arizona might have a lower property tax base. But irrespective of where a student lives, they're going to receive the same amount of funding, district by district, location by location. Another visual representation of the formula itself. Again, you've got that top bar identifying the full budget amount, the district spending limit, less local contributions from property taxes, and then the offset from state aid. And the equalization formula, again, that base support level supports maintenance and operations budget, as well as capital funding, district additional assistance, and there's also the transportation revenue control limit, because with our maintenance and operations, you'll see in another slide, it's not just general education, regular education, there's special education, transportation as well. So for Peoria Unified, looking at the equalization formula, we have 31% of the district's annual M&O coming from local revenue sources and 69% coming from the state. Again, here's that breakout: regular education, special education, as well as transportation. And M&O, of course, is where the majority of the district's daily expenditures take place. It's salaries, employee benefits, supplies, utilities, transportation, maintenance, repair, fuel costs, those types of expenditures, not of a capital nature. And the limit is based on a number of formulas dependent on enrollment, or now I'll introduce the word ADM, average daily membership. So what does that mean? Here's an actual screen capture from Arizona Department of Education. And the district's funding basically is set each year with the legislative session. The base level is determined by the legislature. And for fiscal year 24-25, the base level is $5,013 per student. And that's across the board, state of Arizona. You'll also note, and I'll just draw your attention to the bottom of this screen, the slide, there's also a state aid rollover amount each year, and for fiscal year 25, it was $800.7 million. That's an amount of funding related to the current fiscal year. So I'll say, for example, fiscal year 25, that actually is paid in July, the first month of the next fiscal year. So there's a rollover portion, and I'll speak to that a little more in detail later in the presentation. But with this base level amount, a district, that's their starting point with their budget development. There's also a teacher experience index for Peoria Unified. That's 1.0174 based on the years of experience the teachers have in the district. And there's also additional funding provided to the district that's determined based on student characteristics. And it's intended to support additional academic needs for certain students. This includes, for instance, a high school district or a unified district may have more expenses rather than just an elementary district. Exceptional students, special education students, English language learners may cost a little more to educate, so there's something called the weights that are added to the average daily membership. So we refer to it as weighted ADM when we set our budget calculations, and here it is on the screen in detail. That base support level we just looked at, weighted student count multiplied by the teacher experience index, and that's our starting point each year. We work with our pro forma, assuming there will be a 2% increase based on Prop 123, but as Paul Harvey would say, there is a little bit more to the story. I'll also note that in addition to the 2% for M&O, district capital funding is not indexed for inflation. And in recent years, there was capital funding restoration that's taken place, so important to districts, so important to Peoria Unified, because before that restoration, districts actually were not fully funded for capital. There was a reduction every year. And at the peak of the reductions for Peoria Unified, it was in excess of $15 million a year. So we want to acknowledge capital's been fully restored, and you'll see that amount is made a real difference. But again, that capital funding is not indexed for inflation, and the funding was not retroactively addressed, it's prospective. So just to make that comment as well. Enrollment changes are impacting our budget development this year. And in fact, each month we bring an enrollment report to the governing board that reports our pre-K-12 enrollment. And then there's also data to the prior year. Now I'll note this report includes students that we may not receive funding for, so it's just truly enrollment. But what you'll see here, similar to what Mr. Molino showed, we've had a decline in recent years. And the decline we initially saw after the COVID pandemic first peaked in 2021, roughly 1,800 students, started to come back, but is now going down again. And in fact here, this is a screenshot from our December budget revision, and there's the reporting we do with daily attendance. So this is tying back to ADE's reporting at a point in time. So it may be slightly different than some of the snapshots you saw in the applied economics report, et cetera, but this is what was in the budget. And the key takeaway is from fiscal year 2023 to 2025, there's been a reduction from 34,000, and I'll just round up, 668 students to 32,908. And that's the basis for the weighted ADM. So just to make that distinction, but it is going down. And so for fiscal year 2025, you may recall we brought forward recommendations based on our pro forma. And at the time, we said we believed the enrollment may decline 350 to 500 students, but we thought 350 was a fair projection. And so that's what we actually set our budget projection on. After the 40th day, where we are here mid-year through the year, we now believe it's closer to 1,000 students. I should also note that with the funding formula, maintenance and operations is current year funding. What that means is if there's a change in your enrollment during the fiscal year, the school year, you have to recognize the impact of that change in your December or your May budget revision. Capital, classroom site fund, maintenance and operations override are based on prior year enrollment. But when you've got declining enrollment, you have an immediate impact with M&O, and then you see that lagging impact the next year for those other funding sources. So I wanted to make that distinction. So when we moved from 350 to 1,000, we're seeing that impact in real time this year. And we initially thought we'd have $2.2 million of new revenue, is now looking like it'll be more in the range of 700,000. So that's a delta of $1.5 million that we're addressing at this time in the current fiscal year. Now, of course, as we look at options to address this decrease, we also will acknowledge we have a carry forward, which is a safety net, and changes in enrollment is one of the reasons why we do plan to have a carry forward in M&O and capital. And the school district's fund balance consists of unused revenues from previous or current fiscal years that can be used in future years if budget capacity allows. And a school district's reserve is a specific amount of its fund balance that is being maintained either for a specific purpose or as a contingency for risks such as revenue shortfalls, emergencies, and or unforeseen circumstances. In fact, for fiscal year 2023, the Arizona Auditor General actually made a change to the annual financial report reporting structure, in part because districts were seeing some movement with their fund balance upward, in part because of the pandemic funding, the ESSER funds, where in some instances those ESSER dollars were being used for what typically might have been an M&O and capital. And so the Arizona Auditor General wanted districts to start speaking to what are your plans for that fund balance, for that budget balance carry forward. We've seen this slide before. It's from the AFR presentation back in October. But in fiscal year 2024, Peoria Unified had a $27 million M&O budget balance carry forward, which is 8.7% of the fiscal year 2024 budget. And the M&O budget balance carry forward in recent years has been roughly 8 to 10%, which in part is a result of the district having the opportunity to use ESSER funding for certain M&O and capital expenditures, as well as one-time payments that have been received from the state of Arizona. The district's informal reserve target for a carry forward has been 5 to 10% of the revenue control limit. And why that's important, because we do have outstanding bond sales, and when the district has credit rating agencies evaluate the district's credit worthiness, they actually ask about the district's reserves, reserve policy, and budget balance carry forward in related funds. The M&O budget carry forward amount can be used for variable budget considerations that include cost fluctuations, utilities, fuel, contracted staff, insurance costs as an example. It also serves as a reserve to navigate funding changes that may result from enrollment declines. In addition, as I've mentioned, the pandemic funding, ESSER funding has concluded. And now at this point, things like summer school are reverting back 100% to our M&O and capital funds. And our summer school next summer will actually be funded from our carry forward balance. The M&O budget balance also supports cash flow management. I mentioned that annual rollover amount from the state that's delayed until July each year. Well, for Peoria Unified, that's about $40 million. And so what happens is we actually receive our final payment for the year first week of July. And so when you're trying to make payroll and manage cash flows, you have to have a mechanism to be able to meet those cash flow needs while you're waiting for that final payment. And so what we have been able to do with our carry forward is not need to use our credit line with the Maricopa County Treasurer or to sell tax anticipation notes to manage the cash flow needs. And so that's another benefit for having a budget balance carry forward. In addition, I mentioned Prop 123, the inflation restoration. Well, here we are going into fiscal year 2026, 10 years later. I'm sure you've heard on the news there's some conversation about a portion of that money now going into the general fund and the legislature needing to evaluate that. That's one piece that I've mentioned before, but there's also something called the Prop 123 triggers in the Arizona Constitution. And what that basically said was, beginning in fiscal year 2025, if the total amount of the general fund appropriations for ADE is at least 49%, but less than 50%, or at least 50% of the total general fund appropriation, the legislature is not required to make the 2% inflation adjustment for the base support level in the next fiscal year. And it can actually reduce the base funding level by amounts based on the prior year increase. So this is a real consideration that the school finance community is tracking, because we know that with ESAs being part of this calculation, we could be approaching that trigger threshold. So it's something we monitor. Again, another reason why it's important to have a budget reserve in place, as well as the aggregate expenditure limit that I mentioned earlier in the presentation. Capital funds, this is again the slide from our AFR presentation in October. We had a $26.4 million budget balance carry forward at that point in time. Excuse me, let me say that again. We had $26.4 million of expenditures in capital with a $36.8 million unrestricted capital budget carry forward, which has been prioritized for future capital projects. And those include safety, technology, as well as priority and essential projects. And in fact, on this next slide, we also shared this information in October. We detail the intended portion of the carry forward that's being expended for projects that are either currently underway or have already taken place. I will also note that the increase to $36.8 million was also augmented by a one-time funding allocation from the state of Arizona. There was a one-time $300 million amount made available to all school districts for fiscal year 2024. Peoria Unified's portion was $9.5 million. That went into the carry forward as well, with administration recommending that the carry forward again be used for select capital projects. And again, Mr. Molino mentioned that Lake Pleasant Elementary School building is almost complete. We're going through the procurement process for the education building at Liberty High School. Technology purchases and our social studies textbook adoption that's currently underway has a budget line item from the carry forward of $6 million. I will pause before I move into reserves because I've shared a lot of information. Are there any questions now, or would you like me to continue and wait till the end?
Board members, any questions?
Okay, thank you very much. All right. So now we'll talk a little bit about the Arizona Auditor General. And each year, the Arizona AG does a district risk analysis, and they actually publish that report. And it's basically a year-round process where they gather and analyze information and data from districts in alignment with 10 financial risk measures. And collectively, the measures relate to a district's overall financial risk of not being able to operate within its available cash resources or budget constraints. And the analysis identifies if the district is at high risk or has the potential for a future financial difficulty. Now, I will note, and this information is shared with the governing board in a Friday report last year, I shared the report coupled with the AG's office noted enrollment as being a possible risk. And we're now seeing that happen with our decline. And so that monitoring that takes place is not only related to enrollment, but reserves, because if there are significant swings and changes, they'll say that district's under financial pressure. But in addition to the Arizona Auditor General, let's look at what should be the reserve. And on the Arizona Auditor General's website, they actually have a link to the Government Finance Officers Association, GFOA. You've heard us refer to the organization as GFOA. And basically, this group represents public finance officials and governments throughout the United States and Canada. And the association has more than 20,000 members. And their membership is comprised of federal and state and local governments. And when we say government, and we've actually used that term earlier today, Peoria Unified is a political subdivision of the state of Arizona, so technically we're a government. So when I say that, we can also say school district, but I'll use the term government in this portion of the presentation. And so these local governments and finance officials are involved in planning, financing, and implementing thousands of governmental operations in each of their jurisdictions each year. And the GFOA's mission is to advance excellence in public finance. The GFOA states that it's essential that governments maintain an adequate level of fund balance to mitigate current and future risks. And this would include revenue shortfalls and unanticipated expenditures, and to also maintain stable tax rates. In addition, they recommend a minimum amount, regardless of size, that should be maintained. They highlight 2 months of regular operations in the general fund. They'll say general fund, is that M&O? General fund refers to our audited annual comprehensive financial report, and the general fund basically includes M&O, capital, auxiliary, indirect costs, gifts and donations, and Medicaid and public schools. That's the general fund. But if we speak to just M&O and capital, Peoria Unified's monthly expenditure based on fiscal year 2024 is about $26 million. So I talked about percentages of revenue control limit. The carry forward for M&O last year was close to that 1 month amount, if you wanted to benchmark that way. Irrespective of how we look at it, GFOA recommends that a government's policy setting body, its council, its governing board, evaluate what should that carry forward or reserve amount be. What should be maintained in the general fund for generally accepted accounting principles, for audit purposes, for credit rating purposes, but also budgetary purposes. And that the guidelines should really be not only set by the body and adopted, but monitored. How do we build it back up if we have to use that reserve or budget balance carry forward for an unforeseen need? Talked a little bit about maintenance and operations and capital. I'll now refer to Medicaid in public schools, also referred to as MIPS. We've had some questions about MIPS. Last year, I did provide a Friday report to the governing board. I believe it was in the December timeframe, and then again this December, because we had questions, and so we'll go ahead and share some of the information that was in the Friday report at this time. And so Medicaid school-based claiming is a joint federal and state program that offers reimbursement for both the provision of covered medically necessary school-based services and for the cost of administrative activities. Schools may provide a wide range of healthcare and related services to their students, which may or may not be reimbursable under the Medicaid program. Medicaid will reimburse schools for documented medically necessary services that are provided to children who are both Medicaid eligible and who have been identified as eligible under the Individuals with Disabilities Act, Education Act, IDEA. Medicaid claiming must comply with federal and state guidelines, and the district's participation in the program and related reporting is subject to an annual review and periodic audits by public consulting group on behalf of the state of Arizona and Access. So our participation in the program has regular reviews and periodic audits every year. Reimbursements and payments are always in arrears, so they lag. So what I have on here is the revenue recognized during the fiscal year, not necessarily what will be coming next year, but cash-based receipts. And the average annual revenue the district has received from participating in the program over the last 5 years is $1.4 million. The payments can be used for any maintenance and operations eligible purpose, and the district has primarily used the funds for special education expenses and employee retention stipends. I should note that the carry forward was $6 million at the end of fiscal year 2024, and this year the district will also be using the Medicaid and public schools monies to help support contracted instructional aides in our special education programming here in the district. The district also receives funding for Classroom Site Fund each year, and Classroom Site Fund accounts for the portion of state sales tax collections and state land trust income for school districts as an additional source of funding for teacher and student support services, staff compensation, and performance pay. Some in the audience may recall that this is also Prop 301, previously approved by the voters. At the sunset of Prop 301, the legislature continued it. In fiscal year 24, we had $25 million of expenditures in Classroom Site Fund with a $41.9 million carry forward. When we look at that carry forward, we need to look 2 years back and 8 years into the future. And what I mean by that on this slide, and this was part of our budget development last year, there were recommendations made for fiscal year 2025 that included an increase to the beginning teacher salary schedule, or a new hire teacher salary schedule, I should say, here in Peoria Unified, a 10% increase to the portion of an eligible employee's compensation that's funded from Classroom Site Fund, as well as monetary add-ons. In this case, for fiscal year 25 was $300 to the portion of the employee's salary funded from Classroom Site Fund. What's unique about that is when you add a monetary increase, that higher amount is then subject to future percent increases, as well as there's carry forward that can be evaluated for fiscal year 26 for other budget initiatives. However, in addition to what we've done, we also pulled in the expanded eligibility that the legislature approved in fiscal year 2022 to not only include teachers, but also to include the related service positions. And in fiscal year 2023, the governing board approved the inclusion of these newly eligible employees. And why that's important to note, you'll see here from fiscal year 21 to 22, there was a jump, an increase in the per student amount of funding in Classroom Site Fund. Based on enrollment, huge increase. Initially in the school finance community, when that occurred in alignment with the expansion, there was conversation, is this a one-time increase? Because each year it's based on sales tax revenue collections and state land trust sales. Next year it continued, and when we saw that continuation, we started to actually address the opportunity to expend some of those dollars. And so we accordingly started to increase the percentage of the percentage increase to the portion of an employee's compensation that's funded from Classroom Site Fund. I've also mentioned that in 2019, administration did an internal review of guidance counselors, certified coaches, and similar positions that in the past were considered possibly eligible for Classroom Site Fund. These positions are in M&O, have been since 2019, but they have received the same compensation benefits as employees who are in Classroom Site Fund, meaning they're eligible for performance pay, and we've had, say, the 10% increase to the portion of compensation funded from Classroom Site Fund, or that monetary add-on. They've received the benefit, but the district has used M&O to pay for that portion. And that's an important consideration because that's kind of constrained our ability to expend more than we have of that additional funding because we didn't have enough M&O to match for those other employee groups if we had, over the course of 2 or 3 years, tried to spend down the growing carry forward. But what we have done in recent years is addressed the opportunity by not only having the 10% increase, but also in fiscal year 24, there was an increase, that monetary add-on ranging from $1,250 to $2,000 for Classroom Site Fund eligible employees, or those we call them legacy employees paid from M&O. So again, those types of incentives, as well as increasing performance pay, that increased from $2,800 to $3,500 for the employees who were previously eligible for Classroom Site Fund, not the new Function 2100. All of those costs are now embedded in our annual expenditures from Classroom Site Fund. And so again, here we are planning for fiscal year 2026. We know, and I have a graph to show it, that we're spending down over the next 8 or so years the carry forward. How much more do we expend? Because if we have an increase now, that could shrink the timeline to draw down the carry forward. There's an M&O match need, and we have a decline in enrollment. So now we don't only have additional expenditures, but we have a revenue stream that's declining. So here it is in a graphical form. And you'll see that the increase in funding is represented with the blue line that started in fiscal year 2022, and then the associated increase in expenditures, that's the orange line, and then the pacing that we have to draw down that carry forward over the next several years. Any questions? Good to go? I'll keep moving. All right. So now we've come to the point where we'll talk specifically about fiscal year 2026. And one thing that really needs to be an action item for the governing board is our override. We need some direction because an override is for a set period of time. Arizona revised statutes allow the district to ask the community to approve an M&O override up to 15% of the revenue control limit. Peoria Unified has a 13% override that was initially approved in 2016 and then renewed by our community in November of 2020. The override's in place for 7 years. If it's not renewed or continued or increased by year 5, it begins to phase down in years 6 and 7. And if it begins to phase down, there's a 1/3 cut to the budget for the amount provided by the override in year 6 and a 2/3 in year 7. And so for the district, and you can see here on the side, this year, the override is providing $33.1 million of an additional M&O funding for positions and programs that would not exist without the override at the level that they are today. And that includes assistant principals at all of our schools, nurses, healthcare providers, athletics, extracurricular activities, PE, art, band, and choir, gifted and reading programs throughout the district. It helps us maintain class size. It allows us to be competitive when we're trying to recruit and retain staff, and it allows us to provide all-day kindergarten to our community. Prior to the 13% override, we had to charge for all-day kindergarten. I'll also note we have a 13% override. Historically, our sister districts, every comparable district to Peoria Unified has had a 15% override. That's a delta of $4 to $5 million a year. Those districts are able to recruit and provide compensation increases with more funding than we historically have. And so, again, looking in a little more detail for the current year, without the funding, we would be required to cut positions and programs. This would impact programming and our students here in the district. And again, if it's not renewed in November of 2025, the clock is ticking. For fiscal year 2027, we would have to reduce our M&O budget by $11 million. Just also acknowledge, statute allows for bond authorizations. The district currently does not have a bond program, so that's not part of our budget development for fiscal year 2026. We provide a report each year in October regarding our voter-approved initiatives, including our current override, and the presentation was on October 10th. You'll note here on this slide a yellow primary tax rate. That's related to the equalization formula, not voter-approved. Our outstanding bond sales and override tax rates are considered secondary property taxes. We've had a declining tax rate in recent years. So I'll also mention that the governing board has historically worked with a citizens bond and override advisory committee when there has been consideration for the district to call for a bond or override election. Now, there are several policies that relate specifically to a Citizens Advisory Committee, and policy truly aligns to bonds. The governing board in the past has asked the committee to also consider override elections, but policy specifically is related to a bond. So I want to make that distinction as we talk about the override and that November 2025 date. And so again, the governing board can establish subcommittees, advisory committees, task forces, and ad hoc citizen study committees to study topics determined by the governing board. It's for a set period of time. The committee terminates, but if the committee makes a recommendation, let's say a bond or an override, they also make the recommendation related to the associated dollar amount or percentage. And so as we move through the presentation, the puzzle pieces, someone with a lighthearted, fun way said, hey, we're going to build a budget. We are over several months, and the governing board will provide direction and ultimately will approve that budget. But you can see here on this slide, and we heard some of these priorities today: compensation, textbooks and instructional resources, the override continuation or next steps, funding and how that's being impacted by our enrollment. All of these things come into play, and there's input from the governing board accordingly. Enrollment challenges, I mentioned the impact to the fiscal year 2025 budget and the decline, the $1.5 million decrease. Well, I can also share that we're projecting another 1,000 student decline for the budget development for fiscal year 2026. So what does that mean? Well, what we're seeing is we had a decline to $700,000 of new revenue for M&O this fiscal year. We believe we're actually going to be in a negative revenue situation for fiscal year 2026. We also believe, and again, lagging prior year ADM for capital, current year for M&O, we're projecting a $500,000 decrease for capital. Now, again, we have our budget balance carry forward and the opportunity. We've shared some of the priorities today of where we're going to look for not only opportunities to increase revenue, but to have efficiencies to reduce expenses. But this is our reality. So not only in 2025 are we closing that $1.5 million delta, we're coming into 26 without new funding, an actual reduction in the funding that we'll be receiving. And they're all the considerations. We know that we're going to have some fixed and variable costs to address, benefit costs, resources, student initiatives, facility maintenance and operations. All of these considerations come into play. We will be bringing forward our benefit renewal, not only employee benefits from a medical and dental perspective, but we also have to monitor our liability insurance costs each year, workers' compensation costs, minimum wage increases, custodial, outsourced costs. But in addition to that, how do we provide the best raise possible with the funds that we have? Because we know that in M&O, every 1% costs $1.6 million. So this is our reality as we're coming into budget development this year. So we've begun the process and we'll continue through future study sessions and governing board meetings and updates to ask for input, to provide information and data as we identify priorities and next steps through the process. Also capital, just a couple of comments. Kevin did a deep dive. We have our capital improvement plan, and instead of reaching out like I shared we have in years past to ask schools and departments to make requests for new initiatives, et cetera, the capital piece is fully being managed through the lens of the capital improvement plan. Dr. Kevin, you're a doctor now. Kevin Molino's department and Jason Nuttall and Dr. Summers and I will work together on that. And then, of course, the facility piece, the capital improvement plan, next steps, how do we address those needs, those priority and essential capital projects, roofing, HVAC with a finite funding stream, We shared this slide before when there was discussion about the bond program. Kevin shared back in 2020, ADM Group did an assessment, and it was a 15-year planning horizon, but we knew within roughly a 5-year time frame there was $120 million worth of priority and essential projects. With our own monies, we were able to fund roughly $40 million in the blue portion, but you can see in the gold bar column there's more to support and limited funds. And so again, next steps with the assessment. And with that, we have the budget team. The budget team will continue to meet in a little bit more of a limited capacity this year because we don't have the same amount of new money or grant funding to evaluate. We're also going to look at fees, staffing, facility utilization, again, to identify opportunities from a revenue stream perspective and how we can become as efficient as possible and to reduce as many expenditures as possible. Our first budget team meeting is scheduled for the end of January, and again, we have 4 meetings on the books so far. And so for the governing board, there's an opportunity to consider an updated governing board goal in the area of budget development. Administration will ask for your input over the next few months as we finalize budget development for next year. I mentioned there's always a 2-meeting cadence for the final recommendations, but administration does need direction for next steps if the board would like to reconvene a Citizens Advisory Committee to study the continuation of the M&O override. Bonds are always part of that as well, or if the governing board would like to provide direction on next steps and the continuation of the 13% override. And with that, that concludes the presentation. It's a lot of information at the end of a long day. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them at this time.
Board members, are there any questions or comments? We'll start with you, Mr. Toby.
Thank you for the update. I know we talked a lot about the finance in our onboarding, and so I appreciate seeing this again, so it kind of sticks in the brain. I do know that our ADM rates are going down, and that does directly impact our finances. Anecdotally, I've been told that there's handfuls of families that do want to come back to Peoria. So I just want to make the statement that we're open for business. You know, if you're one of those homeschool families or you're a charter family and you're looking to have that high school experience or CTE that you're not getting elsewhere, like, we're open for business. So that is exciting that I do hear families telling us that they're excited about the direction of our district, given this past election. I also look forward to doing maybe some fiscal tabletops in future study sessions to really test our financial resiliency. And it goes right in line with your direction, Dr. Summers, about this facility usage and really pivoting to be able to grow the district and not just, doing away with schools, but like, how can we accept more, right, and actually meet students where they're at. And then, I would leave it with that. So thank you very much.
Mrs. Rooks.
I guess I had one question, and I don't know what page it is because there's no page on here. It's the the Medicaid in public schools. It's the slide that says Medicaid school-based claiming. It states that they're for the cost of administrative activities. Do you know what those activities are in our district? Sorry, I just don't know what page it was on here. It didn't have it.
Administrative
right there,
activities, I believe that's referring to administrative outreach. As part of the program, there's a requirement to share information about availability of the services, et cetera. I'm happy to provide the exact definition for you. It's not the administrative team. I think they're referring to administrative outreach. But if I may, I'll provide some additional information in a Friday report.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Actually, I did have another one. Sorry, I had to go through each page. So it's actually the next page over. The budget balance carry forward for the Medicaid was $6 million. I think that's what I read, right? Yeah, right there. I guess why is that so high of a carry forward?
It's typically not that high. I
Okay.
mentioned the ESSER grants where we had the opportunity to use grant funding for retention stipends. Historically, we've used Medicaid in public schools, which can be used for any M&O eligible expense. It's perfectly fine to use it for any M&O eligible expense. So we've used part of that funding for retention stipends for all staff. And because of the ESSER grants, we didn't have to use that fund as much. So you'll see this year that carry forward is going to be going down. We're also using it for instructional aids, contracted instructional aids for special education programming. So that dollar amount will not be the same at June 30th.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I appreciate the presentation, the breakdown of everything. And, you know, for me, I do like the goals up there of the teacher compensation, but I think not addressing the part of stipends so much as versus going back to what is the foundation base. Because I think if you're just adding it on and you're not going back to, okay, what's the base salary for the teachers that we have? I think it's just very backwards to me in my perspective. I think that's been a pretty big issue, but also I think bus drivers, I've heard a lot about like really raising the bar on that. And then I know Dr. Summers in our tours that we've had, the schools have really looked at wanting to bring in their own on-site maintenance worker versus outsourcing. So I know that's just something that's been on my brain when I'm touring the schools for them.
Thank you, Mrs. Rooks, President Proudfit, members of the governing board. The slide I had earlier in the presentation, all of these compensation increases are to the base, just to make sure none of this information was related to stipends. I agree in the budget team with the administration each year we talk about what can go to the base because that then compounds for future year raises. So important. One thing that we're pleased that we were able to do as Peoria Unified, I mentioned the 20 by 2020. That funding was restricted just for classroom teachers, Function 1000 in front of students with a roster. In the second and third year, you'll note everyone received the same raise. We were able to also include our classified staff, our non-classroom teachers, because it takes a village. So bus drivers have been a priority and still need to be, but that's an excellent point. That is really everyone.
Yeah, and I think I jotted this down for a thought because walking through the community and hearing their concerns and listening, when you're talking about, you brought up the bond and the override. It's not that the community doesn't want to support the schools or the children's education. I think it's that they really need to see, like I talked about earlier this morning, thinking outside the box. When it comes to, when they see that there is a carry forward of so much amount coming through, and I know you talk about the AEL and preparing for anything that might happen, but I think that just from my perspective, the AEL our legislation has done it every year. So I don't foresee the legislation saying, no, we're not going to help you. I just don't see that because I've met a lot of the legislators, I've met a lot of the senators. They care about the kids, they do. So I don't see that happening. So I just think if you're really wanting to connect with the community and you want them to support an M&O or a bond, I think that if you start thinking outside the box and utilizing what we have versus just saving it, I think that they might start where you could then explain to them, look, we've done this, we've done this, we've done this. And then they're going to understand, like, okay, they are utilizing what they have and now they're asking for help. That's why I really liked the idea of the DAC selling because it's thinking outside the box. It's can we do that? Is that feasible? And then that's something for the community to see, oh, hey, they're actually trying something different that is going to help maybe with a lot of the issues. And then we can say, we've done all of this. will you please support us with an M&O? I just want you to kind of understand that the community does support the schools and the kids and everything, but they have to see a little bit more thinking outside the box and a change.
And
So,
President
sorry.
Proudfit and Mrs. Ricks, members of the governing board, I appreciate those comments. We're not saving the budget balance carry forward. I mentioned the capital side, 22 million is prioritized in this year's budget. Without our budget balance carry forward, we would not be able to nimbly navigate through our enrollment changes as an example. And just as the case with anyone having a savings account at home, you want to have X amount of a reserve to go to. The governing board will have the opportunity with work you do, and I highlighted this during the presentation, now that the ESSER grants have concluded, and that's what contributed in part, and the one-time funding from the state, to allow that carry forward to grow a little bit. A policy direction can be given. We want it to be X%. We want it to be 1 month of operations. We want it to be 1 week of operations. So that's wonderful feedback, and that's the opportunity that's here today.
Mrs. Ewing?
So question for you on the page 82. First of all, thank you so much for this very large, lengthy presentation. I'm glad it's not 100 pages, but on page 82, it is listed there. These are kind of all of the, what is it called? For the governing board, what we are the next steps. And I noticed you had next step Citizens Advisory Committee or next step continuation of the 13% M&O override. Is it one or the other? Because I guess I was under the impression it would be a similar process like we did with the bond, where we would put the recommendation to put the Citizens Advisory Committee back together, or are you saying that we can bypass all of that and just go to the vote of the continuation of the 13% override?
Thank you, President Proudfit, Mrs. Ewing, members of the governing board. Policy refers to a Citizens Advisory Committee when there's a bond consideration. If the governing board chooses to direct administration to only consider an M&O override this year, you could convene the committee, or the governing board could manage that evaluation process to take action. So it's really at the pleasure of the board.
And if I may, it doesn't necessarily mean that the only option is the continuation of 13%. There's an option to go up to 15%. And getting back to the how does the board want to provide that direction, what I would envision, very similar to, although there's not an action item on this specific framework tonight, we do desire, we didn't want to put you on the spot after a full day with everything that we have in front of us to say, here's how we're going to do this now. But I would envision in the next couple of weeks, if we are going to convene a Citizens Advisory Committee, we would need to start that very soon, because the timeline to make the decision on the M&O and or even a bond issue on the ballot would be late, April into May, no later than, Ms. Myers?
May.
So just keep that in mind as we're thinking ahead over the next few months, leading up to what that eventual decision will be relating to the status of an M&O and or a bond.
So I guess the only other thing I would say is that, just back to the board, is that we all seem to list teacher compensation as a priority. So my hope is that we can put that into some sort of action. So thank you.
Mrs. Bowles?
Thank you for the presentation. My brain is kind of going several different directions. I will piggyback off what Ms. Rooks has said, and that is just thinking outside the box, and I think I really do think we can get creative in some things, like maybe not the DAC issue or whatever, but just that mindset. We need to be creative. I've also spoke to many homeschool ESA parents through campaigning and knowing many of them, and along with charter, that They are looking. Peoria doesn't, it's not an all loss, throwing the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak, but they really are excited for change. And so I just want to put that out there, even as of last night, speaking to a mom who is rethinking the homeschooling thing, because we've heard of those before. Some make it look very easy and some do an amazing job, and then there's others that are just really struggling. And the long term, now her daughter's getting into junior high, and she wants to be in politics. So I said, hey, come to a board meeting. You can come with me anytime. Always teaching, the next generation. And she said, I really think she's college driven, and I need to make sure that, we're looking at that. So, yeah, I guess piggyback off of what Mr. Toby said as well, I have heard that even as of last night. So, and to promote our district as we make changes and not get stuck. Thank you.
Thank you for this presentation. You're always so thorough. And again, I appreciate our conservative approach to how we spend our money. And I also appreciate the input from our fellow board members. I think a theme that we've had recurring several times today is the need to innovate within our district. A lot of you know that one of my children uses ESA funds. I've had, I'm in a lot of the chat rooms and whatever for ESA funds, and an idea that I had, it's probably not going to be something that's going to solve any line item on its own, but when I talk about leaning into the choice in education, and that is something the market and the community that we live in is very clearly demanding, is finding a way to recapture some of those ESA funds. There's programs in other districts where a kid can take one class and it's treated as a credit hour similar to a university, and there's a way to collect some of that money. And I would love to look at that solution particularly, but solutions like that to try to look at any increased revenue stream we can as we're living in a very different educational environment, and making sure that we're ready to adapt and not be afraid to be on the front lines and try things. And if they don't work, we can always reevaluate. And I almost think that the only wrong choice is to do nothing. So just wanted to plant that seed, and I'm sure we'll be having lots more conversations in the coming months, but thank you so much for your dedication to your work. All right, guys, we made it. That was a great, great day, very long day. We're going to quickly, I'm on the wrong agenda, but I think it's 4.1. 4.1, we're going to move to adjourn this meeting at 5:43, is that right? 4, thank you very much. 4:44 p.m.
I motion to adjourn at 4:44 p.m.
I will second. We have a motion made by Mrs. Rooks and a second made by myself. Ms. Donner, can you take us through a voice vote, please?
Yes.
Yes.
President Proudfit? Yes. Yes, of course. Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Mrs. Rooks?
Yes.
President Proudfit?
Yes.
Mrs. Bowles?
Yes.
And Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Wonderful meeting. Yay! Meeting is adjourned. Board members, please stay in the dais, and then we're going to probably reconvene. Should we say 5:20? That's great. 5:20? Perfect. We will meet back for our board meeting at 5:20.
Can you hear me? Here, take mine.
Should we just share? Oh, it's fine. All right. Talk to you. Okay, sorry we're having mic troubles, but thank you everyone for coming out to tonight's meeting. We're going to go ahead and call the meeting to order at 5:26 p.m. What an exciting day it is. We are so excited to welcome our two newest board members, Mr. Jeffrey, I was going to call you Jeffrey Bowles. That's not right. Mr. Jeff Toby. Sorry. You guys, we have literally been here since like 8:45 this morning in meetings, so we're kind of all a little bit cross-eyed. It's fine. And welcome to Mrs. Janelle Bowles. We're very, very grateful to have so many community members who are willing to show up and who are willing to do this job, which once again is a volunteer, full-time volunteer position. So thank you so much for stepping up. We actually just came off about an 8-hour study session. If anyone is interested, we discussed everything moving forward, and it would be a great one for any community member to revisit. It was very productive, great meeting, and looking forward to a very, very productive year in the school board. All right, we are going to begin with our opening exercises led by Mrs. Rooks, our moment of silence, and our Pledge of Allegiance. I was actually speaking to a community member, and we talked about this in our study session, but just want to brief everybody that we are going to be ensuring that our moment of silence is at least a minute long. So just keeping that consistent for everyone who's leading. So hand it over to Mrs. Rose.
And if you could keep in our thoughts a teacher that we lost over the break in our district that passed away. And also keep in our thoughts Janelle Bowles' brother, previous Senator Anthony Kern, was in a car accident and he is in recovery. So if we could all just remember that, both of those individuals under our moment of silence.
All right, we're going to move on to section 3.1, address agenda and considering adoption or recommending changes. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I have a motion to move 6.5 and 6.6 up to 4, since typically in an organizational meeting at the beginning of the year, we do that first.
I will second.
Is that better? Oh, good job, Janelle. Okay. Mrs. Bowles fixed it, everyone. All right, so we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by Mrs. Rooks to adopt the agenda, moving 6.5, election of governing board president, and 6.6, election of board clerk, to the top of the meeting. So I just want to be very clear. Mrs. Bowles, you're wanting to move it to before recognitions?
Yeah, yeah. It's
before public comment?
No, not before public comment, but
So that would be putting it just at the top of the action items before, so it would now become the new 6.1, 6.2?
No, it would be 4. So before, I guess, yes, before recognitions. But I would assume that you would want to do public comment.
Well,
before.
public comment tied to that item would be there, but then.
Oh, yeah, that's what I mean.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
perfect. Just wanted to be clear to what you were requesting. Is any board member unclear about what the request is? No. Good? Okay,
We'll see the change.
yeah, perfect. Board members, please cast your votes.
President Profit, please allow me a moment to update that motion.
Perfect.
Thank you. President Proudfit, members of the board, thank you for your patience. I am ready to proceed.
Thank you.
President Proudfit, I have a question.
Yes,
Was the
sir.
motion made by Ms. Bowles and second by Mrs. Rooks?
Correct.
Azure, could you change that?
Yeah, just give me a moment, please. President Proudfit. President Proudfit, members of the board, we are ready to proceed.
Thank you. Board members, please cast your votes. No, you just wait. Board docs is being a little slow tonight, so. Would it be easier to just run us through a voice vote? It seems like board docs is really struggling this evening.
Mrs. Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
President Proudfit,
Yes.
Mrs. Bowles,
Yes.
Mr. Toby,
Yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeses. So we will then be moving, well, board members, go ahead and refresh. Just refresh your.
President Proudfit, members of the board, if you'll allow me a moment, just by way of information, I will add a new category that will move the items up before recognitions.
Perfect. Will you
Thank
let us
you.
know when to refresh, please? I guess while we're doing that, by way of context, just to provide the people that have joined us tonight for this vote, this was a discussion item in our study session, so we as a board were able to have, I think, very honest and productive and robust conversation about both roles and responsibilities and questions we had for each other. So there probably won't be discussion tied to it, but if anyone's interested in that discussion, it will be on the YouTube channel during that study session. Mr. Toby. Okay, so now that we have more time, here's some more context on that. We have time for storytelling. So my husband is the CEO of a company, and when he's overwhelmed at work, he has a goat scream that he does, and it mirrors a commercial. So Mr. Toby for Christmas got me that button that mirrors the goat scream. So if in our board meetings we reach that point, we can hit the goat scream button. So apparently Mr. Toby has reached that point 5 minutes into his first meeting. So I hope the meeting improves for you, but we'll keep that.
Does this mean I can't be president?
Only if you do the goat scream in person can you do that.
President Proudfit, members of the board, and cabinet and community, thank you so much for your patience. We are ready to proceed if you will refresh your screens.
Thank you so much. I know board docs can be tricky. So the meeting has disappeared. It's only showing the special board meeting. It's only showing study session.
Sorry, President Proudfit, if you click on the 2025, the little plus minus button, sorry, the actual 2025, you see the plus. Yeah, go into meetings, I'm sorry. And then hit the plus button under 2025 and hit join meeting. Like it's, if you pull it down, it's right there.
Yeah, it just disappeared out of featured meetings. Okay, is everyone joined into the meeting? Okay. You're totally fine. There's drinks in a cooler outside in the lobby if anyone's interested. There is not, but there is caffeine.
We're waiting for Melissa.
All right, so we're going to move to 4.1, which is election of governing board president. Like I said, we already went over the roles and responsibilities and had robust board discussion. Before we move to public comment, board members, is there any additional discussion? Mrs. Ewing?
No, I don't have anything. Thank you.
Wonderful. Mrs. Bowles? The 4.1, the election of governing board president.
If you have any comments or questions.
Perfect. Mr. Toby?
No comments.
Mrs. Rooks?
No comments.
Wonderful. Yes, I feel great with the comments that have already been said. So we'll move to any public comment tied to this agenda item. We do have a few, so reminder, each speaker is allowed 3 minutes. Our first one is Nikki Enchef. Did I pronounce your last name correctly? Yes.
Oh, okay. Good evening, board and cabinet members. I'm here to support Heather Rooks as president. Mrs. Rooks is the entire reason I'm even at these board meetings. When I took my daughter out of a charter school to attend Liberty High School, she was immediately confronted with a boy using the girls' bathroom. I was immediately connected to Heather Rooks. Heather was an invaluable resource as I tried to navigate the situation, starting at the school level, then to the admin level, then to the board, and back and forth in a circle. What Mrs. Rooks said earlier today in the retreat, that she was elected by parents to be our voice, to be our champion and advocate here in the boardroom and at the district level, is the truth. I've been involved with these board meetings for 2 years, and no other board member has had a consistent presence in the boardroom of support. Half of this room now is filled with people who are here because Heather has impacted their life in some way, and this happens nearly every board meeting, and I don't ever see this for any other board member. I have met and come in contact with many people who've told me their stories about Heather, how Heather has helped them. And it's not easy to get up and speak at this podium. Many of us have done so and been called names in this room and outside of the room and in social media. Nonetheless, I know one more than Heather Rooks. Mrs. Rooks has stayed true to her platform and has not caved under pressure. Her experience, expertise, and determination in the face of adversity has prepared her to serve as president on this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Ms. Kristen Balthus.
A little shorter. Good evening, governing board members, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and community. My name is Kristen Bothas, and I serve as the co-president for the Peoria Principals Association, which represents our site-based administrators and PUSD. On behalf of PPA, we would like to thank Rebecca Proudfit for her service during the governing board presidency this past year. We would like to thank her for always seeking to understand and for being willing to listen to the different viewpoints on topics that directly impacted our students and staff. This evening, the governing board is voting to determine who will serve as our next governing board president. PPA, as an organization, does not want to endorse any one candidate, as we value the voices and leadership of all of our governing board members. Instead, we'd like to highlight the characteristics and qualities we value in the person sitting in the position of governing board president. Over the years, we've experienced a variety of governing board presidents. When we look back, the qualities that we valued were those governing board members who embodied the characteristics of integrity, transparency, advocacy, and support. It is important that the person stepping into this distinguished role recognize that the students in the Peoria Unified School District are their priority and responsibility. Our PPA membership seeks a governing board president who speaks on behalf of the 34 elementary schools, 8 high schools, and not of their own personal agenda. We value governing board presidents who are curious and take opportunities to not only learn about our schools, but also respect the experiences of those students that attend them. Past governing board presidents who have championed and supported the work done by our staff and students have allowed the community to see the value in our schools. As a school system, we strive for excellence. We ask that the person serving as our governing board president align themselves with efforts to achieve academic excellence here in PUSD. As a collective association, we ask that you vote for a president that embodies a belief in public education. Our membership is committed to providing the best educational opportunities for our community. We ask that you consider a candidate that can facilitate the educational environment that allows our children to thrive. We appreciate and recognize the importance of the decision you will be making this evening, and thank you for hearing our request for support and for a belief in our students, the PUSD students, staff, and community.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Ms. Teddy Todd.
Good evening, board, Dr. Summers and cabinet and everybody here who is going to be putting in input and supporting our board. I appreciate this time to speak to all of you, but to follow what was just said, oh my, that was wonderful. What I am looking for, again, is a person who fosters a culture of respect, trust, and accountability in all interactions. A person who can engage stakeholders through open communication and meaningful collaboration. I think it's very, very important that that person have fantastic, out of the box maybe, communication skills to be able to negotiate on many different issues. We have, and I will say, we've got 5 board members. Whoa, that is phenomenal. And I believe and I hope that all will be able to work together. But we need that strong person, and I believe also in the continuation of what was worked on before. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir.
Good evening, President Proudfit and governing board members. First, I want to take a moment to welcome our new board members, Mr. Toby and Mrs. Bowles. As Vice President of the Peoria Education Association, I am really eager to meet with each of you to collaborate on solutions that will positively impact our staff and students in Peoria. I also wanted to take this opportunity to ask the board to consider nominating Becky Proudfit for board president. Ms. Proudfit has proven to be a strong, nonpartisan leader, willing to consider all perspectives when making difficult decisions that impact not only our students, but staff and community as well. We may not always agree on decisions that have been made, but we have appreciated the transparency and willingness to discuss challenging topics in an effort to understand the needs of our educators, administrators, and students. Finally, I'd like to recommend that you consider nominating Jeff Toby as clerk. I believe it's important that we have leadership on our board that is willing to learn about the diverse needs of our district, engage in open dialogue with stakeholders, and keep our students' needs and safety at the forefront of all decisions. Thank you to each of you for dedicating your time to improve the working conditions for all staff in Peoria, as well as the learning experiences for our students.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Ms. Becky Smith.
I don't have a great speech like everybody else. I was just going to comment that I would like to support Heather as president. I think she's put in her time. I think she's taken a lot of heat over the past couple of years and always stood strong in what she believes, not changed what she believes. And I just think she now has the experience and she has the support. So I would like to just show support for her. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Ms. Wendy Van Wee.
This looks so good up there. I love it. First of all, congratulations, Jeff and Janelle. We did it. We look forward to what you are going to bring to the district. Heather Rooks, you have been the most consistent in your fight for this district for over the last 4 years now, 3-ring binder and all. You've never changed your position. You've never crumbled under pressure. You've never given in to the constant barrage of hatred thrown at you. You've been called all the names in the book. You've had longtime supporters turn on you for no logical reason. You've never changed your stance on protecting the students of this district. Hold on, I lost my place. You continued to fight when there were days you had no fight left in you. We all know where that strength comes from and who was there for you, picking you up and pushing you to continue the fight. When you were the only one sitting up there working for your constituents because you knew what your constituents wanted and you never wavered. We all know what you bring to the table, and we're very confident in your ability to be president of this school board. We know you will walk alongside us and fight for this district's future, and that's not only the future of the students, but also the future of the staff in this wonderful district. We look forward to what you and the 2 J's will accomplish in the next 2 years. Heather Rooks, your peers, your constituents, and everyone watching, you, ma'am, are a bad bleepity bleep, and I am proud of you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is just Mia.
Hi, good evening. I would just first like to congratulate Mr. Toby and Mrs. Bowles on your first official board meeting. I am very excited for the first time in a long time to see what the future holds for PUSD. I would just like to state who I, as a parent, community member, and former employee of PUSD, would like to see in a leadership position on the board. I would love to have Mrs. Rooks as the president. She is a natural leader. She is trustworthy, strong, bold, caring, transparent, tenacious, consistent, has integrity, and is unwavering. She does not just fall in line, but she does what's right no matter the consequences or the backlash. She supports public schools and has been fighting for them for 4 years. She is exactly the type of person that my family and I want in a leadership position. She has earned the president position, and I hope that the rest of the board will agree with that statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Ms. Jerry Vance.
Hi, board members, and Mr. Summers and President Proudfit. I want to just congratulate the three of you that won your position. I am so excited because we worked so hard to get you elected, as hard as we did other things. So congratulations. I have something to read from somebody else that couldn't be here tonight, and I'm just going to go ahead and read it. We're going to talk about Becky Proudfit. Becky has extensive executive level experience as well as parenting experience at all levels from early childhood to young adult. Extremely active throughout the district, making 6 to 8 school visits per month. Most principals know her by name and have favorable opinion of her, and she actively volunteers throughout the district. She also has the values and integrity of the district teachers and community, and believes the best in those she works with. And I just agree with the person that wanted me to speak tonight about this. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Ms. Corky Haynes.
Dr. Summers, President Proudfit, and board members, congratulations to all three of you. Jerry Vance was right. We worked our you-know-what off, but we did it, and we are so excited for where we will be heading in the Peoria School District. That being said, although I think most of us, including Becky Proudfit, were a little surprised when she was elected board president just after being appointed to the board. But she has done an outstanding job taking little time to get her feet wet before taking on her new position with enthusiasm and just naturally connecting with teachers, students, parents, administrators, and employees. I'm always impressed with her breadth of knowledge, her ease of communicating, and her ability to work with others. I think she is in a very good place to continue to grow our district and help guide us through what I think are going to be some very exciting times in education, with Peoria Unified leading the way. My hope is that she would continue on as board president, but with that being said, I look at the talent that's sitting up there right now and know that any one of you could lead as well. And congratulations again. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is Ms. Trina Berg.
Good evening, President Proudfit, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet. My name is Trina Berg. I'm president of the Peoria Education Association, and my first comment is congratulations on the election and winning the election. Change is good. We've had a lot of the board members for a very long time, and we look forward to seeing what's going to happen. I'm here tonight to speak on this agenda item, obviously, is who should be president of our board. I agree with a couple of the previous speakers that I think, Ms. Proudfit, you've done a tremendous job of being the board president. I recommend that we vote that you continue to be president. I know that we have a couple of new board members, and we have board members who've been here for a while. I know that Ms. Rooks has a lot of support for being board president. However, I have some reservations. Not about experience. We know that she's been on the board for a long time, but reservations as far as, is there a conflict of interest that we have a lawsuit against this district that then now she's trying to be a leadership position in the district? Is that a conflict of interest? I have to sign paperwork every year talking about if I have a conflict of interest, and something as simple as if I have a family member who sells shirts, I can't use them to get shirts for like a program on my campus. The leadership roles requires a certain decorum of behavior, and more than once, there has been times where during a study session, if things were said that were not appreciated, Ms. Rooks has gotten up and left the study session. Like, that's not board president behavior. She's refused to go into an executive session because she felt it should be public, but the board wanted it as executive session, and when you choose to do that, While some people see that as heroic, you're removing your voice and your supporters' voice from that executive session. That's, again, not board president behavior. Allowing misconceptions and sometimes downright misinformation to flourish and move through your group of supporters on social media without any correction is not leadership material. So I highly recommend and I ask that we keep and vote for Ms. Proudfit to continue being president of this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is Mr. Taylor Proudfit.
Good evening, everyone. I wasn't going to say anything, but I just had a few thoughts I just put down here because I could probably speak for about an hour on it, but I just want to speak for a few minutes. Welcome, Jeff and Janelle, to the board. Here's some bullet points that I just want you guys to think about. I believe that you already have your minds made up. I believe that you all already know who you're going to choose as board president and also as the treasurer. But I would ask that you have an open mind to all the comments that are here tonight and truly take into consideration everything people are saying, because this is education right now. The public is trying to give you information as much as we can so that you can make the best decision possible with it. That being said, you all have the same voice going throughout the year with voting on things and changing things, and so board president has a very specific role, and so that's what I want to focus on right now. What is the purpose of the president of the board? What is required of this kind of a leader? They must be willing and able to talk to everyone and consider everyone's point of view. They must be able to bring people together. They must understand the issues facing the students of elementary age students all the way up to high school age students, the real issues that are happening in the home and out of the home. So the question is, which members of the board can fulfill those requirements? Also, what kind of time commitment is required when you are needing to be in charge of assembling agendas for board meetings? How many hours a week do you think a board member should spend in schools, seeing the students, visiting with administrators, learning of the issues facing the school district? How many hours a week can each of you afford to give this volunteer position? As an owner for over 20 years, I can tell you that a member of the management team that tries to manage the issues from behind a computer screen is vastly ineffective compared to the manager that is out with the staff several hours a week. Which of you are willing and able to put the time in necessary to really, truly understand the needs of the district? I remember last year's board meeting where a president was selected. Many of the community members urged you to select a board member by the voice of the people. My question to all of you tonight is, will you be following the voice of the people? At the end of the day, I believe you know who the best person is for the job. And from my perspective, you know who I'm going to say. Becky Proudfit. A year ago, I would not have agreed with you, since she was brand new to the school board. But after spending a very difficult year of 30 hours or more a week visiting schools, trying to understand the true needs of the students, I believe that she has come around. She received over 50,000 votes from the community. That's an all-time high from all school board votes, all time, since the district was organized. I believe the community has spoken. I've heard all of you and the board suggest that the board listen to the community, and the question is, are you going to bend to the will of the people, or are you going to follow your own agenda?
Thank you. Our final public comment is Ms. Christina Rogers.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have anything planned to say, but I am going to say that Heather Rooks, you're a rock star. And you have sat up there and been bashed, belittled, called names, all of these things, and you've stood tall and stayed convicted to what the people want. We want our kids educated. We want them to learn to read, write, arithmetic. Those are things that you've been fighting for this whole entire time. And there is not a better person or suited to be a president at this time except for Heather. I hope that you guys, I hope that at this time it becomes 3-2, because that's been the story of Heather's life the whole last 4 years, or 4-1. She has been standing alone for 4 years, and she's been standing strong. It's about time that she gets some people back behind her, because I know all of us here tonight are here for you. And there's people online, I've gotten calls, I've gotten emails. I'm telling you, girlfriend, there is a huge following behind you. So please do the right thing tonight, and let's get started making PUSD great again. Go, Heather.
Thank you. I just want to remind everyone, I'm sorry, we don't have applause during public comment portions of the meeting, but thank you. And thank you all for being so willing to, again, show up and speak to issues that mean the most to you. I truly believe that whatever we do, as long as the conversation continues, we're in a good spot. So let's keep the conversation going. That being said, I would like to make a motion to nominate myself to continue as governing board president.
I will second that.
We have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mrs. Ewing. Board members, please cast your votes.
It doesn't have the name.
I'm sorry, what?
It's not popping up.
Oh, Board Docs is killing us.
She's saying there's no name, I think, on the motion. Yeah, I can barely see it, but yeah.
It just says.
The motion.
Sorry, I'm going to restate the motion. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. I think we're going to have to recast the votes.
Well, it didn't have your name. It didn't have
Yeah.
anyone's name. So.
Yeah. Or we can do voice vote. It feels like Board Docs is not participating to this evening.
Is it working for anyone?
I haven't had anything pop up.
I haven't either.
It's still.
President Proudfoot, members of the board, are you able to see the, is it voting open yet? Would you try refreshing, please?
There it is.
I can see it. Did yours pop up?
Mine did, yes. Did yours?
Mhm. Is it up there? Do you need us to do it again?
Motion does not pass. It was 2 yeas and 3 nays. So we're open to any other motions.
President Proudfoot, I would like to motion to nominate Heather Rooks for board president. Can I make a comment on that, or just that would be the best to do? Okay.
And I will second that motion.
We have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles for Mrs. Rooks to be our 2025 president, and a second made by Mr. Toby. Board members, please cast your votes. Motion passes with 4 yeas and 1 nay. Congratulations, Mrs. Rooks. Yes, you can clap now. You can clap now. We're not during public comment. Mrs. Rooks, would you like to switch seats and take over the meeting?
Yes, I don't need to switch seats because we have stuff everywhere, so let's just
We're kind of
stay
in
in
each
your
other's
spots.
space.
The president.
It's behind your computer.
Oh, okay.
I think I thought it was right
It was right
It
here.
might be behind yours.
It's
Nope.
It was right here.
Oh,
Okay,
she
well,
has
we'll
it.
switch- We'll switch next week then.
Okay.
All right. Take it away, Mrs. President Brooks.
All right. We're going to move on to 4.2, election of governing board clerk. And I will make a comment at board comments, thank you. Okay, so yes, election of governing board clerk. We do have public comment tied to this line item. But first I will ask, is there any questions or comments from the board members up here?
Regarding.
Clerk? Yeah, clerk. Just
Any
clerk.
additional
And we go through, okay.
I just
Good?
want to say the conversations that we had, I really felt very good about the conversations. I went into this day, first of all, like a 12-hour board meeting day is never my favorite, but we really have so much to do. But I really encourage everyone here. I think Mrs. Bowles used the word that, I think it was you, it might have been you or Mr. Toby, but that it's time to heal. And this is a brand new day in the district. We have a new board makeup. This is a fresh start, and I'm going to speak for everyone up here that we are ready and willing to work together for the best outcome for our students. That was the theme that repeated over and over and over again today. And so I would just encourage anyone to go listen to that discussion, because I don't think any of us have any additional discussion for the clerk position.
Thank you, Mrs. Prophet. I do believe it was Mr. Toby that did say that, because that is something he would say, so. So we will move into public comment. Again, yes, you have 3 minutes to speak at the podium. So I will go to the first speaker. We have Christina Rogers.
Good evening again. I, of course, don't have nothing to say or nothing wrote down, but I would like to nominate Jeff Toby. I think he is a strong leader. He is for the safety of our children. That is another huge thing that we need to focus on, safety and education. And I think the two of them both embody that. And so I really think that we need to nominate Jeff Toby as clerk. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Moving on to the next public comment from Mr. Taylor Proudfit. You're good? Okay. Okay. Moving on to next public comment from Corky Haynes.
Again, I reiterate, any of you will do a good job as clerk, but I would nominate Becky Proudfit because she's had the experience of 1 year on the board, would be a good complement with Heather, and I think would be give strength in the board and move forward. But I am good for whoever does it, but I think Becky would do a good job with it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Moving on to next public comment from Jerry Vance.
I just hope that everybody is happy and gets along, and we have a wonderful school board. I'm thrilled with all of you. I love all of you.
Thank you for your comment. Moving on to next public comment and our final one, Teddy Todd.
Again, Dr. Summers, President Heather Rooks, and cabinet and stakeholders here, and everybody online. As we're looking at a clerk, which is a complement to the president, which would be working with the superintendent for establishing agendas and materials and things that should be done, including study sessions and executive sessions and whatever you call all these things. I think it would be very, very good if Becky were clerk to continue the work and the reputation and work that she has done with principals and with the associations. I think this would really work well. But just as Corky said, any of you here could be really excellent clerks. And I know that part of you did say you would take on the clerk. So I wish you all the best. And I know you're going to vote for who will help you all work together and we have unity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Teddy Todd. So moving on, there's no more discussion. I would like to motion, sorry. Oh, yes, I apologize.
I had a question, sorry.
Yes.
President Rooks, I have a question. I just wanted to get clarification because I know when we were speaking, there was individuals who said that they were interested, and I thought some who said they were not interested, so I just wanted to get clarification. Mr. Toby, were you interested in the clerk position? Because I thought I heard you say that you were not, so I just wanted to get that clarification. So,
Mr. Toby?
So I said no to being the president, and if asked and nominated and voted as clerk, I would be willing to serve.
okay, thank you.
President Rooks, sorry. I just got used to saying that.
Yes, Mrs. Bowles.
I would like to motion to put Jeff as clerk before it gets a little crazy up here because I don't really want the job. No, I would like to motion for Jeff, Mr. Toby to be clerk.
Well, I will second it. She beat me to it, so I will second that,
That was on purpose.
So we have a motion made by Janelle Bowles to elect Jeff Toby as our governing board clerk, and a second by myself. All right, and board members, you may cast your votes. Do you want to maybe run through a voice vote? I just want to take cues. Oh, okay, I apologize, sorry. And I believe motion passes with 4 yeas and 1 nay. It's hard to see over there, so it's too far away. All right, well, moving on, congratulations, Mr. Clerk Toby. We will move on to recognitions. Danielle Airy, 5.1.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, cabinet, and guests. I know by now you all know that we have been here for many, many hours today. What you may not know is that January is National School Board Recognition Month. And so before we get too far into January, I wanted to just take a quick moment to recognize January as National School Board Recognition Month. It began in 1995. It gives us an opportunity to highlight our governing board for all that they do to support the Peoria Unified School District. I think as evidenced by the amount of time you all have spent being here with us today and really digging into the work. Our 5 governing board members are elected officials. Most of you know that they do serve rotating 4-year terms. They give up their personal time to support our 35,000 students and 4,000 employees. And while you may think that the community chose you, it's important to note that you chose us. You volunteered to serve. You volunteered to show up and to be here and to contribute and to do a lot of times what is very, very difficult, time-consuming work. And so for that, we say thank you to each of you for choosing the Peoria Unified School District and choosing to continue to show up and to be here. Mrs. Ewing, President Rooks, and Mrs. Proudfit, we know you have been familiar faces here on the board for some time. To our newest members, Clerk Mr. Toby, and of course Mrs. Bowles, we just want to welcome you to the board. We do have an official formal welcome reception planned for our community to celebrate the two of you, as well as Mrs. Proudfit, on the election of your newest term prior to the start of our next governing board meeting. So to all of you as volunteers, unpaid members who serve our community on behalf of our cabinet and our school district, we want to say Happy National Governing Board Month, and we also want to say thank you for all that you do.
Thank you, Mrs. Airy. Board members, is there any comments that you would like to make? I just want to make sure to have that. Ms. Ewing, if you have any comments you wanted to make.
Congratulations to you and to Mr. Toby on your positions, and I hope that each of you are willing to pick up the phone when I call. Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, any comments or questions?
Yes, I just want to thank everybody that helped with our running for office. It was, there's really not a word except it was really amazing, to be honest. Walking hundreds of doors and meeting so many amazing people in and out of meetings, and just, I mean, I can't even think of one negative. Honestly, we had an amazing time, and I hope to represent and, you know, bring what this community needs. I think I have a pretty well-rounded idea of what that is. I've worked in the district in several different positions, and yeah, so I just want to thank everyone that helped, prayed, you know, blood, sweat, and tears, and a lot of sweat because we were out there 150 degrees. But thank you.
Thank you. And Mrs. Proudfit.
We were joking before that we're just always going to have to start with poor Mr. Toby over there, because we are a very wordy bunch of women, and he waits so patiently as we are all verbal processing. But I just want to say congratulations to President Brooks. Congratulations to you, Clerk Toby. My first year on the governing board, I was appointed, not elected, so it feels very good to be sitting up here as an elected official. I will say, my first year getting thrown on the board, then being president, and having to campaign in the same year, I'm feeling pretty good about my load is going to be a little bit lighter for the next year. So I just want to echo what I've said before, the words of Mr. Toby, that it's time to heal, to move forward, to work together, and to continue to stay in that conversation. And to be honest, and I just want to share this, that was the question I posed to Mrs. Rooks in the study session was, are you committed to keeping the conversation open? I know that was something that was brought up in public comment, and she assured me that as president, she is willing and ready to step into the role to keep those conversations open, to keep the district moving forward. So onwards and upwards, I'm excited for what the five of us, along with the rest of the governance team, Dr. Summers and our cabinet, can accomplish in the next school year.
Thank you, Mrs. Proudfit. Mr. Toby, I'll let you speak so you get a chance to talk.
Thank you, President Rooks, and really just have a thankful heart this evening. It's really an honor to be up here, and it's definitely a different perspective sitting on this side of the dais than in the audience. But yeah, campaigning was amazing, and having great partners and the community that helped, everybody that helped, all of the meet and greets and discussions with teachers and staff, it was great. And it's also a privilege to be up here because I do think, as somebody in the community did say, the talent that we have up here, I mean, Peoria, you guys elected a great board. I'm just going to say right now, I'm not going to toot my own horn like that, but like, I just want to say, I mean, from counseling to, you know, foster to business expertise to parents to law enforcement, like this is probably the best cross-section of professional experience and the community that's currently out there right now. And I think that in this theme of leading with excellence, that's going to be what drives me and moving this district forward. And when I used to sit with, you know, my fellow campaign partner in the audience, oftentimes I would look at the logo behind the dais, and I know the logo's changed over time, but this is what it's been for several years now. And that red square has always kind of irked me a little bit because it's not complete. But I think it's like that for a reason, right? We're trying to lead with excellence, striving for excellence, and that our work is not complete. And so I think that we have a lot of work and a lot of hard decisions to make this year and into the following year. And I think this is the board to make it. So thank you again to the community. Thank you to the board, Dr. Summers. Thank you for your leadership, professional staff. And I look forward to this next year.
Thank you, Clerk Toby. It's going to take me a second to remember to. Yes, so first of all, thank you, Mrs. Airy, for the presentation of recognizing each board member that is sitting up here. I do appreciate that. And I appreciate just the connections that I have made and the learning experience that I have witnessed. It's been an incredible, exhausting 4 years, but it has been an eye-opening for sure. And I want to thank the public. I want to thank the parents, the staff, the administration, Dr. Summers, and I want to thank the rest of the board up here for what they are doing, because even though we don't agree on certain things, I do know that this is a lot to sit up here and have a commitment, putting in a lot of time, a lot of phone calls, hours spent. And so I do appreciate that you're investing that time, and I recognize it. I appreciate the trust in me for being a leader, and I will always remember my responsibility of what I said I would do 4 years ago, and I won't waver from it. So thank you. Moving on to, before I start crying, superintendent comments, or sorry, no, board comments. Now we go into board comments. 5.2. Mrs. Ewing, do you want to go ahead and start?
Well, did we do recognitions? 5.1?
Yes, that was, she was recognizing us as National School Board Month.
Gotcha.
So we are now moving into board comments.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you, thank you. I'm used to like a plethora, but this is the beginning of the spring semester. So, I just want to I just want to say welcome back, everyone, from a long Christmas or winter break, Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, all the different ones that I've celebrated. Happy New Year. I'm looking forward to this year. I can say that I know that our board today, I appreciate all the time and conversation. We this year are going to have some really difficult decisions and some really big decisions, but I feel like this board can come to the table and discuss and collaborate and work together. So I'm looking forward to that. But again, welcome back to all the teachers and all the staff, and thank you. Thank you so much for working so hard on behalf of our of the students. Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles?
This is probably where I should have said thank you for all your help in campaigning. So I won't say that again. I am honored to be up here. I really don't know what to say other than I do look forward to, working together to make change and where change needs to be. But I also want to put out a shout out for, most of you know, my brother, Senator Kern, because he sat in here way before I did, faithfully. And he's on the road to healing. He was in a very severe car accident, but a miracle beyond words. But I just wanted to put out a shout out to him because, again, he honestly was the reason that I began first to pray for Heather. Then I called her one day and I said, look, I just want to know what you want me to pray for, and because we had a team that was doing that. And before you know it, she wrote me in and said, will you run for, no, I'm just kidding. She did ask me to run for school board, and I just knew at the time it was time. But we have so many amazing community members, much of which are in this room right now. And I don't even know what to say other than I just am so grateful that I've met each and every one of you. And I look forward to going on this journey with all of you.
Mrs. Proudfit?
I won't bore you anymore. I've said a lot this meeting already, and a lot has been said. I did just want to highlight one thing. As we started back to school, this happened after our last meeting, so we couldn't formally congratulate our MET students. We have our newest batch of MET students that have been accepted into the program for this coming school year. My daughter's one of them. She's right there. Congratulations, Lucy. We had a record. It's such a wonderful program, and I know, students take a lot of time and thought and effort to apply to that program. It's one of the many programs that we have, but that newest bunch of kiddos going to start into the MET program. So congratulations to all the kids who took the time to apply, and congratulations. Looking forward to that. I'm going to leave more time for Mr. Toby.
Clerk Toby. I'm gonna have to say it very slowly, so.
Thank you, President Rooks. Honestly, like I said, it's a privilege and an honor to be up here and be selected by the constituents, and I hope that I can live up to some of the expectations that have been placed on me, but I appreciate the trust that's been put in me, and we will be the model of school safety. And that's my goal, and we will focus that. I will be hyper-focused with that, with Director Richards, Dr. Summers, everybody that is in that role. And like I said, I'm excited to get to the business of the school district. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I had a couple. I did also want to echo off of Mrs. Ewing of welcoming back our Peoria student, family, staff, and community. I also have here, I wrote, I wanted to welcome the governing board members, Jeff, Toby, and Janelle Bowles, and also congratulate you on your election. I also wanted to give a congrats. I saw it online. It was 2 kindergarten teachers from Sunset Heights who were awarded at the Fiesta Bowl. It was actually on the field. Wishes for Teachers, Fiesta Bowl Charities with the SRP Connect Grant. This was like an Arizona teachers program, and so overall it was like over $1 million awarded. So they will be getting, I believe, around $2,500 each to add to their classrooms for their students. So I just wanted to say congratulations to them. I think that is just amazing to see that online. I did want to give a shout out to Peoria High School. Their varsity co-ed cheer team will be competing this Friday at the AIA state tournament. I believe a lot of our cheer squads will be as well from the other high schools, so I just want to wish them well on their competition. I did want to talk about, this one is kind of more personal, but also just, I want to touch on when you're advocating as a student and speaking up and trying to ask for something that you don't give up on, and then that reward comes through. And my son Connor had last year in 7th grade approached his principal, Mrs. Bennett, and had advocated the entire year, meeting with her, asking to talk with her about bringing in soccer teams at the elementary schools in our district. He wanted to have that because a lot of students play soccer. It's a great sport. It's very popular, but it's just a way for them to just get to have a team involvement. And he worked on it the entire year. And I remember getting the call from Mrs. Bennett that over the summer that it was going to happen. And not only was it going to happen there, but it was going to happen. I asked Dr. Summers to give me the list, but there is multiple schools in our district that will now get a chance to have soccer teams at their schools. It's incredible just to see that. And I had the paper here and now I can't find it because I'm just flustered, but I want to say thank you to the athletic department for working on that and bringing that vision for the kids at the elementary schools for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. I know the tryouts will be happening soon, and I just want to thank all of the people who stepped up to be coaches for those teams, because I know that's a lot of work. And I believe here it's 11 schools that will have a boy and a girl team, and then 10 schools will have one co-ed team. So this is like the start of it. So it'll grow. And I just think that's amazing as a student, pushing for that and not giving up and then seeing that come through. And I do want to thank Mrs. Bennett because I know she worked really hard on doing that for all of our kids in this district. So, and then last, I do want to mention that as I reflect on this last 4 years from where I started just as a mom at that podium, and meeting so many people, a lot of them are my friends today, and learning on how I can help as much as I can in talking to parents when they would call me and trying to learn myself so that I could help them and just digging through ways to help them. I'm very blessed to have met everybody that I have met. I know that through this and the days where I would question a lot of what am I doing, I knew that I just couldn't give up. And so I want to thank everyone. The first three I do want to thank is because Michelle Dillard is one individual that she's watching online, but I do want to thank her because she was the first person to help with advocating for my child. And I don't want to forget that ever. I also want to thank Devin Updegraff Day because she was also the first person to help me with my own child and advocating and guiding me when I didn't know what to do and that I felt lost and everything that she has gone through. And I just want to say thank you to her. And the last one is Diane Douglas, because as I was learning how to get involved, she took my phone calls. She didn't mind if I asked stupid questions that I didn't understand. She guided me, she taught me. And I want to say thank you to her. And the last thing I want to end on is I do want to name one person who I would like to dedicate as my first meeting as being president, and that is Mr. Peter Pingarelli. He passed away almost a year ago, and for those that don't know him, he was so helpful. He encouraged so many people in our community. He was the husband of Representative Beverly Pingarelli, who sat on this school board. He would take my phone calls all the time. He would call me back if he wasn't able to talk. He cared so much about this community, about these students. I've never seen such a man advocate so hard for children. And he was a West Met governing board. He was a professor. He was a leader who wasn't afraid to ruffle feathers and speak up. And he had told me for the last 3 years on this journey, he just kept telling me on the phone, Heather, keep going. So I want to say thank you to Peter and to Beverly Pingarelli for being so patient with me in learning this. And I just want to tell them we did it. Thank you. Sorry. I also have to thank my husband because he's probably watching too. for all the hours that he has helped with the kids and just being such a supportive husband and going along with my crazy ideas, and also when he advocated for our child here 4 years ago. So I just want to say thank you to my husband, Aaron, and yes, and Dr. Summers, you may take over so that I can wipe my tears. Thank you.
Thank you, President Rooks, Governing Board, Cabinet, guests. First and foremost, I will just echo many of the same sentiments. Congratulations to our newest Governing Board members. And let me just say on, I think, what is this, hour? I really valued the engagement today, as has already been illustrated. I believe this board is up to the task that we have in front of us. So thank you all for how you're leaning in, how you're leading, and how we're going to move forward. We're going to do this thing. I have some exciting news that's hot off the press. So Peoria Unified is thrilled to be home to 4 Flynn Scholarship semifinalists. Corona Anala, Peoria High School, Sienna Brooks, Sunrise Mountain High School, Brandon Lev, Liberty High School, and Jacob Sehan, if I mispronounced that, I apologize, Centennial High School. The Flynn Scholarship is valued at over $130,000 to cover tuition, housing, and meals at any public university in Arizona. It also includes 2 experiences to study abroad and access to a network of previous Flynn scholars. So having 4 Peoria Unified students included in the 78 students selected as semifinalists accounts for 5.1% of the total number of semifinalists chosen for this prestigious scholarship from the Peoria Unified School District. The Flynn Scholarship included a competitive pool of over 1,100 applicants, and the semifinalists were chosen for their exceptional academic achievements, leadership, service, and outstanding personal qualities. While only a select group will advance as finalists, all semifinalists are awarded a generous $15,000 per year scholarship at our in-state universities, surpassing the value of full tuition scholarships offered by in-state universities. Students will proceed through interviews later this month, and the finalists will be selected in late April. Let's give them all a big round of applause and congratulate them. President Rooks, I will hand it back to you.
Thank you. That is amazing. That's a great accomplishment, and I hope we get to come and recognize them too, Ms. Harry. So
We look forward to that.
awesome. All right, moving on to public comment 6.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. We do have some public comment. So as always, you have 3 minutes to speak, and we will spend about 30 minutes on the public comment. First up is Shiley White.
All right, good evening. First of all, I just want to say I'm excited for this new board, the new fresh minds. I did watch a little bit of your guys' stuff earlier. It was nice to see just the collaboration between you all, and I think we're off to a good start. Congratulations to our new president and our clerk, and it's exciting to be here. I wrote this in like 5 minutes out in the parking lot, so please forgive if it's what I have to say is a little choppy. First of all, I'd like to just speak on, just as a parent and other parents involved, a lot of us aren't able to attend these meetings, in person. It's hard. I've got 6 kids of my own, a partner who leaves for weeks at a time, and these meetings are important and we want our voices heard. So with the advancement of technology and the great minds in this room, I'm sure we can come up with something so that there can be public comment, whether it's through Zoom or something. I don't know. I don't have a solution for it. I would just like to plant the seed to maybe start the conversation about that. On the note of technology, I also have a deep concern about technology in our schools. Not so much, I feel like it's this weapon of mass distraction versus destruction. I'm seeing so much time taken from our kids in movement and all that, and it's been devoted to technology. If you look at the works of, I believe it's Dr. Anna Lemke, she wrote Dopamine Nation. Just going on about this, I know I could speak for hours on this. Anyways, I think there needs to be a stricter policy throughout the district on cell phones and cell phone usage with our students in there. We're seeing students, not interacting, and they're showing phones to each other, and sometimes there's content parents, are very different on what they allow for their students to have, but they're showing it to other students, and there's things that parents don't want to see. We're not teaching them how to interact and to not have a cell phone right by their side and not looking at it. It's just becoming another addiction, and by allowing these things to be constantly in the hands of our students, we're just kind of enabling that. So I just think looking at other districts, looking at their policies, making something a little bit stricter, and making sure our teachers have the support to actually go forth, and be able to have consequences, to have the support if they're going to take a cell phone away, have the support if they have an angry parent, who disagrees with that decision. Looking more into it, I really believe we need to have a stronger cell phone policy moving forward throughout all the districts for our students, for their mental health and for everybody's mental health. I'll end it on that. So I'm sure you'll hear more from me again. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you for your public comment. Our next public comment comes from Teddy Todd.
Hello again. I was just going to speak on the retreat that you had today. Fantastic. The growth, the setting of goals, the looking at what you wanted to strive for this year. I would recommend anyone who didn't have the opportunity to be here, whether you're up there online or wherever that stuff is, or those here, you go on and you listen, and you'll get a real strong understanding of where our board is and the goals that they have, their value systems, their respect for one another as they spoke at what they wanted. And you can also watch Dr. Summers in his leadership position to listen and to pull out all this information, and for staff to help get it all listed, and they can work with this in their future, because it will affect our strategic plan for the next years coming up. These are very important things to look at, and for each of us to think about what is it we need for our students, and how do we want that accomplished in this school district. And as you say, Mr. Toby, looking at this district can be a leader for this state and definitely for this valley. But you really have a big responsibility to carry forth what you all recommended. I wish you the best. It'll be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next, moving on to public comments from Susan Goss. Okay, all right. Next public comment comes from Tiffany Benson.
Perfect, yes. Tiffany Benson, founder of Restore Parental Rights in Education. I wanted to speak during public comment because I wanted to see that vote first. And what it confirmed for me is that you're in a nonpartisan position. So no one is up here to do the bidding of Democrats or fake Republicans in LD 27, 28, or any other LD that governs this district. And so I do look forward to you all working together. Thank you so much, Janelle Bowles. Thank you so much, Jeff Toby, for stepping up to lead the community. I just ask that you remember your platform, remember what you ran on, putting students, parents, and families first, and backing Heather. And for Heather, I have a scripture for you. This is Ephesians chapter 6. A final word, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. Put on the full armor of God so that you will be able to stand firm against the strategies of the devil. For we are not fighting against flesh and blood enemies, but against evil rulers, authorities, and in unseen places, against mighty powers in this dark world, against evil spirits in heavenly places. Therefore, put on every piece of the armor of God, that you may be able to resist in times of temptation the schemes of the enemy. And then after every battle, you will still be standing firm. Stand your ground, putting on the belt of truth and the body armor of God's righteousness. For shoes, put on peace that comes from the good news that will be fully prepared for you to share. In addition to all of these, hold up your shield of faith to stop the fiery arrows of the enemy. Put on salvation as your helmet and take the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God, and pray at all times on all occasions. That prayer is actually for anybody who will receive it. I believe in God. I believe in the Constitution, First Amendment right, and I think we should have more of that anytime.
Thank you for your public comment. Moving on to the next public comment from Charmel Boster.
Good evening, board members, and especially to the newly elected board members. It's so good to see you all sitting up there. And Heather, congratulations, and Jeff, congratulations to both of you on your new titled, whatever you want to call it, anyway, your new title positions. Anyway, so welcome to all of you board members and cabinet members and all of the community here. I'm going to start off with a story of the young man that spoke at the last meeting here because he really impressed me greatly. He came and spoke out of a concern for some of his classmates who were in this district. The young man was well prepared. He spoke very humbly and very quietly and with a very humble attitude. He didn't speak from any personal agenda or political or social agendas. He spoke from his heart. And I think that's what impressed me, was his simplicity. He was truly and genuinely concerned about his classmates, and it was the first time he had ever spoken before you. He was so sincere, it followed me to this day. This is the kind of attitude I would like to see from our board members, because that young man inspired me to want to say to him, I would like to sit down and talk to you. I think we may be having some differences here, but I think we can sit down together and work those differences out, and we can see where we are each coming from. That is the attitude that that young man had, I would like to see in our board members, because that is what's going to bring unity to the board and to the community here. I have no doubt that we can work out any misunderstandings that we may have. I know in the past that there have been some times when people out here were disappointed with the votes that some of you made. I expect you all to vote from your conscience. You have to vote for what you think is right, whether I agree with it or not. I will support you and do everything I can to help you with that, as long as I see these other ideas and the attitude that that young man had, because that's what's going to unify us. Teddy is right. We not only have a good district, we have all the ingredients to become a great district and a leader in this state. I challenge you to do this. Unify yourselves and unify our community. That's the only way we're going to be great. And listen to your superintendent. He's a great man. He is a wonderful leader. He's very competent, but most of all, I know he's a very humble man. He's open and he listens. And that's what we need you to do.
Thank you so much for your public comment.
President Ricks, can I interrupt for just a second?
Yeah. We can't, under public comment, we cannot.
I'm not going to comment to what she said at all. I just want to
You-
recognize the young man is in the room, and I want to give honor where honor is good, and he's in the room. So I just wanted to say that.
All right. I was going to let you know you could say it at the
Not to
readdress
embarrass him or
items, but,
anything.
okay. Thank you. All right, moving, yeah, so just so, open meeting law, we just have to be careful when we can't respond to public comment. So there is an opportunity to readdress agenda items, 9.1. So that is your opportunity to readdress if you ever have comments.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to action items, 7.1, Human Resources Report. Ms. Laura Vesley.
Good evening, President Rooks, Clerk Toby, our newest governing board members, and our community. Today we have the Human Resources Report as an action item. Due to our long day, we did not want to have consent agenda items as well. So I do not have any further comments. We're just looking for your action tonight on our Human Resources Report.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Vesley. Board members, is there any questions or comments?
I don't have any questions, but I will motion to approve the Human Resources Report as presented.
And I will second. We have a motion to approve the Human Resource Report made by Mrs. Ewing and a second by myself. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, board members. Moving on to 7.2, student travel requests. Mr. Jason Nuttall?
President Ricks,
He's
Mr. Nuttall is not here, but I can pinch hit for him. What you have before you are a list of current out-of-state travel requests. I'm open to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Dr. Summers. He must have taken off because he was here all day. So, board members, any questions or comments? No? All right, I just need a motion to approve the student travel requests.
I will motion to approve the student travel requests
Thank
as
you.
presented.
Thank you. I will second. So we have a motion made by Mrs. Ewing and a second by myself. Board members may cast your votes. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, board members. Moving on now to 7.3, discussion and consideration regarding the 2025 board meeting schedule. Dr. Summers?
President Rooks, members of the board, you have before you in this agenda item a draft schedule for the governing board meetings for 2025 calendar year. We are open to discuss any of the dates, times, and locations for board meetings prior to formal adoption of this schedule.
Board members, are there any questions or comments? Mrs. Proudfit?
I did, if you wouldn't mind. Something we have talked about, and I just wanted to bring it up before, or get any board feedback about this, is ensuring that the meetings are accessible. And one thing that I don't remember if it was in a study session or a conversation with Dr. Summers, is there have been different districts that did board meetings at different schools within the district to tap into communities and to get a more holistic community input. And it's something that I would love to see, if not for our board meetings, specifically study sessions or some kind of like traveling meeting situation, because I think that it's a challenge. This is an incredibly hard time. I have 4 kids. This is a hard time to get to the dais, and I just wanted to kind of open that up for conversations on the locations. The dates are great, but is that something that we have considered, that we will consider, or?
Dr. Summers, yeah, or Ms. Ewing or Dr. Summers, whoever wants to go first.
President
Okay.
Ricks, Mrs. Profit, just to respond to that frame of a question, at this point, administration has not gone into a deeper dive on what the logistical considerations would have to be in order to accommodate meetings in multiple locations or venues across the district. We are certainly open to that idea. I don't believe we'd be able to pull that off as early as tonight, obviously, but we're open to it. I just would recommend that from the standpoint of how this initial calendar is published, there's always the opportunity to schedule additional community engagements with our board present, as well as consider the notion of, I know it was brought up earlier today, study sessions. And so there's perhaps that opportunity to think about. I just want to be clear that we haven't gone so far as to actually create any sort of rotating schedule of venues across the district. And the only other thing I'll add to that is the logistical accommodations that we have within this boardroom would likely have to be mirrored, and that does put, to some extent, a burden on any site that we would be traveling to, not to mention the scheduling components, because they have, at all of our school locations, as you all know, very busy schedules themselves. So we would just have to conceptualize all of that, and I would just want to make sure that we're very thoughtful about that before making any formalized plan for your consideration.
Thank you for answering that question, and I appreciate the consideration, and again, thinking outside the box of being able to bring the district to meet all of its constituents where they're at.
Mrs. Ewing, did you have a question and comment?
Well, I was just going to say, based upon what Dr. Summers said, and And I think it's certainly always a great opportunity to take it to our other schools and get different voices in the room. So I think that, but I understand logistically, we need to adopt this as is tonight, and then maybe look towards the future meetings, study sessions. I don't know that executive sessions would really mean anything. We'd be behind closed doors, so we're going to go into a room here at a different school, but so I certainly would be open to that. Anything to think outside the box, as that's a common statement made today.
Yeah, I was just going to say, mentioning, kind of pegging back off of maybe doing like a future agenda item so that that gives time for the Dr. Summers and the administration to look at what that would look like. So I like that idea as well. Anybody else? Clerk Toby, Ms. Bowles? No? Okay. Well, I need a motion to approve the 2025 board meeting schedule as presented.
I motion that we approve the 2025 meeting schedule as presented.
I will second.
We have a motion made by Mrs. Proudfit and a second by Clerk Toby. Board members, you may cast your votes. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 7.4, discussion and consideration for administration to proceed with formalizing a proposal for potential school closures, facility and programming modifications, and potential attendance boundary changes. Mr. Kevin Molino.
President Rooks, members of the Governing Board, Dr. Summers, Cabinet, and guests, administration is available for questions on this item that was covered in today's study session.
Thank you. Is there any questions or further comments from board members? Ms. Ewing?
I just don't think I said thank you for the in-depth presentation that you did this afternoon. And again, if anybody has any questions as to what is all entailed in that, I would encourage them to go back and watch the study sessions on that. So, but thank you for that in-depth report.
Mrs. Bowles?
No, I don't have any comments. Thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit?
I just want to express my appreciation. I know that this has been a conversation that has been a long time coming, and because we had some turnover in positions, it kind of was pushed off longer than it should have been. And so I'm very, very happy to revisit this conversation and revisit with all the thought and care that it is going to, any changes we do in any regard to facilities or boundaries or anything is going to affect communities and lives and homes and families. And I appreciated in the conversation just the thoughtfulness that we are approaching this, and also that we are approaching this, that we are going to be putting our very best effort into finding the very, very best solution to drive the success of our students and our district forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Toby.
Yeah, thank you. For those that weren't able to join the study session or watch it online, I know it's going to be a long time to try to navigate on YouTube and find the exact presentation. So I would just go online and click the PDF and go through it yourself. But this is something that, as Mrs. Proudfit said, has been kicked down the road since 2005, I believe is what you were saying, Mr. Molino. So this is something that needs to be addressed. And I think that this is, as I said before, this is the board to address it. We're here, we're unified in this purpose because we understand on the other side that it's going to provide a level of growth, the decision that we make, and we're going to be very intentional. Obviously, these decisions are not going to be taken lightly, and they impact a lot of us. I mean, even my own kids. So this is something that I look forward to hearing the different proposals from staff, and that we will make a careful and thoughtful consideration. And I also look forward to listening to the community's input.
Thank you, Clerk Toby. Yeah, so I'll just follow up on, we did do an in-depth presentation. There were multiple slides that Mr. Molino presented with everything that we're looking at. And at the end of the slides was a timeline of where we're looking at and how each step will be very transparent and communicated to the families, the community, and the schools. And so that timeline is up on our website from that study session. And as always, this is just to formalize a proposal, so it will be brought back. We're going to be very open and honest of what is going on. And as I agree with everybody up here, it is so hard to talk about this. This is gut-wrenching. I grew up here. This was my district. I went to Frontier, went to Sunrise. I couldn't imagine that happening to me as a child. And that's what's so hard about being board members up here and being adults. We have to start making some decisions. We can't just keep pushing things because it's still going to come back up to us. And I think that it's important that we really, though, make sure that we have, Dr. Summers has done a great job at communicating the timeline because he is very sensitive to this as well. And he wants to make sure that it is done transparently as possible and it doesn't impact the kids' learning as much as possible. And that's the most important part to us as well. Yes, Mrs. Proudfit, go ahead.
I just wanted to share one more thing. Again, quoting Dr. Summers, I think what you said was anytime we have a conversation about realigning boundaries or possibly closing doors, that we need to really look at it as we are not closing doors, we're opening new doors of opportunities for our students, and that is the driving message of what we are going to be working towards, I think, as a board as we tackle this.
Yes, thank you, President. Mrs. Proudfit, woo, I know. So on that note, I need a motion to approve administration to proceed with formalizing a proposal for potential school closures, facility and programming modifications, and potential attendance boundary changes.
I motion to approve administration to proceed with formalizing a proposal for potential school closures, facility and programming modifications, and potential attendance boundary changes.
And I will second.
We have a motion made by Mrs. Proudfit and a second made by Clerk Toby. Board members, you may cast your votes. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, board members. Moving on to number 8, informational reports. 8.1, report on upcoming meetings and events. I believe this is for Mrs. Airy.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board. You'll see the list of some upcoming events there in front of you. This list is about to get exponentially longer as we dive into the busy spring semester, but I do just want to highlight the upcoming district spelling bee taking place next week. Always a highlight for our school district to host here at the district office spellers from all across the district. We certainly wish all of them luck as they show up and do their best spelling on that date. Just a quick note for our community. This year, the event will not be live streamed as it has been for many, many years. That's due to a change in the rules that come to us from the Scripps National Spelling Bee as they kind of tighten some of their processes and procedures. So you will have to show up here in person in order to witness all of our wonderful spellers. We, of course, look forward to providing you with a full update on those who WIN.
Thank you, Mrs. Airy. Yeah, everybody's tired. All right, moving on to 8.2, legislative, state, and local updates. Mrs. Myers?
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the governing board. I don't have a report this evening, but I will soon because the legislative process is about to begin. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving on to other business, number 9, 9.1, board member opportunity to readjust agenda items. This is any chance for board members that want to readdress anything on the agenda, if there's anything they would like to add on any of the items listed there. Mrs. Ewing, do you have anything you want to readdress?
I don't, thank you.
Mrs. Bowles?
I do not, thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Proudfit?
Nothing for me tonight, thank you.
Okay. Clerk Toby?
Maybe we should do board meetings tired more often. I don't know, but I think no. Just thanks for everybody showing up tonight and supporting. It's been incredible. I also want to. I think we did it at the study session, but recognizing the teacher who passed away over the break. Obviously, keeping her and her families in thoughts and prayers. But I look forward to, as I said before, leading with excellence. And I just want to thank everybody up here on the dais for your contribution to the team.
Thank you, Clerk Toby. And yes, I'm glad that you mentioned the teacher and keeping the thoughts on the community of the school and on the families. Number 9.2, request for agenda items for future governing board meeting. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any future requests?
Not today, thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Bowles?
I do. I would like to request a future agenda item to vote on declaration of, sorry, I'm tired. Declaration part of the pledge to be spoken in our board meetings. As some of you are aware, if you have children in the district and we're administrators in some of our schools say the portion of, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they're endowed by their Creator by certain unalienable rights, and among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Personally, it sets the bar. But I'd like to request a future agenda item to discuss that being part of our board meetings.
All right, I will second that. Do you have that, Dr. Summers?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Anything else, Mrs. Bowles?
Yes.
And Mrs. Bowles, I'm not used to that. I'm used to
That's
calling you
okay.
Janelle. Sorry. Okay.
I'm laughing because I'm thinking Jeff thought we were done. I'm sorry, Mr. Clerk Toby. I would like to request a future agenda item to present and discuss MTSS and possible action to terminate.
I think there's currently already an agenda item request for that. We made it, I don't know, what was happening is we were waiting, Dr. Hernandez was attending an MTSS conference in Anaheim, but that is already currently on the list of what has already been seconded as an agenda item. So I don't know if it already needs to be done again, or.
Dr. Summers, do you believe
So
that's
it
on?
is already, it's probably not stated exactly the way that you just suggested, Mrs. Bowles. What we would be able to do is certainly schedule an item for discussion, and then to what extent that would implicate the board in discussion leading to consideration of a vote of some sort, that would be something that we can certainly pursue in the near future.
Okay, thank you. Just to formalize, I'll do a second.
Thank you for that.
Anything else, Mrs. Bowles?
Yes. I'd like to request a future agenda item for, and I'm just going to address Dr. Summers because I don't really know if this is the person, but I imagine it is, that we can capture, and it sounded like maybe he's already we're already on the road to doing this, but that we can capture or the cabinet, Dr. Summers or the cabinet, to develop a process that we can capture the board meeting public comments and questions, placing them, maybe suggested, on the meeting agenda once they have been asked and presented in a boardroom, and then once they've been answered or some solution has been created. That would save us, I think, obvious things, and that being said, future questions that have already been answered. And I really just want to say the reason that I'm saying this is I stood in the podium, and I don't know if it's the elephant in the room, but it is to me, and really not speaking personally to me, but many people, I just want to get to how can I, as a board member, assure that you're being heard. And that would be the reason behind that.
Dr. Summers, is that clarity around that? Are you good?
If I may, thank
Yes.
you, Mrs. Bowles, President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles. And I'm just thinking out loud here, that would align to is a conversation relative to current policy about public participation at board meetings and a related regulation that describes the process by which we are implementing that policy. So we would likely put that under a category titled Policy BEDH, regarding public participation at board meetings, and then a relative regulation that administration can share for the board's consideration.
Okay. I will second that. Thank you, Dr. Summers.
Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, is that all, or do you have any more?
I just have a couple more, I promise. And I just lost my screen. Hold on. Apparently my screen is updating. I know what it says. I'd like to request a future agenda item to discuss or vote on maybe policy in that backwards order. We need an agenda out sooner than 2 days before a meeting. I don't really know the ins and outs of why that's happening, but we need an agenda that comes out. I would like to propose an agenda that comes out on Friday before the board meeting. So that gives everyone ample time to, get what they need for a board meeting. Is that clear?
Yes, I'm just looking for Dr. Summers. I'll second that, but would that be maybe a policy surrounding that?
So without going into all the relative detail of policy BEDB, agenda, and BEDBA, sorry for all the letters, agenda preparation and dissemination, those would be the relative policies that discussion and consideration would fall under. So I have that recorded as discussion and future consideration related to those two policies.
Okay. Thank you for that, Dr. Summers. Mrs. Bowles?
I'd like to request a future vote on a new RFP regarding a new board legal counsel.
I will second that.
So I have that as well. If I may, the only distinction I'd like to offer for the board's consideration right now is I'm not sure that the RFP is necessarily the only way that the board would have to go about procuring new counsel. So what I would like to share with the board, and I am striving to do this as soon as possible, is a more detailed process by which the board can operate so that it doesn't necessarily tie you into an RFP process. Does that make sense?
Yep.
If I may just ask to refine that to direction administration to delineate a process by which the board can use to procure new legal counsel and then be able to spell those steps out.
Yeah, thank you.
Is that okay, Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Okay. Is that okay, Mr. Clerk Toby?
Mr. is fine. Yes, I think that's accurate. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Bowles, do you have any more? Is that?
I have one more and then I have a comment. I'd like to request a future agenda item to discuss on the Arizona School Board Association of fees, what fees we have with them and what it would look like to break ties with ASBA.
I will second that. And you're just looking for a discussion and then possible break ties with ASPA, what that would look like.
What do we have associated as far as fees
Okay.
with them, and then what would it look like if we broke ties with them?
Okay, all right. Dr. Summers, do you have?
So again, this relates to policy BK and BKA. So administration would be prepared to share the initial information relative to the request on the fees associated, as well as support the board's review of what the current policy framework is, and certainly provide whatever information you all need to make that decision.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, is that good? Yes. Okay, Mrs. Brown.
I do not have another one, but I do. Thank you. I had another one, and I want to give credit where credit is due. I had a future agenda item, and I spoke with Dr. Hernandez, and it was regarding our SPED department and a conversation that I had with Dr. Summers a few months ago, addressing not just our specialized programs, but that was where we would begin. And that being said, not necessarily having the state come in and, scold a few people, and that's about as far as that would go. But actually giving supports to those teachers and having professionals come in And whatever that looked like, training them, you know, the sky's the limit as far as I'm concerned. That is something I'm very passionate about. And after speaking with Dr. Hernandez today, it sounds like we already are on the road to some of that. She can speak to that, I guess, if you'd like to. But I appreciate that it's already being done, and I didn't realize it was already being done, and I just wanted to say thank you for that.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Bowles. All right, Mrs. Proudfit, you were up.
I wanted to, again, give some context from the study session. When public comments happen or conversations, or we as board members have questions, we have the opportunity to request for a future agenda item or further clarification in a Friday report, which is a report that is emailed to all board members every Friday, answering questions, and oftentimes public comment questions or more clarity is given in that Friday report. We talked about, and I want to say a few months ago we talked about it again, ensuring that we have a log list of everything that is requested, because the tricky thing is we kind of have to pace ourselves sometimes, or it becomes a backlog. And something Dr. Summers stated is, what we're asking is, what do we want the superintendent to spend his time on? And so we have to make sure that we're being intentional and collaborative to initiatives that are already in motion, and then bringing things up in a timely fashion and ensuring that we have the capacity to not just bring up a problem, but that we have capacity within cabinet, within whatever time of year we're in. We're heading into a really busy season with contracts is coming up, and ensuring that we have not just the capability to bring up a problem, but to actually allocate resources and time to solve that problem. And so I try to be careful about when and how these things are brought up, but I just wanted to assure the public that oftentimes, as a cabinet member, Dr. Summers will follow up with you in regards to public comment. I'm sure all of you know, according to open meeting law, we are not able to respond to public comment. I wish we could, that would be awesome, but we can't. And so a lot of those things are in Friday reports, and the public always feel free to reach out to any one of us via email. Our phone numbers are also on the district website. We're totally available. Like, we're here to represent you. So I just did have one item, because I know we have so much going on. But Dr. Summers, I don't remember if we talked about this in a study session, but we had addressed going to the public comment that was made in regards to kind of real-time communication. And we had mentioned a few companies that were kind of perhaps floated around or finding technology. I know you had experience with one of those in a prior district of essentially an interface that allows real-time communication with the public in polling, and kind of developing that cadence of an ongoing conversation with some kind of software involved. And I'm sure I'm not using the right words, but you know what I'm talking about. I would just, any update on that, just in a Friday report, if the answer is our cup runneth over with so much to do, that it is, just where we're at with that.
I will second that, and then look to Summers if he's got that.
Happy to provide that update through the Friday report.
Perfect, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Clerk Toby, do you have any future agenda item requests?
Yes, thank you. I would like to start off with a future action item for a discussion and possible action. And this, I do believe it might, correct me if I'm not correct on this, an RFP to establish a new slate of district legal service providers.
Mr. Toby, if you don't mind me clarifying, how do you see that aligning to Mrs. Bull's earlier request? Or do you see that as its own thing or something?
I believe the request that she made was for the board, is what I heard her say. So that would be strictly for the board, if my interpretation is correct. I'm talking about the district legal service providers, the slate of law firms that we currently employ, re-examining those and having a potential RFP to create a new slate of legal service providers.
Okay, I think I have that. President Rooks, is there anything else you want to?
Oh, I will second that if he needs that. And Mr. Clerk Toby?
So I would also like a presentation and possible action item on assessing the best deployment of our professional development schedule, any potential changes, along with the impact to the school calendar that might have.
I will second that. Does that have clarity, Dr. Summers?
Yes, I believe it does. So essentially, a review of our current professional development schedule, i.e. modified Wednesdays. Is that a fair? Would
Right.
you like
Is
us to
that-
zero in on that specific frame?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
I guess this has to be maybe an executive session, so I'd like to request a future executive session to discuss, get legal counsel to help us better prepare for a discussion and possible action on a first read policy regarding licensure requirements for mental health professionals.
I will second that.
Okay. Thank you.
This might be part of the budget presentations that we have coming up in the budget committee that's forming, but maybe we can incorporate in that maybe some out of the boxes we were discussing earlier, Mrs. Myers, about creative ways to increase teacher and bus driver pay in that model. I know that we are doing our due diligence to try to reserve our M&O and capital with what we have, but I'd be interested to hear, even if it is sooner in a Friday report, that's fine as well. Any other creative ways that we can think of to increase teacher pay and bus driver pay in order to retain these employees?
Sorry, I was going to say I'll second that. Is that okay, Dr. Summers? Is that clarified?
It is. Yes, and to be clear, thank you, Mr. Toby, the compensation models that we're discussing relative to our strategic plan and how we're moving all that forward, I think will be continuous reports or reviews, rather, that we'll be presenting as we work through budget development for this upcoming calendar year, or upcoming new fiscal and school year.
Okay.
Thank you for that. And then future item for discussion of possible action to provide direction for the district regarding pursuing an M&O override.
I will second. Oh,
Thank you. That is well stated. Thank you.
And I believe that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Clerk Toby. I know it's late, so I will try to talk fast. I would like to request, I guess, a discussion and then possible vote by the board. I do appreciate, President Proudfit, you moving public comment to the beginning. But just what I've learned from parents and community members that are trying to get here, I want to be mindful of everybody's time. And so I like having the public comments in the beginning because that gives opportunity if there are moms or dads that want to make a quick comment and then they need to get home to their kids. I completely understand that. But I also would like to have the possibility, discussion and vote, to add it to the end of the meeting as well. I've seen our Peoria City Council do this. So it would be in the beginning and then have a final public comment at the end. If I've seen the City Council do that, and I just think that that's really great to just be mindful of our community's time schedule, time constraints, so that if there are families that are leaving work and they're trying to get here, or if we have teachers or staff that are trying to get here because they want to give a comment, but they miss that, they have the opportunity at the end of the meeting.
just for clarity, are we talking about splitting the time or like putting limits on, you know, get what I'm asking?
Yeah, I mean, I would think, yeah, so I think just the 30 minutes, I think is good. I do like that, the time constraint there.
President Rooks, if I may interject, and I apologize, just as a reminder, we're not in a position where we can have discussion about the item that is being proposed as an item. I just want to add one more layer to that, which is under BEDBA, the determination to place an item on the agenda is at the discretion of the governing board president. So I don't know that you'll necessarily need to have the discussion as a board. You now will, in agenda review, have the ability to direct the superintendent to place items on the agenda as you see fit.
Okay. I am aware of that. I did know that under the presidential duties. I just would like to start as president as my first duty, including my fellow board members in that discussion and brainstorming that idea, because I'm working to, gather your trust on that. And I don't want to make that decision by myself. I think that it should be a discussion so that we can brainstorm those ideas. But I appreciate Dr. Summers, you mentioning it, but yeah.
I will second.
He's going to say something.
I have it, thank you. And I just
Okay.
wanted to add, given that we'll already be pursuing the review of BEDBA, that will be part of that
Discussion.
overarching discussion. Thank you.
Okay.
Dr.
Thank you.
Summers, I hope
Yes,
you're
sir.
attending next Thursday, spelling bee.
WIN?
Students win.
Okay, next one is, I'd like to have a discussion and reevaluate the open enrollment of Liberty High School, because I did see a lot of parents communicating on Facebook. They were very confused about the open enrollment for that high school, and they were very upset. So I just want to kind of refresh, have a discussion from administration, looking at that open enrollment piece for Liberty High School.
I will second that.
Okay, thank you.
The next one is I would like to get feedback from site leaders along with our site council at each school. I know that there has been concerns around the landscape company that we currently use and our cleaning company that we currently use. So I'd like to get their feedback on those two items and then see if they, what their ideas are with bringing on-site maintenance. I want to hear from the leaders at the schools and the site council, so that'd be our principals and whatnot. And then I would like to have that feedback brought back, gathering what they have answered and what they are looking at a future study session, so that we can just compare and see what their needs are at that school. And this can, we have a lot to do, so like this can be, maybe by the summer, having a study session.
I will second.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I would like to actually bring our school district vision, mission, and value statement. I believe it hasn't been revised since 2011, if I remember correctly, my stack of paper here. So I would like to bring that back and do a revision. I did take the liberty of printing out some revised ones that I worked on, but again, I want to include the governing board on that decision. So that's one item.
I will second that.
Thank you. Let's see. I would also like to look at the BAA, Board Evaluation Policy, and just looking and having a discussion, possible vote on anything that needs to be changed or, just discussion vote for BAA, Board Evaluation Policy, so that you hear that, Dr. Summers, because then that's a lot of letters on policies.
I wasn't going to bat at you, but.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry, couldn't
I know
help that
everybody's
one,
tired.
but BAA, got it.
BAA.
I'll,
Yep,
so
I'm
we,
sorry.
I'll
there were-
second it.
Thank you.
Consecutive.
And then, okay, I'm trying to go fast here. I have scribble notes everywhere. I would like to have possibly, I talked about it in the study session today, quarterly executive sessions on any lawsuits that are brought to the board, just so that the board can be aware of what's going on moving forward and that whole process of when we are served as a board. So I know I touched on that today a little bit, Dr. Summers, so that was what I was just like to have a discussion at, or if that's something to just,
Got it.
I will need a second.
I will second that. If that
Okay.
needs to be seconded.
Sorry, okay. I think I had only two more, so I'm just making sure I follow my notes here. Okay, I would like to have a discussion, Mrs. Proudfit brought it up today, on the discussion of what it would look like to sell the district building. I would really, Ms. Myers, I know you talked a little bit about the logistics, like there's certain requirements and things like that. I just would really like to better understand what that would look like and having that discussion presentation so that we can kind of, because I liked that idea a lot. So I just want to learn more on that.
I will second.
Dr. Summers and President Proudfit, members of the governing board, would you consider an agenda item on the requirements related to selling any district property versus the DAC since that's in alignment with the work for the facility utilization and assessment project?
Can I ask a clarifying question? Is it universal for all district properties? It was my understanding that there's certain properties have, depending on what funds they were purchased with.
Thank you.
Just for what the
Proudfit,
funds can be
President
spent on.
Brooks, that would be part of the update to provide an overarching set of information and data points related to property as a whole, including the DAG.
Okay, yes, that's fine. Thank you, Ms. Myers. Okay, last one. I know everybody's tired, sorry. Okay, I would like to bring, I was not here for the previous meeting, so I had a lot of more questions and concerns brought up to me regarding a staff travel request for Cactus High School staff to go to the Innovative School Summit, I believe in June, Las Vegas, I believe is where it was at. And I just had a lot of concerns with possible state statutes, and then also looking at, I went back and watched the meeting and I looked at the amount totals were not adding up. So I just would like to have that brought back for a discussion, and then whatever the board's direction goes with that staff travel request.
I'll second that.
Okay.
And that is, I believe,
President
it.
Rooks, I have one more.
Okay.
That I
Go ahead, Mrs. Bowles.
chicken scratching on several papers. I'd like to request a future board meeting vote to direct Dr. Summers to do a reorganization adjustment to give him that ability to do that.
I will second.
The org chart?
I just didn't hear what you said all the way. So
Reorganization, yeah.
Does that have clarity, Dr. Summers, just so?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, all right. If there is no other further requests by any board members, I will need 10 adjournment, 10.1 adjournment. I will need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
I will motion to adjourn this meeting at 7:40 PM.
And I need a second.
I will second.
All right, we have a motion made by Clerk Toby and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. Board members, cast your votes. Oh, okay. Okay. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, everybody, for coming tonight.